In this world everyone can embrace their own race and become divine beings, yet, under my command, I have a mighty army of millions of insect creatures. However, my classmates mock me and call me worthless. Because the race I belong to is the most inferior, the giant locusts. They are only good for breeding and have no other use except for being slightly more fertile than pigs. But other people's companions are either thunder finches or wolf cavalry or even goblin armies. Just when I thought I would never have a chance to rise above, I discovered a shocking talent within me. The ability to sacrifice life for equal value in return. This talent is called life sacrifice. With this in mind, a bold idea formed in my head. I realized that combining the terrifying reproductive ability of the locusts with the power of life sacrifice would be incredibly powerful. Without hesitation, I began to tirelessly breed and train my army. I used the power of 200,000 faith to accelerate their growth. In just 14 days, I successfully hatched 20 million locust larvae, half of which entered the adult stage and produced over 50 million eggs. As the number of locusts increased, so did the power of my faith, which I continued to invest in their growth. Soon, the number of adult locusts reached 2.5 billion. Seeing this, I initiated the life sacrifice ritual. Instantly, a massive blood-red magic circle appeared above my godly domain. I decided to keep only 10 million adult locusts to ensure the continuity of the race, while sacrificing the remaining 2.4 billion locusts. Countless streams of tiny life energy flowed into the magic circle. As the ritual ended, 3 options appeared before me, the products of the sacrifice. Option 1, 10,000 elite goblin warriors, enhanced life forms. Option 2, Fountain of Life, a continuous source of life-giving water that nourishes life and improves the surrounding environment. Option 3, Level 1 Sacred Artifact, Bursting Heart. When loaded into the core of the godly domain, there is a certain chance of giving birth to a core race imbued with explosive power. Without hesitation, I chose Option 3. Suddenly, a burst of explosive power spread across all the core races. Among the remaining 10 million locusts, some developed fiery red patterns on their bodies and doubled in size. I directly commanded a self-destructing locust to explode. Although the explosion was as powerful as a firecracker, it would not be enough to kill an ordinary dwarf. However, if I were to increase the quantity, it might just work. Now, there are less than 8 hours left until school starts, which is equivalent to less than 4 months in the godly domain. I decided to use my growth acceleration ability once again to promote the breeding of the self-destructing locusts. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed in the godly domain. Meanwhile, as the school bell rang, I was instantly transported to my seat in the classroom. Inside the classroom, everyone was chatting and discussing the situation in the godly domain. It was at this moment that a beautiful figure walked towards me. The girl's name is Lu Weiru. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking arrogantly at me. Su Song, have you thought about becoming my slave? I promise no one will dare to bully you until we graduate from high school. I heard her offer, but resolutely refused. Just then, 3 boys entered the classroom. The leader was none other than Su Lei, the school bully who often picked on me. Su Song, did you bring the 100 divine power that I asked for? Hand it over quickly, or we'll have to resort to violence. We'll smash the core of your godly domain and make sure you never rise again. I looked up at the 3 of them. Do you want divine power? I don't have it. As soon as I said those words, Su Lei was stunned. In the past, I would silently endure the bullying, but today, I stood my ground. Su Lei's anger grew. I think you want to die. Do you believe that I can lead my dwarf army to break into your godly domain and smash its core? Hearing his threat, I didn't back down. Instead, I challenged him to bring it on. This infuriated Su Lei, and he immediately activated an invasion card against me. In an instant, the invasion card turned into a beam of light, shining on me. Suddenly, my consciousness was forcefully transported into my own godly domain. The invasion card would create a spatial portal within the target's godly domain, allowing for invasion between godly domains. Now, within my godly domain, I could see a giant portal appearing in the desert area. From the portal emerged a dwarf army. Su Lei, floating above the dwarf army, shouted, "In the name of the dwarf god, I command my dwarf army to destroy those fragile locusts and crush the core of this godly domain." The dwarf army was inspired by Su Lei's words, and their morale soared to its peak. At this moment, my classmates logged into the auxiliary devices as divine beings, entering spectator mode. Look, there's an elite creature at the forefront of the dwarf army. It's already given birth to an elite life form. Su Song is definitely finished this time, the classmates whispered. Meanwhile, my divine incarnation hovered high in the sky, while below, a massive swarm of locusts flew, bred over the course of 4 months. The number of ordinary locusts alone exceeded 90 million. There were over 200,000 self-destructing locusts among them. Witnessing the dwarf army charging towards me, I gave the command. Self-destructing locusts, attack. Instantly, the self-destructing locusts flew out from the ordinary locust swarm, gathering into a cloud of crimson. The students watching the battle were amazed. Look, what are those red flying insects? Before Su Lei could give any orders, the self-destructing locusts rained down like a storm, explosions echoed, filling the air with smoke. When the smoke cleared, the scene shocked the spectators. Most of the 5,000 dwarves were instantly killed, and the survivors were severely injured. The leading elite life-form dwarf still had some fighting power left. But there were still over 50,000 self-destructing locusts hovering in the air. Seeing this, Su Lei panicked and immediately issued a godly domain command, urging the surviving dwarves to quickly return to his godly domain. But how could I let Su Lei off the hook? Relying on the instinct that locusts can fly, I directly commanded the locusts within my godly domain to invade Su Lei's godly domain through the portal in reverse. Over 90 million ordinary locusts, like a black storm, instantly rushed into the portal. They wreaked havoc on everything visible in Su Lei's godly domain, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. At this moment, Su Lei's heart was bleeding as he desperately shouted at me, "Order your creatures to get out of my godly domain. Let my followers return." But I completely ignored his anger and instead controlled the self-destructing locusts to finish off the surviving dwarves. Su Lei became even more frantic. "I surrender. Withdraw your locusts from my godly domain and let my followers return," he pleaded. To this, I only sneered. "You wanted to shatter the core of my godly domain, didn't you? Then it's only fair for me to shatter the core of your godly domain in return." Su Lei angrily retorted, "You dare. If you do that, my parents will never let you go. My father is a demigod, and my mother is about to ascend to demigod. You are no match for them." A cold smile spread across my face. "Oh, really? Well then, I'll just issue a divine decree to my locusts ordering them to smash your core at any cost." Instantly, a massive swarm of locusts launched an all-out attack on the core of Su Lei's godly domain. They were willing to sacrifice themselves, even if it meant crashing into the core and dying in the process. This action terrified Su Lei. If the core of his godly domain shattered, he would never be able to ascend to demigod or cultivate followers. He would forever remain a divine being with no hope for the future. Just as the locusts were about to shatter the core, a demigod incarnation suddenly appeared in the sky above Su Lei's godly domain. It was our homeroom teacher, Tian Xiongfei. "Su Song, stop this, you have already won, there's no need to go to such extremes," Tian Xiongfei said. At this moment, a glimmer of hope appeared on Su Lei's face. After all, as long as the core of his godly domain remained intact, he could recover his godly domain, rise again and seek revenge. But I paid no attention to the teacher's command. Instead, I continued to command the locusts to attack Su Lei's godly domain core and questioned the teacher. "Why didn't you appear when Su Lei was beating and extorting me? Am I an easy target to bully?" Tian Xiongfei's face darkened. While he knew that I had been bullied all along, he chose not to intervene because I had no parents and no background. Helping me would serve him no benefit. On the other hand, Su Lei's father was a demigod, and his mother was soon to be promoted to a higher rank. Tian Xiongfei naturally knew which side to stand on. "Stop for now, and I will explain everything to you," he said. I sneered. "If it were me whose godly domain core was under attack today, would you have intervened to stop it?" With that, I commanded the locusts to intensify their attack. As the sound of Su Lei's core shattering filled the air, his godly domain instantly collapsed into several fragments. Su Lei, pale-faced, slumped to the ground. Without the divine core, he would never be able to ascend to demigod, forever remaining a worthless being. After collecting the fragments, I skipped the rest of the day's classes and went home. Although I emerged victorious in this battle, I knew that Su Lei's demigod father would most likely cause trouble at the school. Under the pressure of a demigod, the school would surely hand me over. So, I needed to quickly strengthen myself. Immediately, I took out the shattered fragments of Su Lei's godly domain and fused them into the core of my own godly domain. In an instant, the area of my godly domain expanded to 260 square kilometers, and the core was upgraded to the level 2. I also confiscated his level 1 sacred artifact, the Dwarven Hammer. Although it was only useful against the dwarf army, I logged into the Divine Trade website in order to exchange the Dwarven Hammer for a sacred artifact that would benefit me. Before listing the Dwarven Hammer, I made a special note requesting a sacred artifact related to explosions. Soon enough, I traded it for a level 1 sacred artifact called the Lava Fire Crystal. It had the ability to enhance the fire resistance of my creatures and increase the power of explosions. As I loaded the Lava Fire Crystal onto the core of my godly domain, a surge of fiery energy enveloped all the locusts. Then, 1/1000 of the locusts underwent a mutation. The ordinary locusts became more resistant to high temperatures, while the self-destructing locusts evolved into exploding juicy locusts. Not only did they possess explosive power equivalent to a hand grenade, but the splashes of magma during the explosion also caused extensive damage. With 10 million exploding juicy locusts, I could dominate the entire school. Meanwhile, inside the school's disciplinary office, Su Lei's father, Su Qing, angrily demanded justice. My son's godly domain core is shattered beyond repair. The school must give me an explanation today, Su Qing roared. Han Meishui, the head of the disciplinary office, explained, from what we know, this invasion was caused by your son, Su Lei. He also has a record of bullying other students. Upon hearing this, Su Qing stood up, his demigod aura emanating. Are you saying that my son's godly domain core was shattered because he brought it upon himself? The school bears no responsibility. Although Han Meishui was also a demigod, her expertise lay in logistical support and her aura was far inferior to Su Qing's. Mr. Su, that's not what I meant. Regarding the incident of Su Lei's godly domain core being shattered, the school has decided to compensate with 1 billion divine power. However, Su Qing was still dissatisfied upon hearing about the compensation. That kid must be expelled. At that moment, Han Meishui furrowed her brows. If Su Qing had made this demand before I revealed the power of my self-destructing locusts, she would have expelled me without hesitation. But now, my actions had spread throughout the entire grade, causing most teachers to see me as someone with great potential. After contemplating for a few seconds, Han Meishui firmly replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your request. Su Qing, realizing he had to compromise, made a concession. Han, I can accept the school's decision not to punish him severely, but as the victim, I must restore my dignity. I will send a team of 1,000 people to invade his godly domain. Regardless of the outcome, we will no longer hold any grudges. If you refuse even this small request, then don't blame me for disregarding the school's reputation and taking matters into my own hands. Although a team of 1,000 people may not sound like much, it was a demigod's team. Their strength far surpassed that of Su Lei, who had only recently established his godly domain. Seeing Su Qing's determination, Han Meishui reluctantly agreed. On the other hand, through my repeated use of growth acceleration, the number of locusts in my godly domain had reached a staggering 4.8 billion. In addition to that, there were nearly 10 billion locust eggs waiting to hatch. Just as I was about to perform another life sacrifice to further enhance my strength and prepare for the upcoming battle, a call request popped up from Han Meishui, the head of discipline. After a few minutes of conversation, I roughly understood the outcome of the situation. In order to quickly boost my power and make adequate preparations for the upcoming fight, I decided to initiate the second life sacrifice directly. In an instant, a massive blood-red magic circle appeared before me. The 48 billion ordinary locusts transformed into life energy and surged into the magic circle. Soon, 3 new options appeared before my eyes. Option 1, Level 1 Sacred Artifact, Crimson Demon Eyes. It had a chance to produce core familiars with blood-colored pupils, which could enhance the host's dynamic vision and trigger a primal state of rage upon seeing blood. Option 2, Level 1 Skill Crystal Fireball. It allowed the core familiars to learn the basic fireball spell. Option 3, Iron Cutting Sword Wind, a hero-level life form from the Swordwind clan. It possessed 4 skills, one of which was a self-created skill. After learning the basic information about Iron Cutting Sword Wind, I couldn't help but be amazed by the immense power of this hero-level creature. It had 4 skills, one of which was a self-created skill that even the divine login device couldn't assess its comprehension level. Iron Cutting Sword Wind had a humanoid form, with a slender body and pale hair. Its most notable feature was the possession of 2 arms. Sensing my gaze, Iron Cutting Sword Wind immediately spoke up, Great Divine Being, I need a sword. After all, the Swordwind clan is born for battle. without a sword in hand, it's like a gun without bullets. I nodded and immediately spent my remaining 50 divine power to purchase a storm blade for him. Iron-cutting sword wind received the sword and excitedly swung it twice, creating a fierce gust of sword winds. However, iron-cutting sword wind made another request after feeling the power of the sword. Great divine being, I still need 3 more swords to unleash my full potential. Hearing this, I was taken aback. Did divine power come so easily? However, considering the battle with Su Qin tomorrow, iron-cutting sword wind's formidable strength was crucial to me. But now, with my lack of popularity in the class, it was unlikely that anyone would willingly lend me their divine power. Reluctantly, I had no choice but to make a call to Lu Weiru. Back in elementary school, I had once saved her, and since then, she had been keeping an eye on me. She would also lend a hand when I was being bullied. However, I couldn't stand her haughty attitude. At the same time, Lu Weiru was pleasantly surprised to see me calling her. Have you changed your mind? Are you willing to be my slave now? I couldn't help but feel speechless. No, I just want to borrow some divine power from you. Lu Weiru sneered. You want to borrow divine power from me? Then let me ask you, what will you give me in return? Will you use your trash race? I remained silent for 3 seconds and then asked, so, will you lend it to me or not? Give me your account, Lu Weiru coldly replied. After hanging up the call, Lu Weiru couldn't help but slap herself. Why did she blurt out those mocking words just now? She felt deeply remorseful. As for me, after receiving 150 divine power, I immediately purchased 3 stormblades and handed them over to iron-cutting sword wind. Instantly, iron-cutting sword wind's faith in me elevated by 1 level, making him a true believer. The next day, I was teleported to the school classroom as scheduled. Su Lei and his father had been waiting for quite some time. Once the teacher confirmed that both sides were ready, Su Qin activated the intrusion card directly. I was forcibly pulled into my own godly domain, while a giant portal appeared within it. Soon after, a legion of wolf cavalry emerged from the portal. Su Qing's demigod incarnation, positioned above the wolf cavalry, glared at me. You little mongrel, he sneered. Yesterday, you shattered my son's godly domain core. Today, you will pay with your own blood. He then issued the command to destroy my godly domain core. Wolf cavalry, charge! At that moment, my divine incarnation hovered in mid-air, watching as the wolf cavalry rapidly approached. I gestured for the locusts to attack, and instantly, 6.8 million locusts took flight. Among them 550,000 exploding juicy locusts. One of the onlooking teachers exclaimed in astonishment, nearly 7 million elite life-form locusts. Weren't there only 20,000 left yesterday? To breed nearly 7 million in just one day is truly terrifying. Even the weakest elite life-form, when amassed in such numbers, possesses formidable strength. It's a pity that this student doesn't have enough time to grow. As he is now, he can't withstand the charge of the wolf cavalry. As expected, as soon as the wolf cavalry legion collided with the locust army, the battle quickly turned one-sided. Although the self-destructing locusts numbered in the millions, their explosions were too weak. While the wolf cavalry wore top-quality armor with astonishing defense. The ordinary self-destructing locusts couldn't penetrate their defenses. In an instant, 1 million self-destructing locusts sacrificed themselves, but only a few wolf cavalry suffered minor injuries in return. Just when everyone thought I was destined to lose. The exploding juicy locusts hidden among the locust army began triggering volcanic eruptions. Not only were their explosions immensely powerful, but they also unleashed splattering lava, causing splash damage. The tide of battle instantly turned. Thousands of wolf cavalry suffered heavy casualties under the attacks of the exploding juicy locusts. The teachers and students who were spectating widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? What kind of locust species can cause such massive explosions and splash lava? Are they transcendent lifeforms? Even the grade director, Han Meishui, never expected that I had such an ace up my sleeve. Su Qing's face turned pale when he saw the situation. He immediately ordered the captain of the Wolf Cavalry Legion to use their controlled transcendent powers. The captain received the divine oracle and let out a wild roar, unleashing their transcendent power. Instantly, an icy aura spread within its range, causing the temperature to drop, interrupting the locusts' attacks. At the same time, some of the surviving Wolf Cavalry launched another assault, turning the tide once again. At this point, my locust army was reduced to less than 500,000, with no exploding juicy locusts left. However, Su Qing still had over 200 wolf cavalry remaining. As he gave the command for them to charge, the wolf cavalry quickly broke into the center of my godly domain, with my core within reach. Just as everyone believed that my core was about to be shattered, a voice of astonishment reached the ears of the spectators. "Look, what's in front of Su Song's godly domain core." Before the core stood a thin figure with flowing white hair, and it had 4 arms. The teachers present were unable to recognize the figure, except for Han Mei Shui, after a moment of contemplation, gave the answer. It was the Swordwind clan, born as transcendent life forms, but this particular member was an elite hero-level life form. Su Qing, shocked and filled with intense jealousy, thought to himself, after decades of hard work, I have only cultivated one hero-level life form. Yet this high school student before me possesses such an outstanding lineage. Su Qing's eyes turned red as he muttered, determined to seize this hero-level life form. He believed that once he shattered my godly domain core, the hero-level life form of the Swordwind clan would be his. Following Su Qing's orders, the remaining wolf cavalry charged from multiple directions towards my godly domain core, faced with the wolf cavalry coming from all sides. Iron-cutting Swordwind's fighting spirit sword, under the influence of his Swordwind talent, his 4 storm swords emitted a series of sonic booms. He then unleashed his level 3 skill, the Novice Storm Slash, instantly. Iron-cutting Swordwind's large swords danced wildly, stirring the air and forming a 10-meter-high tornado that protected the godly domain core at its center. Any wolf cavalry that approached the core suffered from the slashing strikes of the tornado-stirred Swordwind. Some were seriously injured, while others were instantly shredded. With the core no longer in jeopardy, Iron-cutting Swordwind began to slay the remaining wolf cavalry. He activated his level 1 skill, the Novice Whirlwind Slash. With his 4 storm swords in a frenzy, Iron-cutting Swordwind became like a meat grinder, easily killing more than 10 wolf cavalry. He then unleashed his level 2 skill, the Novice Gale Slash, for enormous sword winds flew out. Even capable of severing a wolf cavalry into 2 pieces from a distance of 100 meters. At this moment, the wolf cavalry captain let out an angry roar and activated the icy aura once again. The power of ice froze Iron-cutting Swordwind's feet. The captain seized the opportunity to launch an attack. However, Iron-cutting Swordwind remained unfazed. He raised his 4 storm swords high, gathering the mighty wind energy and condensing it into a 10-meter-long sword of wind energy. His self-created skill, the iron-cutting technique, was unleashed, instantly smashing down on the wolf cavalry captain. The godly domain emperor trembled. The wolf cavalry captain's flesh and blood showered the ground like rain. The teachers and students watching in spectator mode couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The transcendent lifeform wolf cavalry captain was easily torn apart by Iron-cutting Swordwind's move, the iron-cutting technique. Meanwhile, Su Qing's face turned ashen. He couldn't believe that he, a demigod with extensive battle experience, had lost to a high school student. In a fit of anger and frustration, Su Qing shouted, "Damn it! Wolf cavalry commanders, flatten this godly domain for me." Immediately, countless wolf cavalry figures appeared from the teleportation portal. Leading them was another hero-level life form, a wolf cavalry commander, just like Iron-cutting Swordwind. Behind the wolf cavalry commander followed a legion of 1 million wolf cavalry, including thousands of transcendent-level wolf cavalry. But at that moment, a more majestic pressure descended upon my godly domain. It was the school principal, a true god. "Do you wish to go against your own agreement?" The true god's oppressive presence made Su Qing immediately explain, No, I'm just kidding." He then ordered his lineage to swiftly exit my godly domain and quickly fled the classroom. The appearance of the school principal, a true god, caused the teachers and students watching to gasp in astonishment. The principal was usually busy with official duties, and they only had the chance to see him during the start and end of the school year. They never expected to witness his divine power in this competition. The principal's gaze fell upon my godly domain, and he rarely nodded in approval before dispersing and disappearing from sight. As the competition ended, the teachers and students were forcefully ejected from spectator mode. At this moment, the grade director, Han Mei Shui, saw my excellent performance and was pleased. "Su Song, you did well, but you must not become arrogant and complacent just because you have a hero-level life form. Hero-level life forms are not invincible. With your current strength, it will be difficult for you to break into the top 3 of your grade," Han Mei Shui advised. I humbly nodded in response. Just as Han Mei Shui was about to leave, I called out to her, "Director Han, I have a request. I want to change classes." The entire class erupted in an uproar, with the biggest reaction undoubtedly coming from the homeroom teacher, Tian Xiongfei. After all, my performance was there for everyone to see, and if I continued to develop steadily, I was bound to enter a top-tier institution, which would also bring him school rewards. Tian Xiongfei quickly put on a friendly face and tried to persuade me, Su Song, I admit that I haven't paid much attention to you before, I apologize for that, from now on, all resources will be tilted towards you, please give me a chance to correct my mistake. However, I did not accept Tian Xiongfei's belated apology. After all, as someone capable of sacrificing lives, I didn't care about resources. I reiterated my request, I demand to change classes. Upon hearing this, Han Meishui said, Su Song, changing classes is not something you can do just because you want to, if you really want to change classes, you will have to pass the test arranged by the school. I firmly declared, then I apply to take the test. Suddenly, Lu Weiru stood up and said, Director Han, I also want to apply for the test. Tian Xiongfei went mad upon seeing this. Although I was considered a promising student, it was still uncertain how far I would go in the future, but Lu Weiru was a genuine top student. More importantly, her family had significant power and numerous industries. As her teacher, he would also benefit greatly from her. If she left, Tian Xiongfei would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Lu Weiru, if you have any dissatisfaction with me, you can tell me, I will definitely make changes, there's no need to go as far as changing classes, Tian Xiongfei forced a smile and tried to persuade her. However, Lu Weiru interrupted Tian Xiongfei's thoughts directly, I have no dissatisfaction, I just don't want to stay here. Han Meishui, well aware of Lu Weiru's powerful background, had no choice but to agree, just as Han Meishui was about to leave again, another student stopped her. Director Han, I also apply to take the test, said Sun Xiaolin, the class monitor, whose comprehensive abilities easily placed him in the top 10 of the grade. He had always been Tian Xiongfei's right-hand man, but he had secretly been in love with Lu Weiru, so naturally, when he saw Lu Weiru changing classes, he wanted to follow her. At this moment, Tian Xiongfei was on the verge of tears. After coming home from school, I entered the godly domain to check the current situation. After a fierce battle, the number of self-destructing locusts and exploding juicy locusts in the godly domain has drastically decreased. About 40% of the regular locust eggs were affected by the fighting and became inactive. However, after cultivation, the godly domain produced another 1 billion regular locusts. The self-destructing locusts have recovered to 1 million inch while the exploding juicy locusts only amount to a mere 30,000. With just this amount of troops, I truly lack confidence in facing tomorrow's test. At this moment, Iron-Cutting Sword Wind sensed my arrival and prayed proactively, Oh, great deity, the escaped wolf cavalry is hiding in the mine, should I go and eliminate them? Upon hearing this, I immediately issued a divine oracle, you go and capture those wolf cavalry, ensuring they remain alive. Iron-Cutting Sword Wind received my divine oracle and immediately took action. It didn't take long for him to capture all the wolf cavalry. As the time approached midnight, I once again performed a life sacrifice. With the conclusion of the sacrifice ceremony, 3 options appeared before me. Option 1, Alpha Mech Armor, a mechanical product comparable to transcendent beings. Option 2, Level 1 Grand Furnace Blueprint, capable of constructing a massive furnace capable of producing faith equipment. Option 3, 3 Watchtowers, providing long-range visibility to prevent enemy invasions. Looking at these 3 options, I felt quite helpless as none of them seemed suitable for me. However, when it came to forging, I remembered the 800 dwarves I captured when defeating Su Lei. I had left them to mine in the mine area of the godly domain. I wonder how they were doing now. Subconsciously, I projected my thoughts over and discovered that these dwarves were actually doing quite well. The original 800 dwarves had now multiplied to 900. And they even crafted various weapons from the mined resources. An elderly dwarf sensed my gaze and immediately moved his body to kneel before me. Oh, deity, thank you for bestowing us with a wonderful life. I was even more puzzled, so I used the means of the deity to read the memories of the elderly dwarf. It turned out that the dwarves were the core clan in Su Lei's godly domain but didn't live well. Su Lei demanded that everyone become soldiers, suppressing their love for crafting equipment. They were forced to undergo militarized training. But after I brought them into the godly domain, these dwarves were completely free-range and mining and crafting equipment became their favorite activities. Compared to Su Lei's godly domain, it was like heaven for them. Seeing the dwarves' determination, I immediately made a decision among the 3 options. the Grand Furnace blueprint. Subsequently, I entrusted the task of building the Grand Furnace to the dwarves. Each and every one of them was overjoyed, and they directly became my true believers. I smiled, disappearing from the sight of the dwarves. However, there was still something more important to deal with next, the mad rush of troops to prepare for tomorrow's test. The next day, I arrived at the classroom to take the test. Unexpectedly, Tian Xiongfei deliberately targeted me. Lu Weiru and Sun Xiaolin had the easiest tests, while the difficulty of mine was adjusted to hellish levels. While others had already finished their tests, I was still struggling. Because at that moment, 10,000 elite red goblin lifeforms had invaded my godly domain. Seeing this, I suddenly felt my breath become rapid. Because the red goblin has an inherent attribute of fire resistance, my fire attribute locusts do not inflict much damage on it. At the same time, Tian Xiongfei in spectator mode sneers repeatedly, blame yourself for refusing my kindness, a force of 10,000 red goblin soldiers is enough to break through your godly domain. Meanwhile, Principal Han Mei Xue, the Dean of Instruction, pays no attention to Tian Xiongfei's hypocritical face, her gaze continuously fixed on my godly domain. She hopes that I can bring her another miracle. As the Red Goblin army invades the godly domain, a major battle between the two sides is about to begin. I immediately order the godly domain, a total of 2.6 billion locusts attacking the Red Goblin Legion. The Red Goblin Legion, unwilling to back down, gathers fireballs on their claws and launches them at the locusts. Each fireball turns dozens of locusts into ashes, although tens of thousands of locusts are killed every second. The casualties of the Red Goblin are minimal. At this moment, I seize the opportunity to once again order the godly domain, deploying the self-destructing locusts. 5 million self-destructing locusts, protected by ordinary locusts, launch suicide attacks on the goblin army. The sound of explosions is incessant. Finally, the Red Goblin Legion suffers losses. 6,000 Red Goblins are injured to varying degrees, and 400 Red Goblins are directly killed by the explosions. But for the entire Red Goblin Legion, which numbers in the tens of thousands, these losses are insignificant. Helplessly, I can only use my trump card, the exploding juicy locusts. The accumulated 400,000 exploding juicy locusts instantly break into the goblin camp and explode. Large areas of magma turn the location of the Red Goblin army into a lava hell. Some injured Red Goblins are continuously burned by the high temperature and eventually die in this lava area. However, Red Goblins are ultimately elite fire-type lifeforms. The deaths of 400,000 exploding juicy locusts only take away the lives of 3,000 Red Goblins. At this moment, the teachers and students watching the battle all assert, he's definitely finished this time. Although there is still one hero lifeform as a trump card, can even a powerful hero lifeform slay 6,500 Red Goblins? Even Principal Han Mei Xue can't bear to watch anymore. She transmits a message to me, if you can't hold on, just admit defeat. Failure is not shameful, only by staying alive can you have a chance to wash away the shame of failure. But I shake my head in response. Then I order Iron Cutting Sword Wind to attack. As he wields 4 storm swords, a large area is filled with violent sword winds. But the Red Goblin Legion refuses to back down, and Iron Cutting Sword Wind is also injured under the barrage of fireballs. After enduring countless fireball attacks, Iron Cutting Sword Wind is covered in wounds, already in a critical condition. And around him, over 5,000 Red Goblin corpses lie on the ground. The remaining 1,000 plus Red Goblins gather fireballs, preparing to deliver the final blow to this stubborn hero. At the same time, Tian Xiongfei can't hide his satisfaction on his face. He seems to have already envisioned the scene of the core of my godly domain shattering. But just at this moment, the earth trembles, and suddenly, 900 fully armed dwarven soldiers charge out. The dwarf leader roared loudly, "Protect our god, kill." In an instant, they charged towards over 1,000 Red Goblins. The battle once again reached a stalemate. As shouts and explosions filled the air, the onlookers were astonished. They couldn't believe that, in addition to the core-favored locusts, I had also raised a dwarf army. At this point, the sounds of fighting within my godly domain grew quieter and quieter. With the final Red Goblin being smashed by the dwarf leader's hammer, my side achieved ultimate victory. However, this battle resulted in nearly the complete annihilation of the locusts under my command. Out of the 900 dwarf legion, only 54 dwarves survived. Fortunately, Iron Cutting Sword Wind did not die. While the spectators were still relishing the battle, Han Mei Xue had already announced the outcome of the victory. At this moment, the teachers extended invitations to the three who passed the test. But instead of responding, class president Sun Xiaolin's gaze fell on Lu Weiru. And Lu Weiru was looking at me. The class teachers immediately realized that I was the key to breaking the impasse. However, I turned to Han Meishui and asked, Director Han, why was the difficulty of my test so high? Han Meishui's answer was that the difficulty level of each test was the decision of all the classroom teachers in the class. For a while, the 10 classroom teachers who decided to give Su Song the hardest test were stunned. I want to see how they voted, Su Song said, and Han Meishui found out the votes and showed them to Su Song. Of the 12 classroom teachers present, 9 were embarrassed. They cursed Tian Xiongfei an unknown number of times in their hearts. The remaining 1 was happy to abstain from voting, while the other looked up and down at Su Song. Teachers, if I join your class, what can you give me? Su Song saw the vote and asked the 2 classroom teachers bluntly. The acceptance of Su Song into the class is about the resources, while the acceptance of Su Song by the teachers is about the performance. Su Song is sure that his performance in the test will earn him a higher prize. The 2 class teachers appreciated Su Song's directness and replied, Su Song, today's test, I have seen your ability in cultivating dwarf familiars. If you join my class, I can provide you with a team of no less than 10,000 dwarves. Relying on this team, you'll surely be able to stay in the top 10 of your class. And it's not a dream to enter a first-class college in the future, another homeroom teacher said. Cultivating core dependence is the most important thing, and I have some resources that are very useful for insect dependence. If you can join my class, I'll help you complete the life leap of the entire race of locust dependents. The price offered by the 2 class teachers was very high. However, what the second-class teacher said was more reasonable in Su Song's opinion. The core dependents were the most important. Teacher, I haven't asked your name yet, Su Song asked the second-class teacher. Li Feng, the class teacher replied. Su Song immediately said, Teacher Li Feng, I'm willing to join your class. Li Feng didn't reply yet, but Lu Weiru, who was on the side of the class teacher, replied, Teacher Li Feng, I'm willing to join your class, too. Sun Xiaolin, who was on the back of the class teacher, replied immediately, I'm willing to join your class. Sun Xiaolin followed, Mr. Li Feng, please have my permission to join your class. Li Feng's mouth was wide open and his face was both surprised and delighted. Li Feng's mouth was wide open and his face was both shocked and delighted. This was the rhythm of receiving an outstanding teacher award this year. The other classroom teachers were jealous of this result. 3 of the top 10 students in the class have flocked to Li Feng's class, and the overall score of his class will not skyrocket, but there was nothing the classroom teachers could do about it. It is up to the students to decide which class to go to. The teachers can only tempt them, they can't intervene, Li Feng said with great happiness. Saying that, he reached into his pocket and took out 3 high-quality cards. Li Feng distributed the 3 cards to the 3 people, and Lu Weiru didn't even look at them before taking them to the divine realm. It was obvious that this girl with the mine in her family didn't give a damn about Li Feng's reward. Sun Xiaolin took the cards and looked at them with a little surprise on her face. As for Su Song, he took the card Li Feng had given him, and his heart was in turmoil. This was because the card Li Feng had given him was simply tailor-made for his beetle clan. Level 2 construction map, insect nest, can hatch 1 million bugs per year, covering an area of 1 square kilometer. Effect: the effect of the holy relics embedded in the bug nest can be displayed perfectly. Using reality as an example, after Su Song builds the worm's nest in the god's domain, he can attach 2 level 1 holy relics, the bursting heart and the lava fire crystal, to the worm's nest. The wormhole would apply the power of the 2 to the eggs hatched inside the wormhole. This way, Su Song would be able to obtain 1 million exploding locusts per year. With the growth acceleration ability, this was much faster than his current cultivation speed. Thank you, teacher, Su Song said gratefully. Don't thank me, better results are the best way to repay me, Li Feng replied. Han Meishui, the principal, looked at the result in front of her with relief. She was sincerely happy that Su Song was able to move up to a class she was satisfied with. As for how far Su Song could grow in the future, it still depended on Su Song's own destiny. Teacher, today's test is just a small test, it's insignificant. However, in 7 days' time, the school's unified examination will be the most important one, and it has to do with the allocation of resources to each class in the future. I don't need to tell you how important it is, but hearing Han Meishu's say that made many of the teachers in the room look serious. Principal Su, we will teach our students well and live up to the school's expectations. My class will be the first to reserve one of the 3 spots in the top class. I have confidence in the students in our class. The class teachers have all made their positions clear. The only exception is Tian Xiongfei, because the top students in her class have collectively defected to other classes. After 1 day of teaching in the new class, Su Song teleported home from the school. The first thing he did was to drill into the God's Domain landing pod. The class change test had dealt a fatal blow to the familiars in Su Song's God's Domain, and he hadn't had time to count the battle. Upon entering the divine realm, Su Song immediately used his divine thoughts to scan the entire divine realm and obtain detailed information. Number of dependents: locusts 204,0000 inch self-exploding locusts 5,000, exploding locusts 300, red furnace dwarves 52, heroic lifeform, sword wind cutting iron. These were all the remaining familiars in the current Su Song God's Domain. To describe it in one word, it was shabby. If one were to take the unified exam in 7 days with such strength, one would probably end up ranking at the bottom of the entire year's students. I'll just have to keep raising the troops and cultivate the grasshoppers. First, Su Song muttered as his eyes fell on this new name for the red furnace dwarves. He was pretty sure that the dwarves in his God's Domain were just ordinary dwarves, so how could they change their name after a battle? Confused, Su Song threw his divine will into the mine area to see for himself. At the sight of the dwarves, the first reaction of his divine spirit detachment was shock. How had his dwarves become like this? A short, fat body, stout limbs, and abundant hair. These 3 characteristics were standard for dwarves, but the red furnace dwarf had to add 2 more: reddish skin and a magma-like bloodline. Su Song could even see the bright lines that formed under the red skin when the magma-like blood flowed. Su Song quickly checked the information on the red furnace dwarf. Ordinary familiars, red furnace dwarves, an elite race that evolved from ordinary dwarves after a desperate bloodbath. Family level, elite creature, familiar talent, forge, inferno blood, faith level, true believer, faith power, 20,000/day, breeding ability, 1 liter/year, life cycle, 80 years, infancy 5 years, youth 10 years. Adult 55 years, senescence 10 years, talent, forging, increases the host's enlightenment in blacksmithing, talent, inflammatory blood, greatly increases the host's resistance to high temperatures, making it easier for the host to master fire attribute skills. Su Song was surprised, actually evolving into a natural elite life form. How great would it be if it were my core dependence? Just from the race information he saw, Su Song concluded that the red furnace dwarves were a very powerful race. If they cultivated, they would definitely be able to leave their peers far behind. However, such a superior race was not his core race, and Su Song could only sigh that fate was against him. Su Song gave the red furnace dwarves verbal encouragement, motivating them to work hard on their ironwork and to work hard on their humans to expand the community. In the following days, Su Song attended classes during the day, and worked hard at the explosion of soldiers at night. With the help of growth acceleration, it took Su Song only 4 days to restore the core favored locusts to their previous size. When the total number of locusts reached 7.3 billion, it also reached the maximum limit that the environment of the divine realm could withstand. With a wave of his hand, Su Song made a life sacrifice. 7.2 billion ordinary locusts were transformed into countless life energies that surged into the sacrificial field in the sky. 3 options once again appeared before Su Song's eyes. Option 1, Level 2 Holy Item, Tyrannical Eclipse Law Tattered. Once loaded into the core of the divine domain, the core race gains the ability to overeat, consuming food whose total energy exceeds its own by 1,000 times in order to complete its own evolution. The sacred relic is broken and only works on normal life forms. Option 2, Heroic Template. When given to a transcendent life form to use, it can help it to evolve into a heroic life form. Option 3, a bit of divinity. Each of the 3 options made Su Song swallow hard, because each of them was quite powerful. Level 2 Holy Relic. the ruins of the eclipse law. This holy relic could no longer be measured by numbers, as it could help the privileged ones complete the leap of life. Although it could only leap from an ordinary life form to an elite life form, it was enough to make one's eyes water, just like Su Song. If all of his ordinary grasshoppers were to collectively transform into elite life form grasshoppers, at that time, a sacrifice would be made. The rewards at that time would definitely be 10 times better than now. Of course, Su Song can only think of such things. 3 billion locusts with the ability to overeat can devour him just by eating, and he can't afford to raise them. The heroic template of the second option, which allowed a transcendent life form to evolve into a heroic life form, was just as valuable. Looking at the performance of the sword wind chopping iron, one could see the preciousness of this item. If it were to be auctioned, it would be enough for demigods to snatch it up. As for the third option, a bit of divinity, it was simple and crude. That represented 100 billion faith forces, or 100 million divinity forces. If you chose it, you would instantly become a billionaire. Faced with 3 options, Su Song meditated, and after further consideration, he chose option 1, Tier 2 holy item. Tyrannical eclipse law tattered was very useful for his core-dependent locusts. In the long run, it was far superior to the heroic template and a little bit of divinity. It was just that with his current resources, he was simply unable to raise too many tyrannical locusts, so Su Song had to settle for the second best solution of enchanting the tyrannical laws on the insect nests and aiming to cultivate 1 million tyrannical locusts every year. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the unification test approached, Su Song entered the divine realm and saw a group of giant locusts that were 1 meter long among hundreds of millions of insects. It was a new species that Su Song called the explosive plasma locust. It was a transcendent life form. In the morning, the sun shone brightly. Su Song entered his new class and went to his seat. Lu Weru waited for a long time. Seeing Su Song coming, he stood up and went over. Lu Weru asked Su Song, "Are you willing to be my slave?" How strong is Lu Weru's obsession to take himself as a slave? Lu Weru asked in an angry tone, leaving Su Song speechless. Lu Weru, I am not weak now, I am able to defend myself, Lu Song said. However, Weru is still unwilling to do this. Having such an idea shows that you are not mature enough. Let me ask you, do you know where you are coming from? Do you have the resources? You don't have either, and you want to stand out from the crowd of demigod children with your locusts? Too naive. Your grasshopper cultivation is good, but it's ultimately too weak. As for the dwarf taming, it's brilliant, but it's not your core. Lu Weru said a lot of things, but to Su Song's ears, it's all nonsense. I appreciate your kindness, but we'll see if I can do it after the test. Su Song replied and bored into the Divine Realm landing capsule, waiting for the test to start. Lu Weru only felt that his hot face was sticking to his cold bottom, and was so angry that he hated to leave. When he saw Lu Weru, whom he considered to be the goddess of his own life, suffering in front of Su Song, his heart felt like a blazing fire burning in his heart. Su Song, one day, I will make you a hero, and I will not let you go. Su Song, one day, I will let you out of Lu Weru's sight completely. Not long after, the class teacher, Li Feng, came into the classroom. His demigod projection entered each student's interface. This unified examination organized by the school is very important, as it concerns the class's future share of the allocated resources. For the sake of their future, the students are also asked to bring out their maximum strength for this test. Of course, the teacher will not be stingy with the students with excellent results. Sacred relics, divine domain lands, core fragments, legions of dependents, and so on. All kinds of reward resources are in my hands, so as long as you have the ability, feel free to take them. With 2 simple sentences, he made the hearts of the 62 students in the class beat faster. I will now distribute the rules of the unified test to everyone. The rules were sent to each student's interface, and Su Song spent a few minutes skimming through the information, getting a rough idea in his heart. As in previous years, this unified exam was divided into 2 stages, the first stage being the elimination system, and the second stage being the ranking system. In the elimination system phase, all students were given the same difficulty test. Those who passed would have their class score increased by 1, and those who didn't pass would be directly eliminated from the school. It was no wonder that the school's Unified examination system was ruthless, because if the civilization of God's domain wanted to continue to develop, it relied on the survival of the fittest, and only the best were entitled to more and better resources. It was only optimal for the end of the line to leave earlier. After passing the elimination system phase of the test, the students would have the qualifications to stay and study, and could choose to withdraw from the test or continue the challenge based on the strength of their remaining dependents. Those who withdraw will have no connection to the rankings. Only those who continued the challenge and successfully passed would be qualified to enter the school's rankings. This was the second stage of the unified examination, the ranking system. In the ranking system stage, the exam adopted an unlimited challenge system in which invaders were teleported in wave after wave. For each wave, the individual's ranking would increase and the class points would be added by 1. The last 3 places in the top class would be awarded points. Su Song swept his eyes over the end of the rules and was tickled to see the rewards that students could receive within the rankings. Ranked: 1 random basic resource card, top 100-inch divine territory worth 100 divine power, type of your choice, top 50, a level 1 holy artifact, top 30, a breeding card. The breeding card can increase the reproduction rate of your dependents by 5 times for 10 years, top 20, 1 level 1 building, a shrine, within a 100-meter radius of the shrine. There is a level 1 primary sacred aura that can speed up the recovery of pets from injuries. Top 10, a divine weapon worth up to 100,000 divine power. Style of your choice, top 5-inch a transcendent seed, capable of accelerating an elite life form's comprehension of transcendent power and entry into the transcendent realm. Top 3, divine domain core level +1, first place, 1 divinity point. In other words, if someone was able to win first place, the school's rewards alone would be enough to turn them into a wave of wealth. On top of that, there was also the class teacher's reward, which wasn't listed. For the sake of the rewards, fight! Su Song roared wildly in his heart. 10 minutes later, the unified exam entered the preparation stage, and Su Song's consciousness plunged into the landing capsule of the divine realm, and he saw himself turn into streams of light as he flew into the void. The other students did the same, and a stream of light transformed into a boy and a girl in the void. At the center of the 700 or so boys and girls was a slowly rotating golden wheel of light, from which Su Song could see his class teacher Li Feng's aura, as well as his headmaster Han Meishua's aura. It was believed that the class teachers of each class were among them. They were not only responsible for maintaining the normal course of the unified examination, but also for supervising the students and preventing cheating. It didn't take long for students from all classes to arrive. An emotionless, mechanical voice rang out from the golden wheel of light. The first elimination round of this year's unified graduation exam is about to begin, please get ready. The faces of many students became tense. It was a matter of whether they could stay in school and study or not. Even students with top 10 grades would inevitably panic for a moment. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the clock ticked down, Su Song returned to his divine domain. He saw that a huge one-way portal had appeared at the edge of his divine domain. A gust of ominous aura emerged from the portal. He nervously called all the familiars under his command to raise their spirits and deal with the foreign enemy. Finally, there was movement in the portal. The sound of galloping could be heard from near and far, and finally, a group of demons jumped out of the portal, a large group of obese demonic creatures with demonic aura wrapped around their bodies surged out of the portal. Su Song's eyes fixed on them, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The elimination match is just a knockout match. Is it such a big game? This kind of demonic creature that Su Song had seen in the textbooks was a demonic creature from the demon abyss civilization called the Flesh and Blood Demon Puppet. Although it was an ordinary life form, its combat power was comparable to that of an average elite life form, and its skin was thick and extremely resistant. It was a kind of inexpensive cannon fodder. The good thing was that they had one extremely fatal weakness, which was that they moved slowly, and Su Song was absolutely certain that they would be destroyed. He sent out a divine domain and ordered 50,000 plasma locusts to attack and perform magma self-destruction. In an instant, the area where the Flesh and Blood Demon puppets were located was covered in hot magma. With each step forward, the 10,000 Flesh and Blood Demon puppets suffered continuous damage from the high temperature. No, they couldn't run fast enough. And there were also a large number of self-destructing locusts harassing them from high in the air. A large number of flesh and blood devil puppets died on the magma, their flesh and blood were scorched by the fiery magma, and they actually bubbled with a meaty aroma. Noticing this, Su Song sent the red furnace dwarves to drag back some of the dead flesh and blood demon puppets and feed the corpses to the common locusts. Unexpectedly, the corpses were rich in nutrients and energy, and the locusts were able to digest them after eating them. This gave Su Song a new idea. He hastily exchanged the level 2 holy relic on the insect nest, the tyrannical eclipse law remnant, and the 2 level 1 holy relics on the divine domain core. Immediately, all the locusts flying in the divine domain were affected by the divine domain core and felt incomparably hungry in their bellies. All the flowers, plants, and trees in the divine domain became their food, including the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets. Each grasshopper swelled as it ate madly, jumping from ordinary life forms to elite life forms. Su Song was ecstatic as he watched 10,000 flesh and blood demon puppets served as food, and in less than 5 hours, there were more than 5,000,000 elite tyrannical eating locust lifeforms under his command. How was that an examination? It was clearly a food supply. If all the following trials are like this, the trials will be even harder, Su Song said excitedly as he released his growth acceleration ability to explode the soldiers. The unified trials continued. More students suffered from the attacks of the flesh and blood demon puppets. In the golden wheel of light, the 12 classroom teachers dispersed their divine sense and focused on the situation of all the students' divine realms. I was quite optimistic about him, but another student has been eliminated. A class teacher sighed. 20 students have already been eliminated from my class, and the attrition rate is 1/3. It's even worse in my class. Half of the students have already dropped out. Isn't the difficulty of this unified exam a bit excessive? The director of instruction, Han Mei-shua, let out a coughing sound to interrupt the complaints of the class teachers. The principal led 3 deputy principals to fight with the demon abyss civilization on the front line for the Empire, and there must be some reason for choosing the flesh and blood demon puppets as the invading enemy for the elimination test. It is inconvenient for us demigods to speculate. Yes, Principal Su is right, we just have to seriously complete the tasks given by the principal. Isn't that right, everyone? Han Meishua's face looked better this time. At this moment, Li Feng suddenly clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Good boy, those flesh and blood demon puppets that others consider a nightmare have actually become food for his dependents. What a handful." The other classroom teachers let their divine senses land on the interface that Li Feng was watching. There were still subordinates who could resist the poisons contained in the flesh and blood of the flesh demon puppets. They even knew how to roast them before eating them. Locusts could ignore the toxins of the flesh and blood demon puppets. This is a new discovery. It has research value. The class teachers praised Su Song after seeing the scene of him gnawing on the flesh and blood demon puppet with the locusts. Tian Xiongfei stood behind the crowd, his face as ugly as if he had eaten shit. The class teachers praised Su Song after seeing the scene of him gnawing on the flesh and blood demon puppet with the locusts. It's just a matter of getting lucky and hitting the right spot. In terms of strength, his locusts are garbage, Tian Xiongfei said indignantly. I can't agree with you, Mr. Tian. Li Feng has always been at odds with Tian Xiongfei, so of course he had to seize the opportunity to beat Tian Xiongfei now. Luck is also a part of strength. Besides, if you look closely, the grasshoppers he cultivated are not weak. Saying that, Li Feng zoomed in on the screen and showed the fried plasma locust cultivated by Su Song. Hey, transcendent life forms. Although it could only be considered the lowest on the list of transcendent life forms, it was still considered to have crossed the threshold of transcendence. A classroom teacher with probing abilities commented, "Transcendent life form locusts, aren't they still locusts? Their comprehensive combat power is only on par with an ordinary life form goblin, and in some aspects, it's even inferior to a goblin." Tian Xiongfei sneered. "Teacher Tian, you're being one-sided. You can't always compare the shortcomings of the grasshoppers with the advantages of other races. I'm asking you, the locusts can expand their colony 100 times a year, can the goblins do the same? I won't argue with you, let's look at the results. There is a student named Tian Qing in my class, his family are goblins. I bet that Tian Qing's final score will be better than Su Song's. Don't you dare." Tian Xiongfei held his breath, looking for a reason to vent his anger. Li Feng and Tian Xiongfei are not used to each other. And he was stimulated by Tian Xiongfei's sentence, "Do you dare? What do you dare? Bet on bet. I bet our class Su Song's results must be better than your class." Tian Qing. Li Feng hit the table. Tian Xiongfei face with a cold smile. "Good, everyone here is a witness. If I win, I don't want much, 5 points of divinity." "You can afford it," Li Feng said. "If you lose, you have to compensate me with 5 points of divinity." "No problem, it's settled," Tian Xiongfei said. He was very confident that Tian Qing would do well. After all, Tian Qing was his own nephew. To help Tian Qing pass the unified test, he gave Tian Qing a lot of resources and guidance, both publicly and privately, just to let Tian Qing give himself a face in the unified test. As for Su Song, Tian Xiongfei didn't believe that Li Feng would give Su Song a lot of resources. After all, there were quite a few good students in Li Feng's class. And Su Song's current performance was not worthy of being given resources to cultivate. The two class teachers made a bet. Out of more than 700 candidates, only 430 candidates passed the elimination stage of the exam. The pass rate was barely 60%. The faces of the class teachers in the Golden Wheel of Light were not very good. This result was more or less unimpressive. When it came to the step of deciding whether or not to take the rank examination, another 130 students decided to quit the examination right away. What a bunch of unproductive thugs. A famous grumpy class teacher opened his mouth and cursed. "Don't blame the students, the difficulty of this unified test is very high, and it's normal for some people to quit. The students who can survive a difficult war are the ones we should cultivate in the future." The class teachers of each class nodded their heads after hearing this, and their gazes fell on the interface of the remaining students in their classes. "The rank evaluation will now begin," the emotionless mechanical voice announced to the remaining 300 students. An even thicker sinister aura emanated from the huge teleportation portal. Cackling sounds came from inside. The students who continued with the exam were inevitably nervous. Soon, the invading alien race appeared. It was a walking skeleton soldier, 100,000 in total. The classroom teachers in the Wheel of Light, as well as the students conducting the examination, stared in awe and unanimously uttered 2 words of astonishment. "Just this?" It was well known that skeleton soldiers were the lowest form of magical creatures. In dimensional wars, they were often used as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's combat power. Moreover, the first wave of skeleton soldiers were clearly only the lowest level of ordinary demonic creatures. There wasn't even an elite demonic creature among them. This point was almost for nothing. The 130 students who decided to skip the test regretted their guts. If they had known that the next test would be skeleton soldiers, they wouldn't have skipped it. That thing, the skeleton soldier, was almost everyone's fool. But the world doesn't sell regret pills. Those students who failed the test can only blame themselves for being too weak. In the divine realm, Su Song cautiously looked at the huge number of skeleton soldiers in front of him. He was a bit annoyed. The result of the ranking examination that the invading ethnic groups were skeleton soldiers made him love and hate them at the same time. Love, because the skeleton soldiers were weak and could be easily defeated even by self-destructing locusts, and hate because the skeleton soldiers had only 2 or 3 pieces of flesh in their bodies, not enough to fill their teeth. In Su Song's God realm, there are more than 1 billion hungry locusts waiting for food to realize the leap of life. Su Song sighed and issued an oracle commanding those 1 billion hungry locusts to attack. Even though ordinary locusts are weak, when more than 1 billion of them gather together, the destructive power of the locusts will increase exponentially. More than 1 billion locusts turned into a black cloud and collided with the skeleton soldiers who had invaded the divine realm. Countless skeleton soldiers were lifted up and fell heavily, shattering into skeletons. There were also countless locusts that were crushed by the skeleton soldiers and turned into mush. The scene could be summed up as follows: vegetable chickens pecking at each other, a low level of damage, an extremely high level of sound. 2 hours later, the battle was over. The ground was littered with dead locusts and broken bones. The locusts affected by the sacred darkness law were really hungry, and they could only eat the corpses of their companions on the ground to satisfy their hunger. Soon, all that was left on the ground was a large area of withered bones. Su Song didn't want the bones to contaminate his divine realm, so he sent out another oracle and ordered the grasshoppers to clear the bones from the ground and put them into the large furnace built by the red furnace dwarves. With the number of locusts under his command, every 10 locusts that picked up a piece of bone could also clean up the ground. Without waiting for Su Song to rest, the second wave of skeleton soldiers arrived. There were still 100,000 of them. However, there were also quite a few iron-boned skeleton soldiers who belonged to the elite demons among them. With the iron-boned skeleton soldiers, Su Song could no longer let the ordinary grasshoppers die. The combination of self-exploding locusts and plasma-exploding locusts was once again in action. The self-exploding locusts were responsible for holding back the skeleton soldiers, while the plasma-exploding locusts exploded into magma, causing massive damage while leaving a fiery magma floor that continued to inflict high-temperature damage on the skeleton soldiers who didn't die. Even the iron-boned skeleton soldiers would have trouble surviving in the magma for too long. Soon, the second wave of Su Song's attack was also crushed. After noticing the killing power of the magma floor against the skeleton soldiers, Su Song had a new idea. He would simply keep the magma on the ground, and from time to time, he would have the frying plasma locusts spray some fresh magma on top of it to keep the temperature up, and he also told the red furnace dwarves to use the great melting furnace to melt a large amount of ore, which was then burned into a fiery, flowing slurry and poured onto the magma floor. This operation makes the portal outside, a large area in the depth of the forbidden zone. The temperature is so high that there will be an instantaneous vaporization and gasification of the flesh. The skeleton soldiers who teleported out of the portal were destroyed by the heat before they could even begin to play their role in the invasion, which was really sad. Su Song relaxed outside, letting the iron sword wind keep an eye on those who escaped the net. No matter how many skeleton soldiers came in the third, fourth, and fifth waves, they were all easily disposed of. In the Golden Wheel of Light, the class teachers in charge of supervising Su Song's operation exclaimed, "Damn, this young man, his ideas are truly unique." When others fought against the skeleton soldiers, they relied on their familiars and equipment. Su Song, on the other hand, fights the skeleton soldiers by building volcanoes. This idea is really a few blocks ahead of the other students, and it's fast, immediate, and highly efficient. What's so great about it, isn't it just a matter of taking it to the seventh wave? Our class, Tian Qing, has also entered the seventh wave, Tian Xiongfei said reluctantly. Numerous class teachers glanced at Tian Qing's divine realm. There were broken bones everywhere in the divine realm. All of the goblin familiars under Tian Qing's command had a large bone staff as their weapon. Some of the classroom teachers noticed that the goblins under Tian Qing's command had already built a life-jumping path to evolve from ordinary life forms to elite life forms. Ordinary goblins, after training and meeting the standards, could be promoted to elite life forms. The Big Brother Brin had a strong body and thick skin, and its overall rating exceeded that of the flesh and blood demon puppet. In addition, the class also noticed that there were so many buildings in the Tian Qing divine realm: 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 lightning towers, and 12 level 1 fireball towers, and the total value of these buildings alone wouldn't be less than 10 million divine strength. They all exclaimed, "This kid's family has a mine, right?" Tian Xiongfei saw the shocked looks of many of the classroom teachers and felt smug in his heart. The reason why Tian Qing's God's domain was the size it was because of him, his uncle. In the building, a large part of it was found by his uncle. The life leap was also perfected by him. The reason for this was to compete as much as possible for the rewards of the unification trials. If Tian Qing was able to shine in this unification exam and come in first, then all these efforts would be worth it. However, Tian Xiongfei hadn't even been happy for 3 seconds before the many class teachers were attracted to the battle situation in another student's divine realm. In Lu Weiru's divine realm, 100 level 1 lightning spires towered over him, and the total number of thunder sparrows that were born as supreme life forms was as high as 300,000. In addition, Lu Weiru also had 100 transcendent life forms, the ancient tree giants. served as ordinary familiars to assist in battle, and Lu Weru has already given birth to a heroic life form among her core dependents, the Golden Crown Thunderbird. Skeletons that entered her divine realm, regardless of their level, wouldn't last 5 seconds before they were overwhelmed by countless raging thunderbolts, electrocuting them into broken bones. The scene was really one-sided. The daughter of the Qin family is really strong enough. I can't compare. Others have mines in their houses, but Lu Weru has a house in the mine. She's so powerful that even a demigod like me doesn't have as many cards as she does. In the past, I heard that Lu Weru was in the top 3 of the class, but now it seems that the top of the class is just like that. When Tian Xiongfei hears the other class teachers' praise, his heart drips with blood. Lu Weru was originally a student in his class. Her achievements should have belonged to his achievements, but now, it has been cut off by this Li Feng kid. It's all Su Song's fault. I'll make him pay for it. Tian Xiongfei's grudge against Su Song had reached full strength and turned into hatred. No one in the classroom noticed Tian Xiongfei's emotions. Their eyes fell on the remaining screens and picked out the other students who had performed better than them. Sun Xiaolin, Su Shute, Huang Fei were all outstanding students who were expected to compete for the top 10 in their year. As the ranking process continued, the 10th invasion wave came to an end. There were still 18 students who were holding out. Su Song was one of them. The 11th invasion wave is about to begin. The difficulty has increased drastically, so please prepare yourself mentally. An emotionless mechanical voice spoke to remind the 18 students who were still holding out. The 18 students immediately stood on guard, their eyes fixed on the portal, only to see a figure slowly emerge from the portal. The class teachers let out a collective fuck you when they saw the figure. It was because the intruder in this wave was a heroic life form. An ordinary heroic life form was not bad enough to make the class teachers lose their minds. After all, countless facts proved that even a heroic life form as strong as Sword Wind Chopper Iron couldn't withstand the siege of a large number of dependents, but this heroic life form that appeared in the ranking test was different. Its overall strength was weak, and it could even be said to be at the bottom of the list of heroic life forms. However, if it was placed in a special situation, the strength it could unleash would increase by 1,000 times, and it would be promoted directly to a higher-ranked Lord life form. And that special situation is the skeleton. The information about the hero life form is as follows: Bone Controller Race, Skeleton, Rank, Heroic, Skills, Bone Manipulation, Bone Polymerization. At the first moment, the heroic form, Bone Controller, entered the divine realm. The broken bones that were scattered on the ground flew toward the Bone Controller as if they were attracted to him. 10 waves of skeleton soldiers added up to millions. The broken bones were enough to pile up a huge mountain. Under the control of the Bone Controller, the countless broken bones gathered and transformed into a mountainous bone giant within 3 seconds. As the bone giant took shape, it began to erupt with astonishing destructive power. It could shatter mountains with a swing of its fist and crack the ground with a stomp of its foot. The familiars who had previously held the advantage suffered heavy blows. In less than 3 minutes, 8 students decided to withdraw from the test due to the heavy losses of their familiars. Various methods of stubborn resistance were still used by the remaining 10 students. However, the image of one of the students' divine realm made it difficult for the class teachers present to judge him. That student was Su Song, who had similarly let the Bone Controller of a heroic life form enter his divine domain. However, after entering, the Bone Controller didn't have much power, but was burned by Su Song's artificial volcano, and fled from east to west, scurrying around in his divine domain. This was only because the number of broken bones in Su Song's divine realm was extremely low. The vast majority of the broken bones were magma that had melted into ash. Without the broken bones to increase their strength, the Bone Controller's combat power was pathetic, and they were chased and hacked into 18 pieces by the wind of the Iron Chopper Sword. Some of the key bones were also taken away by the Red Furnace Dwarves and prepared to be turned into faith equipment. In this way, Su Song became the first of the remaining 10 disciples to pass through the 11 invasion waves. This is cheating. Absolutely cheating, said Tian Xiongfei jealously. Su Song defeating the heroic life form Bone Controller so easily made him extremely unhappy. The other classroom teachers were also skeptical. It was just because Su Song's process of dealing with the bone controller was too easy, they couldn't help but think that Su Song had stolen the questions beforehand. Li Feng naturally wants to stand up for his disciples. Li Feng, you are harboring your disciples. Beware of me complaining and reporting you to the school, Tian Xiongfei threatened. Tian Xiongfei threatened, you openly slander my students, say that my students are cheating. Do you have any proof? Said Li Feng. Tian Xiongfei coldly grunted, still need proof? We are all clear-eyed people who can't see Su Song's unusual behavior against the skeleton soldiers. Who would take the initiative to clean up the battlefield after defeating the skeleton soldiers? Unless that person knew beforehand that there were bone controllers who could manipulate bones, cleaning up the broken bones on the battlefield could effectively reduce the strength of the bone controllers. I seriously doubt that Su Song knew the exam questions in advance. This is serious cheating behavior. The school must be strictly investigated. Li Feng was speechless, although he believed in Su Song's character. He also felt that this matter was too coincidental. Ahem, at that time, Han Meishue, the director of education, stood out. I'll say a fair word about Su Song's grades. The content of this unified examination was decided by the principal before he left. Even I didn't know the details before the exam started. If Su Song had knowledge of the exam content before the exam, then there is only one possibility. That is, the principal gave Su Song the questions. The last question made Tian Xiongfei break out in a cold sweat. It would mean that he suspected the principal of helping Su Song cheat if he continued to insist that Su Song had stolen the questions. The majesty of a true god could not be questioned, so Tian Xiongfei could not afford to risk questioning the headmaster, so he could only change his words and say, maybe I was wrong. Student Su Song relied on his own luck to defeat the bone controller. Still, Tian Xiongfei did not want to see Su Song get a good result. He continued, even if student Su Song didn't cheat, there's still a lot of water in his grade, and it's very unfair to the other students. The other homeroom teachers followed Han Meishue's lead, and now that Su Song had risen to prominence, they realized the crisis. As long as Su Song was suppressed, their students would have a chance to rise to the top and receive more generous rewards. Hearing Tian Xiongfei's words, Han Meishue's cold face showed a hint of mockery. Teacher Tian, as a demigod, do you know how ridiculous your words are? The divine realm civilization cultivates seeds and never talks about fairness, but rather the survival of the fittest. Regardless of what student Su Song relied on to get his good grades, as long as he didn't cheat, those grades should be his. As for what you said about fairness, do you think it is fair to the other students for you to use your authority to privately direct the resources to your nephew Tian Qing, Lu Weiru student, whose family is subsidizing tens of millions of divine power? Is it fair to the other students? Tian Xiongfei was immediately stunned. He never thought that the information he had secretly hidden had actually been known to Han Meishue for a long time. Bastard, so Tian Qing is your nephew, no wonder you wanted to bet him against me. Li Feng then reacted to the fact that Tian Xiongfei had made a good plan to trap him. Li Feng then reacted to the fact that Tian Xiongfei had come up with a good plan to trap him. However, when he thought about it, Su Song had appeared out of nowhere and easily solved the heroic life-form bone controller. He was happy again. My disciple Su Song has already passed the 11th wave of the exam. Your nephew Tian Qing wants to pass the 11th wave of the exam. The difficulty is unexpectedly high, right? Tian Xiongfei hastily looked at Tian Qing's interface. The bone giants controlled by the bone controllers were wreaking havoc in Tian Qing's divine realm, destroying a large number of buildings and wiping out countless elite life forms such as Big Brother Bling, and after withstanding a few bone giant attacks, Tian Qing couldn't stand it anymore and had to declare his failure. His grades were limited to 7th in his class, which was already quite good, but he was still far from Su Song. The result of the bet is announced. My disciple Su Song passed the 11th wave of the exam. Your nephew Tian Qing failed to pass the 11th wave of the exam. Mr. Tian, the teachers present are all witnesses. 5 points of godliness bet. You will not repay the debt, right? Li Feng is now happy. Tian Xiongfei really wanted to leave. Tian Xiongfei really wanted to run away, but he couldn't afford to lose face. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and take out 5 points of divinity from the divine realm. he condensed it into a card and gave it to Li Feng. He also didn't forget to give a warning, "Teacher Li, please keep this 5 points of divinity, one day I will get them all back." Li Feng nonchalantly took the 5 points of divinity card and replied, thank you for the divinity, I won't let that day come." The ranking test continued. After dissolving the heroic life form bone controllers, Su Song waited for a long time before the 12th invasion wave arrived. The leader was still a heroic life form bone controller, followed by 10 transcendent lifeform skeleton knights, and Su Song sent in sword wind slashing iron and 20 plasma locusts, easily resolving this invasion wave. But it wasn't so easy for the other disciples. Before they could clean up the broken bones on the ground, they had to kill a bone controller in the 11th wave. Waiting for the 12th wave, another bone controller ran out with 10 skeleton knights outside. These teenage geniuses generally had no psychological shadow. The heart is probably complaining. How to come again, no end to it. Unable to withstand the enormous pressure of the bone controllers, 3 more students cursed and withdrew from the test. The top 3 were Su Song, Lu Weiru, and Huang Fei. As for the number 1, they would have to wait a few more moments. In the 14th wave, Huang Fei's core members were seriously killed or injured. He decided to retire and became the 3rd ranked person. In the 16th wave, Lu Weiru's Thunder Sparrow core family was collectively exhausted. Half of the level 1 lightning tower was damaged, and 6 ancient tree giants were killed in battle. Knowing that they would not be able to withstand the next wave of attacks, they voluntarily withdrew from the trial, and Su Song automatically became the 1st ranked player. However, he did not know the result of the test and continued on. When the test came to the 20th wave, the first to appear in the portal was still the heroic lifeform bone controller. It was just that the number of transcendent lifeform skeleton knights following behind them was a full 5,000, but before the exploding plasma locust, the huge number was not an advantage, but rather a disadvantage. Explosions rang out, and the dense legion of skeleton knights suffered a huge impact that included not only explosions, but also accidental injuries from blowing up their companions. After several consecutive waves of bombardment, 5,000 skeleton knights were shattered. Their combat power greatly reduced. The bone controller wanted to converge on the shattered bones to counterattack, but the moment he stepped out of the portal, he was targeted by the chopping iron sword wind, which was also a heroic life form. A chopping iron style sent the bone controller to his death. The remaining skeleton knights were broken one by one under the guerrilla attack of the chopping iron sword wind and the red furnace dwarves. As the 20th wave of the invasion passed, all the classmates stared at the only remaining screen. Once again, an emotionless voice rang out, "The 21st wave of the invasion is about to begin. The difficulty level has increased dramatically, so please prepare your classmates psychologically." The message was given, the portal expanded violently, skyrocketing 4 times before stopping. A thick aura of death spread out from the portal, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly by several points. A magnificent white bone throne emerged from the portal. On the white bone throne, the skeleton lord with white bones like jade was sitting in a domineering manner. Beside him, 2 bone controllers stood respectfully as attendants, and underneath the white bone throne, there were 10,000 skeleton knights, strong as transcendent life forms. Their current duty was only to carry the sedan chair for the skeleton lord. Surprisingly, it was the skeleton lord. The watching classmates exclaimed in amazement. It was only the 21st wave, and a lord life form had appeared. It should be noted that even the demigods present could not see the existence of this class of Lord Lifeform. In the divine realm, Su Song knew that his challenge was over the moment he saw the Skeleton Lord. The Skeleton Lord's life form was in no way something that the current him could fight against, not even if he had a geographical advantage and tricky means. He decided to give up the trial. The moment Su Song announced that he was withdrawing from the trial, a huge suction force was released from the portal. This suction pulled the Skeleton Lord backward. The bone controllers and skeleton knights couldn't even hold on for a second before being sucked back to their original realms. Only the Skeleton Lord was able to hold on for 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, the Skeleton Lord didn't attack. Instead, he roughly broke one of his ribs and threw it out with great force. The rib turned into a stream of light and flew to the other end of the Su Song divine realm, out of the suction range. Only when the rib landed smoothly did the skeleton lord give up his resistance and was transported back to his original dimension, along with the skeleton throne beneath him. Su Song watched with fear and trepidation, for he was truly terrified that the skeleton lord would take advantage of the situation to launch an attack. With the power of the lord's life form, it was enough to easily kill any heroic life form. Su Song would have suffered a huge loss if Chopping Iron Swordwind had been killed. Fortunately, everything was over, and Su Song was teleported back into the void. As he raised his eyes, the golden wheel of light rose and lifted up a huge list. All the students who had taken the rank test were listed on it. At the top of the list, where the first place was, Su Song's name shone brightly. Su Song was surprised and happy. Although he expected to do well, he never expected to do so well. Immediately after that, another list was transmitted from the Golden Wheel of Light. It listed the combined scores of the 12 classes. Su Song only paid attention to the scores of 2 classes. One was Li Feng's class, which scored a total of 252 points, placing it at the top of the list, surpassing the second-ranked class by 20 points and propelling it to the top of the top 3 classes. The other is Tian Xiongfei's class, which scored 192 points and ranked 8th. When Tian Xiongfei saw the list, he was so angry that he wanted to punch the wall. If Su Song hadn't switched classes and stayed in his class, the top class title would have fallen to his class. Tian Xiongfei regretted and hated it, but there was nothing he could do about it. This time, not only did he not get the honor of being the top class, he also lost 5 divinity points in the game, so it could be said that he lost everything to his grandmother's house. On the contrary, Li Feng's entire being was filled with great joy. His class had become the top of the top class, and he had also gained 5 divinity points for nothing. It could not be summed up in a single word: joy. After looking at the results, some students were forced to withdraw. These were the students who had failed the elimination test, and what would greet them would be expulsion from the school. The Divine Kingdom wasn't harmed by the lack of school enrollment. However, with the loss of the school's resource support, the road to becoming a god in the future was bound to be incredibly bumpy. The probability of successfully sealing a god would also be very low. Among the remaining students, some were happy and some were sad. Regret was written all over the faces of the 130 students who voluntarily gave up the rank test. If they had known that the first few waves of the rank test would be so easy, they would never have given up. No, there were no regret pills for sale in the world. They could only watch with bated breath as the other students received their rewards. The award ceremony began. First, the students who were on the ranking list would randomly receive a basic resource card. With a spin of the Golden Wheel of Light, the basic resource card was distributed to every student on the ranking list. Su Song smacked his lips as he looked at the iron or resource card in his hand. This iron or resource card was worth a maximum of 2 divine strength. It was true that the rewards of a single hand were not worth much money. Immediately after that, the rewards for the top 100 were also distributed, and they were worth 100 divine power of divine territory. After much deliberation, Su Song chose the highest-priced dense forest terrain, which was worth 5 divine power per square kilometer, for a total of 20 square kilometers. The reason for his choice of dense forest terrain was that dense forest terrain could produce wood, which was helpful for the red furnace dwarf forge, and taller vegetation grows more leaves, which provides more food for the grasshoppers. All in all, the dense forest terrain was more cost-effective for Su Song. Next, the top 50 were rewarded with a level 1 holy artifact. In front of the top 50 students, a list of level 1 holy artifacts appeared, listing all the level 1 holy artifacts the school had stored. Su Song's eyes went wild as he looked at the long list. He realized that the school was that rich that the number of level 1 sacred artifacts was in the tens of thousands. Just when Su Song didn't know which level 1 holy relic to choose, his class teacher, Li Feng, sent him a voice message. Su Song, if I were you, I would choose the level 1 holy relic. The Poison Mist Pearl. This was equivalent to a bright answer, so how could Su Song not understand it? He immediately chose the level 1 holy object, Poison Mist Pearl, from the list as his reward. Top 30, a breeding card. Top 20, a level 1 shrine. Finally, to the higher gold level stage, the top 10 rewards, a divine power weapon required to be worth less than 100,000 divine power. Su Song thought about the divine realm. The sword wind chopper iron had 4 storm wind great swords and currently didn't need to change weapons. Even if they were to change weapons, they would have to change all 4 at the same time. It would be better to change only one. The core-dependent locust can't use the weapons and doesn't need to be considered. Without both, the attribution of this divine weapon would fall to the red furnace dwarf. Combining the attributes and racial characteristics of the red furnace dwarves, Su Song entered the fire attribute and the hammer weapon into the search criteria. The search interface quickly displayed the appropriate options, and Su Song's eyes fell on the most valuable divine power Warhammer, Purgatory, worth 99,999 divine strength, made from the core of the Overlord lifeform Purgatory Hydra. It contains massive flame energy, minimum requirement for use, fire-type heroic lifeform. Looking at the information on the Purgatory Warhammer, Su Song fell into deep thought. This Warhammer met all of his requirements perfectly, but only the last usage requirement made his balls hurt. He didn't have a fire heroic life form. But if he lowered his requirements and looked for a divine weapon that could be used by an elite red furnace dwarf life form, Su Song was not willing to do so. Only a fool would let go of the opportunity to gather the school's wool for nothing. After thinking it over, Su Song took this Purgatory Warhammer anyway. If he can't use it now, he'll put it in storage. When the red furnace dwarves come out with a hero, they can pick it up and use it directly. Top 5 rewards, Transcendent Seeds in hand. Top 3 rewards, Divine Domain Core Level +1, in hand. At the end of the day, under the eyes of many students, Han Mei Shue, the director of instruction, personally handed the card containing a bit of divinity to Su Song. At that moment, even Lu Weiru, who had a home in the mine, was drawn to the divinity card. Although her family had money, this thing called divinity, which divine being would have too much of it. Su Song put the divinity card into the divine realm. Only then did the unified exam award ceremony officially end. Back to the classroom, Li Feng, the class teacher, swept his eyes over the remaining 42 students in the classroom. After a round of encouraging words, Li Feng said aloud, "The unified exam is a dividing line in high school, and I believe that the students who can stay are all elites. Here are the top 3 in our class to come up to the stage to receive their class rewards." Under the watchful eyes of the students, Su Song, Lu Weiru, and a student named Su Bamboo Shoots stepped onto the stage. Su Song was the first in his class and the first in his grade. Lu Weiru was the second in his class and the second in his grade. Lu Weiru ranked second in his class and second in his year. Su Song ranked third in his class and fifth in his year. Sun Xiaolin, who had good strength, ranked fourth in his class and ninth in his year, which was also a good performance, but not among the class awards. Li Feng opened the class resource list and displayed it in front of all the classmates. Li Feng opened the class resource list and showed it to all the students. He just wanted all the students to see for themselves that the students with good grades would be rewarded richly, motivating the students to work hard. Li Feng announced that the class reward would be 100 class points and the ability to choose one of the class's treasures. The students below were shocked by the class teacher's grand gesture. The class resources were divided into 2 types. One was mass resources, which included a variety of common resources such as level 1 holy relics, basic resources, and low-quality divine domain territories that could be exchanged for class points. The other type was higher-level resources, which were stored in the class's higher-level resource bank. The resources inside could not be exchanged for class points and were specially set aside by the school to speed up the cultivation of top students. Su Song glanced at the list of the class higher resource treasure room. There were only 6 resources on it, all of which were level 2 holy artifacts: Giant's Fist, Well of Life, Basalt or Core, level 2 skill, Frozen Rocket, level 2 building, Goblin Nest Ordinary and Transcendent Lifeform, Lion and Tiger Beast. Among the 6 resources, some could directly increase strength, while others had a high utility value. Su Song made his decision after 3 seconds of thinking. He chose the Well of Life, Life Fountain. It could erupt a large amount of spring water containing life energy to nourish life and improve the surrounding environment. As long as the Well of Life was placed in the divine realm, it would have a direct effect on Su Song's core dependents, the grasshoppers. In the long run, its total value was far greater than the other 5 resources. Li Feng looked at Su Song as he made his choice with a satisfied expression. Su Song didn't stubbornly pursue strong fighting power, but rather recognized his own strengths and built on them. This was something Li Feng was very optimistic about. After Su Song chose his reward, Lu Weiru and Su Bamboo Shoots also received their respective class rewards. Lu Weiru received 80 class points and a level 2 building, Goblin Nest. Su Bamboo Shoots received 60 class points and a transcendent life form, Lion Tiger Beast. The students in the class who didn't receive any rewards looked at the 3 of them with envy. After receiving their rewards, they returned to their seats, and just as they sat down, Su Song received a private voice message from Su Shoot. Student Su Song, sell me the piece of divinity you obtained in a unified exam. I'll exchange 100 million and 5 million divine energy with you. Trade now. Su Song frowned. Trading among classmates is a common occurrence, but you have a commanding tone that makes people very upset. Besides, a little bit of divinity is condensed out of 100 million divine energy. Su Song is actually willing to pay an extra 5 million divine energy. Is his family burned with too much money? Su Song doesn't think that Su Song is a loser. There must be something wrong with this trade offer. Seeing Su Song's delay in answering, Su Shoot urged, what's there to hesitate about, as long as you agree, 100 million and 5 million divine powers are yours. This amount of divine power is enough for you to buy a locust life leap root and change your destiny. Su Song sneered. Su Song's anxious urging made Su Song certain that there was definitely a hole in the offer. I don't agree. Su Song simply refused. 110 million divine powers. After this village, there won't be a shop like this anymore. Su Song used just one word to make his stance clear. Su Song gritted his teeth in anger. His family had 19 demigods and 1 quasi-true god. It's not too much to say that they are powerful, but what does Su Song's family have? Who gave him the courage to be selfish? Su Song's classmate, my grandfather, is preparing to ascend to the true god, and he is in great need of divinity. If you sell me this piece of divinity, I'll owe you a favor in addition to the divine power. In order to get the divine essence, Su Shoot patiently sent another voice private message to Su Song. 110 million divine energy was definitely a huge amount of money. If he could obtain this amount of divine energy, he would definitely be able to increase the number of grasshopper-bearing divine domains tenfold. At that time, would there be less of something like divinity? Just as Su Song was about to agree to Su Shoot's proposal, another private message arrived. It was from Lu Weiru. I'm offering 150 million divine strength to buy that piece of divinity you harvested from the unification trial. Do you agree? Su Song's entire body froze. 150 million divine energy, a full 40 million divine energy higher than Su Song's bid. Is Lu Weiru that bad with money? Besides, this price was far beyond the value of a bit of divinity itself. Why did Lu Weiru spend 50% more divine energy to buy a bit of divinity? Su Song couldn't help but ask, isn't one bit of divinity worth 100 million divine energy? Soon after, he received Lu Weiru's reply to his private message. Don't you know that little bit of common sense? A small amount of divinity can indeed be condensed into 100 million divine powers, but the prerequisite is that the gods have to produce it themselves. That is, they condense the divine power through the faith power generated by their own subordinates and then use it to condense their own divinity. If it were mixed with the faith power of other gods, the success rate of condensing divine nature would be greatly reduced. The current market price of godliness was 145 million god energy, and there was no market for it. After listening to Lu Weiru's popularization, Su Song immediately realized the value of divinity. At the same time, he awakened. That kid, Su Shoot, was actually blatantly trying to take his place. Su Song directly replied to Su Zhao with the word, get lost. Su Song received the reply and was about to blow his lungs out. Su Song, don't think you're crazy just because you happen to get first place in the unified trial. If you wait for me to sell your divinity to Lu Weiru, 150 million divinities will be in your hands. Su Song is now rich. This is just like an ordinary person who suddenly wins the lottery and ends up with $5 million. It's like an ordinary person suddenly winning the lottery and having $5 million. Perhaps Su Song's approach fell into the category of losing the watermelon and picking up the sesame seed in the eyes of the vast majority of people, but Su Song had no regrets. With this amount of divine power, he would be able to vigorously develop the divine realm and cultivate the disciples. When the time came, a sacrifice was made. Wouldn't that little bit of divinity come back? After returning home from school, Su Song rushed to the divine domain at the first opportunity. He wanted to use all the resources he received from today's unification exam and transform them into his power. 20 square kilometers of dense forest terrain was loaded into the divine domain and connected to the forests in the divine domain. The level 1 shrine chose the land to build on, and it was built not far from the Red Furnace Dwarven camp. The Well of Life found a piece of barren land to place it on. In time, the barren land would become fertile under the nourishment of the Well of Life. In addition, Su Song also used the breeding card on the locusts, causing the number of locusts, which were already good at reproducing, to skyrocket. After taking care of them, Su Song took the divine power weapon, Purgatory Warhammer and the Transcendent Seed and went to the side of the Red Furnace Dwarves. The number of Red Furnace Dwarves had slightly increased to 59 after this period of rest and recuperation. When there was no war, they were digging and smithing, and their lives were uneventful and extraordinarily full. Su Song's appearance caused the Red Furnace Dwarves to become agitated, and they all fell to their knees, calling out the greatness of the gods and praising them. Su Song looked at the Red Furnace Dwarves kneeling on the ground, and once again sighed in his heart, if only these were his own core members, how good would it be? He first made a few polite explanations, and then bestowed his divine weapon, the Purgatory War Hammer. He then found the strongest youth among these Red Furnace Dwarves and bestowed the Transcendent Seed on him, naming him the Divine Hammer to inspire him to improve his strength and soon become a hero by lifting the Purgatory War Hammer. The Red Furnace Dwarves who received 2 bestowals at once were thrilled, and their faith in Su Song became even purer. They all became devotees. The Red Furnace Dwarf God Hammer who received the Transcendent Seed even jumped to become a fanatical believer, and Su Song nodded gratefully and encouraged him a few more times before leaving. At this point in time, the only reward left over from the unification trial was the level 1 sacred item, Poison Mist Pearl that hadn't been used. At that time, Su Song had listened to the tips from class teacher Li Feng before choosing this holy relic, but what exactly was its use? Just as Su Song was wondering, a video application appeared. It was Li Feng, the class teacher, who appeared in front of Su Song's eyes. "Teacher, what is it that you want to see me about at this late hour of the night?" Su Song asked. Li Feng didn't make a fuss and said, "In today's test, Tian Xiongfei and I wagered 5 divine points to see who was better between you and Tian Qing, and I ended up winning." Su Song rushed over to congratulate him. "Congratulations, teacher. What does Li Feng getting 5 divinity points have to do with him?" Su Song, Li Feng smiled. "This bet also has your share of the credit, so I will share some with you." With that, Li Feng opened his hands and 2 items appeared. One was the divinity card that Su Song was familiar with, a living 150 million divine power. The other was an egg filled with black demonic gas. The egg was still beating and seemed to be alive. "The divinity map doesn't need me to introduce it. I'll concentrate on explaining this demonic hoop egg to you." Li Feng patiently said, "This is a trophy I obtained from my conquest in the outer regions, an egg born by the heavenly demon bug king himself, which was refined into a stillborn fetus using a special secret method. Even though it is stillborn, it is capable of producing 10 liters of demon fetal vegetation per day. Low-level bugs can assimilate into the lowest-level heavenly demon bugs by consuming the magical placenta. When you joined the class, I said that I would help you complete the core Familiar's life jump. This is one of the ways that I control regarding the locust's life leap." After listening to Li Feng's introduction, Su Song's gaze turned fiery towards the demon fetus egg. The main reason why he was not favored by the teachers was because his core dependents, the locusts, were too trashy. If he mastered a way to jump into life, and the locusts were assimilated into heavenly demon bugs, the potential of his subordinates, although not comparable to Lu Weiru's natural elite life form, Thunder Sparrow, could still reach the level of ordinary life forms, goblins and dwarves. "These 2 inch you choose one, consider it as my share to you." After winning the bet, Li Feng said. Su Song did not hesitate and chose the demon fetus egg. He had to take the core dependent locust's life leap route. seeing that Su Song chose the demon fetus egg. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction and added, the heavenly demon bugs and the poison attribute have a high degree of fit. You can load the level 1 sacred relic poison mist bead onto the core, and the result will definitely satisfy you. Su Song's eyes immediately brightened. Thank you, teacher, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Li Feng looked at Su Song with delight, and was about to hang up the call. Su Song suddenly called out to him. Song suddenly stopped him and continued to ask, teacher, please wait, I want to ask you, do you have a channel that provides large amounts of meat? It doesn't matter if the meat is of poor quality. Li Feng was puzzled. And then he came to a clear understanding. During the elimination test in the unified trials, Su Song had ordered the locusts to devour the flesh and blood demon puppets. If you want to feed the locusts with meat, I advise you not to use the meat bought at the shopping mall. The cost is too high and the return is very low. Li Feng advised. Recently, the headmaster raided a demonic abyss dimension. There must be a large number of corpses of flesh and blood demon puppets. I can inquire about it for you, then thank you, teacher. Su Song said with a rush of gratitude. Su Song had no choice but to do this. The effect of the level 2 sacred artifact tyrannical eclipse law was too powerful. Under its effect, the locusts in the divine realm turned into rice buckets and quickly dried up. With the increase in numbers, the production of the divine realm alone could not satisfy the locusts' appetite. Finding a food channel as soon as possible was the best plan. Li Feng nodded and left, while Su Song rushed to find a place to place the demon fetus eggs. Su Song then rushed to find a place to place the egg, and the egg soon produced the first drop of magical fetus. Su Song grabbed a grasshopper and let it take the magical fetus, and the grasshopper's body immediately rose up with a burst of magical energy. Su Song waited for 2 days for the cocoon to open, and a cocoon resembling the grasshopper was formed. In front of his eyes, a worm appeared that was 3 times the size of a locust, 10 centimeters long, with a sharper mouth and teeth, and a 5 centimeter long sharp horn on its head. Check the information. Core familiars, celestial demon bugs, preferred class, normal creature, favorite talent, brutality, faith level, berserker, power of faith, 1/day, life cycle, 200 days, 30 days in the larval stage, 150 days in the adult stage, 20 days in the senescent stage. Although still an ordinary creature, it is 100 times stronger than a grasshopper. This could be judged by the power of faith it possessed. At the same time, Su Song also noticed that there was no information on breeding in the heavenly demon worm's information. This meant that the heavenly demon bugs assimilated by the locusts could not reproduce. Every heavenly demon worm had to rely on magic placenta to assimilate. 1 drop of magic placenta can assimilate 1 grasshopper. 1 milliliter has 20 drops of magic placenta. 10 liters has 200,000 drops of magic placenta. If things go well, Su Song will be able to obtain 200,000 heavenly demon bugs every day. Over time, a power could also be accumulated. In addition, the newborn heavenly demon bugs were also affected by the sacred item overeating law, and they ate a lot of food right after they were born. After eating enough of 1,000 times its own energy, the heavenly demon worm increased in size by 10 times and was promoted to an elite life form. Su Song tried again and loaded the level 1 poison mist pearl onto the divine domain core. Suddenly, 1 in 1,000 of the huge number of grasshoppers was affected, and the poison mist grasshoppers that had mutated into ordinary life forms were able to release a trace amount of poison mist, which was not very useful. On the contrary, after the newborn heavenly demon bugs were affected by the poison mist pearl, more than 90% of them mutated to become elite poison mist heavenly demon bugs, and their strength skyrocketed. Su Song couldn't help but sigh. What teacher Li Feng said was indeed true. The heavenly demon bugs and the poison attribute were indeed more compatible. In a certain realm of the devil's abyss, the headmaster Yin Ping was worried about something. Although he was a true god, he had encountered a problem. It had been 4 years since he came to the devil abyss to wage war, and countless demons had died at the hands of his subordinates. However, as the war progressed, some small problems had become big problems over time. The battlefield was littered with the broken bones of the skeleton clan. Even though Yin Ping's side had built dozens of incinerators to clean up the broken bones, it was still a drop in the bucket, and because of the excessive burning, it also caused severe air pollution, causing the relatives to suffer from dust lungs and their lifespans to be greatly reduced. On top of that, disposing of the corpses of the flesh devil puppets was also a problem. This thing was not flammable, so throwing it into the incinerator for a long time would not allow it to be refined, thus wasting energy. Its flesh contained toxins, so even the beast familiars of the transcendent life forms did not dare to eat it easily. If left on the battlefield, it would also release magic gas, polluting the environment and causing a plague. Even if the corpse was sealed into a card, it would be a waste of effort, because there was no place to throw it. When the divine power in the card was exhausted, the corpse would burst out again and continue to pollute. Principal Yin Ping had a terrible headache because of this. At that moment, an interstellar video application came in. Principal Yin Ping frowned as he remembered that the caller was one of the school's teachers. The two of them were not on friendly terms, so why would this teacher want to spend a large amount of divine power to dial a private interstellar video? Connecting the video, Li Feng's figure appeared in front of the principal's eyes. Teacher Li, what is your business? Li Feng said bluntly. Back to the principal. The reason for rushing to call you on the video is to ask you if you can provide me with the corpse of a flesh and blood demon puppet. I have a student who wants to buy it. Principal Yin Ping was interested. What does your student want with the corpse of a flesh and blood demon puppet? Li Feng was honest. He wants to use it for his core dependents. His core dependents are locusts, which had consumed the corpse of the flesh and blood demon puppet during the unified trial elimination test and had no adverse reaction. Saying that, Li Feng sent the video of Su Song in the unified trials elimination test to the principal. After watching the video, the principal's eyes glazed over. Wasn't this student the little genius who had fought the demigods a few days ago? I didn't know the little locusts would be so useful. Immediately after that, he sighed. It's too bad that the living conditions in the demon abyss aren't suitable for locusts, otherwise we could have brought in a batch of locusts to feed on the flesh and blood of the blood-flesh demon puppets, saving us a lot of divine power. After that, the headmaster ordered his subordinates to collect 1 million corpses of flesh and blood devil puppets, sealed them into cards, and asked Li Feng to give them to Su Song as his headmaster's financial support for Su Song. Just like that, one day later, Li Feng sent another video invitation to the director. The reason was that he had eaten the blood-flesh demon puppets given yesterday and needed more, and it would be best to establish a long-term supply. The principal was astonished. How many locusts could eat 1 million flesh and blood demon puppets in a single day? As he marveled, the director was extremely happy. It was good for him to be able to dispose of the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets. It was only a long-term supply, but it couldn't be given away for free. After all, no one's divine power didn't come from the wind, and the director's family also had a sea of dependents to feed, so the daily expenditure of divine power was astronomical. However, since Su Song was the only buyer, the boss set the price very low. One divine power could buy 100 flesh and blood demon puppets at a starting price of 10,000 divine powers. This price could barely cover the master's divine power consumption. After hearing the price of the flesh and blood puppets from Li Feng, Su Song exclaimed that it was cheap, hundreds of times cheaper than the meat in the shopping mall. Su Song immediately waved his hand and bought for the first time. Starting with 1 million divine energy, with enough food, the locusts in Su Song's divine domain were able to develop greatly. Not only did the quantity skyrocket, but the quality also improved. Inside the divine realm, the number of elite life forms was in the billions. After the number of elite life form locusts reached the limit of what the divine domain could support, Su Song unleashed a life sacrifice. Once again, a huge sacrificial field appeared in the sky above the divine realm, and the 12 billion elite lifeform locusts instantly shattered and turned into countless channels of life energy that flooded into the field. After the array absorbed the last trace of life energy, 3 options appeared in front of Su Song's eyes. Option 1, 5 giant warriors, transcendent life forms. Option 2, level 3 skill crystal, poison explosion. It allows familiars to master the primary poison explosion technique when loaded into the divine domain core. It can also be given to heroic lifeforms to learn up to the highest level of poison explosion. Option 3, decomposition machine, decomposes matter and extracts pure energy. Seeing these 3 options, Su Song's eyes lit up. These 12 Billion elite lifeform locusts were worth dying for, and the things they could get in return were truly great. Option 1. 5 giant warriors. These were transcendent lifeforms, and they were giant clan warriors known for their destructive power. Even if they were taken out and sold, a giant warrior would fetch a high price of at least 10 million divine powers. Even if it wasn't sold, it would be excellent to keep it for yourself. As for the second option, the moment he saw it, Su Song felt the urge to take it. Level 3 Poison Mist Pearl plus Sky Demon Worm plus Level 1 Holy Item Poison Mist Pearl. It was a perfect match. Imagine the scene where tens of thousands of heavenly demon worms collectively exploded into thousands of legions, not a single one surviving for thousands of miles of bare ground. The image was so beautiful that Su Song felt goosebumps all over his body just thinking about it. However, his divine domain core was currently only at level 3, and after loading the level 2 sacred artifact, Tyrannical Eclipse Law Tatters and the level 1 sacred artifact, Poison Mist Pearl, there were no empty slots left to load the level 3 Poison Explosion technique. It would be a long time before he could use the Poison Explosion technique even if he cashed it out. As for the third option, the Disintegrator, it looked ordinary, but from its brief introduction, Su Song could see the extraordinary nature of the decomposition machine, decomposing matter and extracting energy crystals. Su Song had heard about energy crystals. It was very expensive and was said to be the food of the magic side familiars. If he chose the decomposition machine, he wouldn't be able to earn his divine power lying down every day. After thinking about the three options for a moment, Su Song made a decision: choose the decomposition machine and earn money lying down. After making his decision, the decomposition machine appeared in front of Su Song's eyes. To test the power of the decomposition machine, Su Song first found 5 tons of iron ore to conduct the experiment. The iron ore was put into the decomposition machine, and the decomposition machine began to run wildly. 5 hours later, 3 fist-sized energy crystals fell out. They were iron crystals. It could be used as food for certain special races, and it could also be used as a material for forging, and each one was worth 5 points of divine power. Not bad, not bad, it's a good way to make a fortune. Su Song was satisfied with the decomposition machine. Suddenly, a prayer appeared in Su Song's mind. This is the effect of the level 1 building. The red furnace dwarves were digging in the mines when they encountered an attack by the undead, resulting in the injuries of 3 red furnace dwarves, and the red furnace dwarf clan leader, God's Hammer, is fighting the undead. I hope the gods can grant divine grace to save the red furnace dwarves. Su Song's heart immediately tightened. How could there be an undead in his divine realm? Immediately, Su Song detached his consciousness to investigate the situation. When he found the location of the red furnace dwarf clan chief, God Hammer, Su Song's divine split descended. He saw that God Hammer was fighting with a skeleton. God Hammer was holding a weapon of faith modeled after the Purgatory Warhammer, which he was wielding with great power. His opponent was a small skeleton, only 1 meter tall. The skeleton's bones were like white jade, crystal clear, and it looked like a craft. This reminded Su Song of the Skeleton Lord who appeared in the 21st wave of the Unified Trials. The little skeleton and the Skeleton Lord were practically carved from the same mold. As he patiently watched the battle between the 2-inch, Su Song realized that the little skeleton was terrifyingly strong in battle. The small bone claws collided with the faith weapon Warhammer and could easily leave claw marks on the Warhammer. However, his bone claws were not even half damaged. Su Song unconsciously used the authority of a god to check the information of the small skeleton. The result was a failure. The system prompted that the little skeleton was not a follower of Su Song, and that Su Song had no means of detection and was unable to view its information, leaving Su Song helpless. Seeing that the divine hammer was no match for the little skeleton, he was busy giving an oracle and calling Sword Wind Zangetsu to fight. Sword Wind Chopper Iron was worthy of being a heroic life form, and with a whirlwind chop on the field, it shattered the little skeleton into a skeleton. However, the scattered skeletons recovered in an instant, and the small skeleton jumped up and killed Sword Wind Zangetsu again. Sword Wind Zangetsu's sword once again shattered the skeleton, but it would soon return to its original state. Su Song noticed that the second time the skeleton returned to its original state, it took 1 second longer than the first time. He then guessed that the small skeleton was not undamaged after being shattered. as the skeleton was broken again and again, its recovery speed gradually slowed down, and its strength also weakened. Su Song took the opportunity to convince the skeleton, submit to me, believe in me, and you will have a new life. The little skeleton backhanded out a bone claw and scratched Su Song's divinity bilocation to show its resistance. Su Song sneered, if the divine domain is not broken, his divinity bilocation will survive forever. Keep fighting until it surrenders. Su Song issued an oracle. Su Song gave an oracle that was strictly followed by Sword Wind and Hammer. 3 days later, Sword Wind Chopper Iron and God Hammer brought a pile of bones that had lost their luster to the divine temple. A faint female prayer rang out in Su Song's mind, I may return to the god. Su Song divine incarnation manifested in the divine temple and was very pleased to pat the naked brain of the small skeleton. Needless to say, it was quite a touch. Using his divine authority, he checked the information of the believers. The little skeleton's information was displayed in front of Su Song's eyes. Family name, skeleton family level, Lord Undead weakness crippled seal family talent, crystal bone, resurrection faith level, Pan believer, faith power, 1000000/day. Su Song blinked. Where did the life cycle of the little skeleton go? Come to think of it, the skeleton race belonged to the undead, and were originally dead creatures that had no life cycle at all. What Su Song could not believe was that the little skeleton in front of him was actually a Lord life form. Although it had a triple negative status, the essence of a Lord's life form was still there, so if he cultivated it, he might be able to restore the Lord's life form style to the small skeleton. Just as Su Song was thinking about little skeleton's future scenery, little skeleton's prayer came back to his mind, gods, I am hungry. Su Song hesitated. Little skeleton was crying out because he was hungry, but he definitely couldn't eat normal flesh and blood. After all, at first glance, the little skeleton didn't even have a digestive organ inside its chest cavity. I want bone. The prayer of the little skeleton was clearer. Su Song's hand clapped. I want bone, he said earlier. He gave an oracle and asked the locusts to bring a large number of bones from the flesh and blood demon puppets. The small skeleton rushed up and embraced the bones, absorbing the bone energy they contained. It took a minute to absorb a leg bone that was even longer than it was. It took a minute for the skeleton to absorb all the bone energy, turning the bones into dead bones while giving the skeleton a faint glow. Su Song frowned. According to this method of absorption, without 3 to 5 days, the skeleton would not be able to recover to its previous level, let alone improve its strength. At that moment, Su Song gave the order for a large number of the bones of the flesh and blood demon puppets to be put into the decomposition machine so that pure bone crystals could be extracted. Soon, a bone crystal stone was delivered. The soul fire in the small skeleton's eye sockets danced madly. If the bones he had just absorbed were steamed buns, this bone crystal stone in front of him was a full banquet. Little skeleton impatiently prayed, gods, give me what I want, and then Su Song ordered the bone crystal stone to be given to little skeleton. Clutching the fist-sized bone crystal stone, little skeleton absorbed it with great force, and the bones that made up his body quickly regained their luster. Follow me, you will absorb more bone crystals in the future, Su Song said. The soul fire pulsed madly in the eye sockets of the small skeleton. All of a sudden, he was promoted from a believer to a true believer. The amount of faith offered daily has increased tenfold to 10 million, which is 1/10 of the power of the gods. Su Song couldn't help but sigh. It's still the power of the master life forms. Even under the triple negative state of the master life forms, the faith is enough to crush 10 million heavenly devil worms. Su Song said, I can't help but think it's a good idea to give it a try. After Su Song had placed the small skeleton, he noticed the envy in the eyes of the Sword Wind and the Divine Hammer when they looked at the small skeleton. These two goods were jealous that the little skeleton had bone crystals to absorb. As a god, Su Song had to take care of each and every one of his dependents. Therefore, Su Song waved his hand and went to the shopping mall to buy wind attribute ore and fire attribute ore, buying 100 million divine power. Let the decomposition machine keep producing wind attribute and fire attribute energy crystals. If the subordinates can't use them all, they can take them to sell, and they won't lose any money. as for the rest of the divine power, Su Song will keep it for the locusts to buy flesh and blood magic puppets. After everything was done, Su Song looked at the time, it was 7:59 a.m., in the real world. It was time to go to school. The next moment, Su Song's figure teleported into the classroom. A minute later, class teacher Li Feng entered the classroom and announced, "Students, are you ready for a new challenge?" All the students in the room sat up straight and listened intently as Li Feng continued. "Once again, congratulations to the students who stayed, you are all elite. The next exam is the key to really closing the gap between you. It will even affect which college you will be admitted to in the future." Su Song raised an eyebrow when he heard about getting into colleges and universities. Grandpa's dying wish had allowed Su Song to go to the chaotic star sea of the Imperial Capital Academy to search for his missing parents. And the Imperial Capital Academy was one of the top colleges and universities in the Divine Realm civilization. This examination will be held on a miniature dimensional cluster controlled by the school, and the level of danger is relatively low, but that doesn't mean there's no danger. You will be transported to the Demon Abyss Realm C793826 next, and the specific content of the exam will be sent to you by email after you descend. Li Feng looked around at the students present, then he said out loud, "You have one more hour to prepare." As the words landed, the students in the classroom exploded. The Devil's Abyss Realm. It was said to be eternally filled with demonic aura, and if the disciples entered it, there was a great possibility that they would be corrupted by the demonic aura and become irrational demon creatures. Only demons and undead can survive normally. I've also heard that undead plagues break out there from time to time, and the undead attack every living thing like crazy, so who can handle that? Sun Xiaolin couldn't stop the joy on his face the moment he heard Li Feng announce that the trial realm was in the demon abyss. Since his core family members were demons, he had an inherent advantage. Sun Xiaolin had already predicted that he would advance in this type of invasion realm examination. At that time, what kind of bullshit Su Song, what kind of Su shoots, all roll aside. Sun Xiaolin's time will come. Just as Sun Xiaolin was about to go to Lu Weiru to show off and send a team invitation, a private message came through. The name of the caller is not shown on it. Sun Xiaolin answered it with some doubt. Tian Xiongfei's voice came out. "Xiaolong, it's me, Teacher Tian, what is it that you want to see me about?" Sun Xiaolin asked in a low voice. "I need you to help me get rid of someone." Tian Xiongfei's voice was filled with hatred. "Is it Su Song?" "No need to say it, I will take care of him." Sun Xiaolin knew it very well in his heart. A few days ago, he had heard that because of Su Song, Tian Xiongfei had lost 5 divinity points to Li Feng in the unified test. That was 5 divinity points. Taking it out is enough to cultivate a lowest level demigod, worthy to be my valued disciple, Tian Xiongfei said and sent an email to Sun Xiaolin. "This is the money from your teacher, you can keep it for now. It will be useful for your exams." Sun Xiaolin received the email and opened it to see that it was a card that sealed the transcendent life form, Demon Subdragon, Transcendent Life Form, Demon Subdragon. This is a powerful race comparable to the heroic life forms. Sun Xiaolin was a little excited and hurriedly released the demon underdog into his divine realm. The other disciples were basically contacting their homes, gathering all kinds of props that could resist the infestation of demonic energy, and trying to increase their safety index by any means. In the blink of an eye, 1 hour of preparation time had arrived. At Li Feng's signal, the teleportation began. The students in the class were teleported to the Magic Abyss Realm C793826 and randomly assigned to different areas of the realm. After descending to the realm, they also received an email about the content of the exam. Upon opening the email, Su Song took 3 minutes to read the message. He immediately exclaimed, "Fuck me," simply because this exam was too cruel for the dependent spam disciples. Exam requirements. The reference disciple has 1 chance to descend into the incarnation of the dependents, and when the dependent's incarnation dies, the disciple will descend into the real body. Second, the reference student has 1 chance per day to summon familiars, with a limit of 100 familiars per summon. With these 2 items alone, the difficulty of the test has been raised to a hellish level for students with weak familiars. Third, the rating system adopts the task point system, where tasks are completed to earn the corresponding points and rewards. The tasks are listed below. Task 1. Eliminate the skeleton barracks. Description: a giant skeleton barracks is stationed in the undead pool. Destroy more than 90% of the skeletons in the skeleton army. Flag. Tip: the skeleton soldiers in this barracks are between 800 and 10,000 inch. The lowest level is normal undead, the highest level is transcendent undead. Quest reward: 60 evaluation points. Random level 1 holy item. Task 2. Su Song then saw that the task list was densely packed with nearly 500 tasks. Some were to eliminate a certain group, some were to gather a certain resource, some were to establish a force in a certain place, and so on. In short, there were all kinds of missions, and the students could choose the aspect they were good at in order to get the mission they wanted. When all the missions were completed or the reference student left, this assessment ended. In addition, the rewards for this assessment were printed at the end of the email to motivate students to get good grades. First place in class, 1 point of divinity. Second place in class, 1000 class points. Third place in class, 500 class points. Top 10 in class, 200 class points. Top 50 in class, 100 class points. Top 100 in class, 50 class points. Seeing such a generous reward, Su Song's entire body became excited, since he had passed the unified exam. The various rewards of the exam were as rich as the naked eye could see. Just an ordinary test, the rewards were even comparable to the unified test. Generous rewards meant a more dangerous situation. Of course, Su Song also understood that the demon abyss plane was a dangerous and unpredictable place, so if you weren't careful, you wouldn't even know how to die. Caution in all things is the first thing to do, and it's good to be careful. Please choose which incarnation of your family you want to descend into. A prompt sounded in Su Song's mind, urging him to make a choice. 4 options appeared in front of his eyes. Seeing these 4 options, Su Song's heart cried out, "This is a sure thing." Option 1, Locust Incarnation. Option 2, Red Furnace Dwarf Incarnation. Option 3, Sword and Wind Clan Incarnation. Option 4, Skeleton Lord Incarnation. Weakness: Crippled Signet. The familiar incarnation was surprisingly the option given by counting all the familiar races within the Su Song God's domain. Locust incarnations were the first to be eliminated by Su Song. A locust incarnation that only exploded itself would be asking for death by choosing it. The Red Furnace Dwarf incarnation was much better than the locust incarnation, but compared to the Sword and Wind Clan incarnation, it was far worse. Su Song was torn between the Sword and Wind Clan incarnation and the Skeleton Lord incarnation, but he was not sure which one to choose. The Sword and Wind Clan incarnation was a true hero-level life form with super high combat power, and it was a truly terrifying existence that could defeat 1,000 with one blow. But the fourth option, the Skeleton Lord avatar, was a lord level, higher than hero level. Moreover, it belonged to the spirits of the dead and was able to avoid the demonic chi in the demon abyss. Although the 3 negative statuses attached to it severely affected its strength, its overall advantage was still higher than that of the Sword Clan and the Wind Clan. Let's take the Skeleton Lord incarnation. In the next instant his figure shrank to 1 meter, his flesh and blood dissipated, and all that remained were alabaster-like bones. The current Su Song had the appearance of a small skeleton. Su Song touched his naked brain, and the fire of his soul silently burned in his empty eye sockets. The demonic aura floating in the air did not have any negative effects on him, but rather made him feel comfortable. The Devil's Abyss was a paradise for the undead and demons, and it was indeed true. Su Song sighed in his heart. After selecting his avatar, Su Song began to summon his subordinates. According to the examination requirements, the reference student could only summon familiars once a day, and the number of familiars summoned each time was limited to 100. After the 100 tyrannical locusts teleported to the demon abyss plane, the first thing they did was to be eroded by demonic energy. In less than an hour, 94 of the 100 tyrannical locusts died. And of the remaining 6, 3 were half dead, while the other 3 were infected by the demonic aura and mutated into demonic locusts. Su Song had expected this outcome. For living beings, magic energy was like poison. In order to avoid being corrupted by the demonic energy, the best choice was to turn into a demonized creature. However, when a creature was demonized, it would often lose its mind and become brutal. But this point didn't work for locusts. Since the locusts themselves are not intelligent even after being demonized, they will still faithfully follow the instructions of Su Song, the god. waiting for the 3 locusts to complete their mutation. Su Song officially began his examination journey. He roughly determined his current location by observing the environment and combining it with the map that came with the trial content. Calling up the task list, Su Song quickly selected the neighboring tasks. Task 49, collect 100 bone demon fruits, reward, 20 trial points. Task 280, clearing the lair of the flesh and blood demon doll, reward, 60 trial points. A random level 1 holy item. Task 423, mine 100 pieces of magic flame ore, reward, 50 probing points. A random piece of faith equipment. Of the 3 quests, the Bone Demon Fruit quest was the easiest, so Su Song decided to pick the easy one first. According to the map, Su Song brought 3 demon locusts to a dark forest. On the black tree, the fruit with a skull pattern on the black bark is the Bone Demon Fruit mentioned in the quest. Su Song is a small skeleton now, so it is not convenient to climb the tree, so he asked the 3 demonic locusts to pick the fruit for him. Compared to ordinary locusts, the demonic locusts had sharper serrated teeth. They were very fast and bit down 100 bone demon fruits. Su Song piled them up and sealed them into a card, and was about to submit his request. When Su Song looked down, he saw corpses crawling out of the ground. Some of them were so badly decomposed that only tired and withered bones remained. Some of them still had some rotten flesh, and a green stench surrounded their bodies. It was lucky that Su Song did not have a nose in the skeleton lord's incarnation state, otherwise he would have died from the stench of these carrion corpses. These carrion corpses had no intelligence, only the instinct to attack remained. They slowly approached Su Song, who was about to test the power of his incarnation. He raised his small bone claws, and with a single step, he slashed right through the chest of one of the corpses. A carrion was an undead. Even removing its heart was nothing to it. It still had the strength to swing its arm at Su Song and try to fight back, but Su Song couldn't let the little carrion get away and smacked its head away with a bone claw. Su Song did the same, easily killing the 20 corpses that crawled out of the ground before getting a moment's peace. Really, 20 checkpoints are so annoying. Su Song put the bone demon fruit on his card, submitted the quest, got the points, and then searched the quest list. Finally, he found a quest worth 100 examination points. Quest 500, destroy the Dark Frogman Demigod, reward, 100 investigation points, 1 divinity point, 1000 class points. Surprisingly, it was to exterminate a demigod. Scared. It's better to do the mission honestly to save points. Su Song conceded, even the weakest demigod has 5 divinity points. And there must be at least a group of tens of thousands of believers under his command. This is not something that Su Song, who only has 3 demonized locusts, can afford to mess with. After closing the quest list, Su Song saw 3 demonic locusts munching on the corpses of rotting corpses. He immediately felt a bit sick to his stomach, even though he didn't even have the organ of a stomach right now. When he looked back at the forest, there were still a lot of bone demon fruits on the black trees. He immediately ordered the demon locusts to pick all the bone demon fruits in this forest. The 3 demon locusts could only stop eating for the time being and work hard to do what Su Song had ordered them to do. In the blink of an eye, 1 day passed, and all the bone demon fruits in the forest were concentrated in Su Song's hands. He sealed every 100 bone demon fruits into a card and ended up harvesting a total of 40 cards. To put it another way, this could be 800 trial points. Task 49 was a repetition task that everyone could complete once, but Su Song could not submit it again. Su Song can't resubmit it, but other students can. I think the other students will be willing to exchange some materials for 20 exam points. With this in mind, Su Song called up the communication interface and opened the class exchange group. Is there anyone who wants to buy the 100 bone demon fruits needed for task 49? Bartering is also acceptable. A sentence came out, and the entire group fell into a deadly silence, enough to wait for 10 seconds. Everyone did not wait for the warning from class teacher Li Feng. Immediately, the group exploded. Can you still play like this? Is this cheating? This is cheating. What do you know? It's called resource integration. God Han, I'll take a bone fruit, I'll give you 50 God power. I'll take one too, I'll give you 50. You're only allowed to trade with resources obtained in this realm. Violators will be warned once, and 3 warnings will disqualify you from the exam. Class teacher Li Feng finally replied, the group became even more animated for a while, with many students trading with Su Song, who responded one by one, 30 dark frogman skins for a bone demon. Fruit, change or not, 100 zombie fangs for one bone demon fruit, 20 black death grass for a bone demon fruit. As Sun Xiaolin looked at the communication interface, the demonic subdragon incarnation laughed coldly in his heart. I'm still worried about how to find you. You actually dare to expose yourself to this place. This time I'll see how you die. After saying that, Sun Xiaolin rushed in the direction where Su Song was. Behind Sun Xiaolin, 100 hellhounds followed closely. 40 bone fruit cards were exchanged for a number of other materials. After consolidating these materials, Su Song submitted 2 more quests and gained 60 evaluation points. Currently, he had a total of 80 evaluation points. Among the more than 400 people in the entire class, he ranked 18th, temporarily taking the lead. However, Su Song was aware that his advantage could not be maintained for too long. The main reason was that the dependents were still too trashy, and the 3 demonic locusts in today's batch couldn't make much of a splash. Trying to clean up the nearby flesh golem nests with the skeleton lord incarnation was like a fool's errand. A number of 8,000 to 10,000 flesh and blood golems would be able to wear him out even if they stood still and let Su Song kill them. Su Song sighed. How good it would be if all the dependents in the divine domain could be released. The 3 demonic locusts ate the carrion, and when they were full, they began to lay eggs. A single demonic locust was capable of producing hundreds of eggs, but under the erosion of demonic chi, the survival rate of the eggs was not high, only about 1%. Relying on this reproduction rate, it would be a problem to build an army of demonic locusts. A unit of skeleton soldiers appeared in the vicinity just as Su Song was worrying. The bone demon fruit was an important material used by the skeleton soldiers to increase their strength, and they had come here to collect the bone demon fruit. When they arrived, they found that the trees had already been emptied of the bone demon fruit. The soul flames in the skull soldiers' brains trembled, as if they were angry. If they returned unsuccessfully, the skeleton knight lord would definitely get angry and smash open their brains, dig out the soul flames, and light the sky lanterns. Just as the skeleton soldiers were in a frenzy of fear, Su Song slowly walked out of the forest. When the skeleton soldiers saw Su Song, the incarnation of the skeleton lord, they were so scared that their bones trembled. The aura revealed by the soul fire was visible to the naked eye. All the skeleton soldiers trembled and threw themselves to the ground in a kneeling salute to show their submission to Su Song. This was the suppression of racial rank, a reverence that came from the soul. Sensing the skeleton soldier's awe, information about the skeleton soldier suddenly appeared in front of Su Song's eyes. Favorite name, skeleton soldier. Favorite race, skeleton race. Favorite rank, ordinary undead. Favorite skill, hard bones. Level of faith, true believer. Faith power, 500/day. Su Song was shocked and his heart cried out, holy shit. This is damn good. For no reason, there were actually a dozen more skeleton soldier true believers. Obviously, this group of skeleton soldiers treated Su Song as a true skeleton lord to be feared. Su Song was worried that he didn't have any relatives, so he simply made a mistake and recognized these skeleton soldiers. When they saw Su Song accepting their submission, the soul flames of the skeleton soldiers jumped and they seemed to be very excited. On the other hand, Su Song expressed his desire to go around the skeleton soldier's camp. The skeleton soldier led the way. After walking for about an hour, they came to a valley. Thousands of skeleton knights were stationed in the valley, and Su Song's presence had a soul-shocking effect on the skeleton knights. Su Song did not even need to make an explanation to win the skeleton knights' trust. When the skeleton knights saw Su Song's skeleton lord incarnation, they were confused as to why Su Song's appearance was so small, but they still decided to submit. After all, the deterrence of the soul could not be faked, and Su Song was ecstatic in his heart. The skeleton knights were transcendent life forms, and their combat power was in no way comparable to that of the skeleton soldiers. Once again, Su Song felt that choosing the avatar of the skeleton lord to descend this time was the most correct choice he had made during this trial. After the skeleton knight was subdued, Su Song could clearly see the information that belonged to him. Favored name, skeleton knight. Preferred race, skeleton race. Preferred rank, transcendent undead. Preferred talent, iron bone. Skeleton summoning. Faith level, true believer. Faith power, 50,000/day, recognizing Su Song as his master. The Skeleton Knight began to talk about the group's current situation. It was just a silent communication on the soul, but Su Song could clearly hear it. This Skeleton Knight was a member of a certain skeleton legion, and its top boss was a heroic lifeform bone controller, so it wasn't easy for him. As a result, during a confrontation with the flesh and blood demon puppets, the team he was leading was separated from the main force. Being stationed here was not an option, but it's not safe to be stationed here. Every day, they had to deal with the invasion of rotting corpses, zombies, and flesh and blood demon puppets, and the number of skeleton soldiers under their command was dwindling by the day, so the Skeleton Knights sent the skeleton soldiers to search for bone demon fruit to increase the strength of the skeleton soldiers. Su Song listened and fell into deep thought, otherwise they would not have lasted more than a few days. Now that this skeleton team had returned to him, he was obligated to make this team stronger. In response, Su Song quickly came up with a plan. As the day went on, Su Song's evaluation points remained at 80, and his ranking dropped from 18 to 179, and there were already quite a few students in the class group who sighed that Su Song's time had passed. However, Su Song didn't care and just ignored them. He hadn't even started yet. When the time came to 0, Su Song got the chance to summon his relatives for today, and Su Song communicated with the divine realm, summoned 100 grasshoppers again, and also brought out a large amount of equipment and bone crystals from the divine realm. When he felt the bone crystals, he could feel the light from them, and he could see that they were very bright. When he felt the pure bone energy coming out of the bone crystals, the Skeleton Knight was extremely possessed and stood on the spot. The soul fire in his brain shell leaping madly. Su Song divided the bone crystals, one for the Skeleton Knight and one for the rest of the skeleton soldiers. After absorbing the energy from the bone crystals, the Skeleton Knight's bones became more and more structured, and his aura increased greatly. However, it was still far from being an advanced heroic life form. On the contrary, after the skeleton soldiers absorbed the bone crystal stones, dozens of skeleton soldiers evolved and became iron bone skeletons of elite life forms. After that, Su Song distributed the equipment, and the combat power of the weaponized skeleton army increased greatly. He gave an order and ordered the skeleton army to go to the lair of the flesh and blood demon puppet. According to the mission content, there were about 8,000 to 10,000 flesh demon puppets in the flesh demon puppet lair, and with only the 1,000 or so skeletons under Su Song's command, a frontal assault would never work. However, Su Song had a brain. If they couldn't fight hard, they would engage in guerrilla warfare and gradually nibble away at them. The muscle-filled brain of the flesh and blood demon puppet would definitely not be able to guess such a shallow plan. Immediately, Su Song ordered an iron bone skeleton to sneak up to the flesh devil puppet's lair. The flesh devil puppets really couldn't stand other races loitering in their territory. More than 100 flesh devil puppets chased after it and rushed out to smash this brave iron bone skeleton into a pile of bones. The iron bone skeleton followed Su Song's instructions and ran all the way to lead the flesh devil puppets to the trap position. Thousands of skeleton soldiers jumped out and swarmed over 100 flesh and blood demon puppets, 10 to 1 inch plus the holding weapons. Soon, the flesh demon puppets were wiped out by the skeleton soldiers. At that time, the skeleton Knight stepped out and cast the ability to summon skeletons on the corpses of the flesh devil puppets one by 1 inch. The Skeleton Knight cast his summon skeleton ability on the corpses of the flesh devils, and one by one, the new skeletons detached from the corpses of the flesh devils and became part of the skeleton troops. Su Song could not help but marvel at the way the skeleton clan added new members, which was truly unique. After dozens of such operations, the number of skeleton soldiers had grown to as many as 7,000. The number of flesh and blood puppets in the cave was only about 3,000, and Su Song felt that it was time to launch a general attack. However, before launching the general attack, Su Song once again sent down some bone crystals, causing the skeleton soldiers to increase their ranks by another 800 elite lifeform iron bone skeletons. With their strength boosted, the skeleton soldiers rushed into the flesh and blood demon puppet's lair and conducted an organized raid. It took less than 3 hours to remove all of the flesh demon puppets. The skeleton knights searched the flesh devil's nest and found a flesh and blood heart and offered it to Su Song, who looked at the heart covered in flesh and blood that was still beating, but he was a bit disgusted. However, it was a Class 1 holy relic. Its function was to increase the strength of the corporeal bodies of the core disciples. Although it was useless for Su Song's core-dependent locust, he still gritted his teeth and accepted it. After submitting the quest, 60 evaluation points arrived, and Su Song's rank increased to 108. However, Su Song was in no hurry. When the Skeleton Knights transformed all the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets into skeletons, the total number of troops under his command would be in the tens of thousands. With such a large number of familiars, were they still worried about failing to complete the mission? Sun Xiaolin, who had taken the form of a demonic subdragon, rushed to the forest where the bone demon fruit was being harvested and ordered his 200 hellhounds to search for it, but they only found a few locust eggs. Damn it, where the hell did that Su Song kid go? Sun Xiaolin cursed. He then realized that Su Song's rank had changed, and his evaluation points had instantly increased by 60 points. Combined with the information on the mission list, Sun Xiaolin deduced where Su Song was. With the locust's restraint on the flesh devil puppets, he had taken on the flesh devil puppet lair quest. Su Song, you really exceeded my expectations, Sun Xiaolin muttered as she followed the directions on the map, turning back and killing in the direction of the flesh and blood demon puppet lair. Soon, he arrived at the lair of the flesh and blood devil puppet and found many skeleton soldiers stationed there. Sun Xiaolin was confused. Wasn't it Su Song's locusts that crushed the flesh and blood devil puppet? Sun Xiaolin was confused. Wasn't it Su Song's locusts that crushed the flesh golem? Everything became clear when he saw the skeleton lord that Su Song had incarnated. Damn it, Su Song. You have actually been secretly raising skeleton familiars. If you want to use them to get good grades in this exam, you can dream. Sun Xiaolin muttered inwardly and immediately gave the oracle, Hellhound strikes. The Hellhound itself was very strong. Under the general environment of the demon abyss, its strength had increased, far exceeding that of ordinary elite life forms. The 100 or so ordinary skeleton soldiers outside of the flesh and blood demon puppet's lair didn't even have time to resist before they were torn apart by the hellhounds that rushed in. The hellhound took advantage of the situation to pounce on Su Song, and the surrounding skeleton soldiers did not want to allow their leader to be attacked, so they all rushed forward to block him. The ordinary skeleton soldiers formed a wall of skeletons, blocking the hellhound's attack for Su Song. The iron-boned skeletons and skeleton knights inside the cave heard the commotion outside and rushed out in droves. Thousands of elite lifeform iron-boned skeletons and a transcendent lifeform skeleton knight. The scene made Sun Xiaolin's heart tremble. The fact that Su Song had gathered such a large number of troops was only the second day after descending into the demon abyss plane. If it was a few days later, who else would be able to stop Su Song? Realizing that the danger would never end, Sun Xiaolin made up his mind that he had to kill Su Song today and not give Su Song any room to grow. Immediately, the demon subdragon that Sun Xiaolin had transformed into rushed out, the body covered with thick scales charged, and the iron skeletons of the elite lifeforms were easily crushed. Only the skeleton knights of the transcendent lifeforms were able to resist this blow, however. The ability of the skeleton knight was limited, and after he was hit several times in a row, the bones on his body were broken to a great extent. Sun Xiaolin suffered some counter-injuries, but still retained most of his fighting power. He took the opportunity to fight off the skeleton knight and faced Su Song, who recognized him as his classmate Sun Xiaolin. Sun Xiaolin, we have no grudge. Why are you attacking my family members? The demonic subdragon incarnation swept its thick tail across the ground with great power, crushing all the rocks in its path into stone dust. Su Song's bone claws resisted, but it was difficult to withstand this great power, and his jade-like skeleton was scattered all over the ground. Sun Xiaolin thought that Su Song's skeletal incarnation had died. After that, Sun Xiaolin thought that Su Song was afraid of the death of his real body and decided to retreat from the examination because he did not see Su Song's real body come down. He could not help but let out a roar to show his excitement. Without their leader, the soul flames of the skeleton soldiers pulsed violently. Collectively, as if they had gone mad, they brazenly killed the demonic subdragon incarnation. Although they were skeletons, they had the soul of loyalty. Sun Xiaolin was not afraid of the skeleton soldiers, but there was no point in killing with them, and when the leader died, The only way to honor the leader's soul was to kill all the enemies. Sun Xiaolin was not afraid of the skeletons, but it was useless to fight with them as they were not necessary for the mission and had little value, so it was useless to kill them. Sun Xiaolin charged once more, smashed through the layers of skeletons, and retreated to the other side of the city. His core followers, the Hellhounds, also got rid of the skeleton soldiers and followed the god. The skeleton soldiers who could not catch up had no choice but to return to their lair, and the skeleton Knight at the head had the fire of his soul burning silently in his eyes, as if he was observing a moment of silence for Su Song. Even though they hadn't returned for a long time, the skeleton knight's trust in Su Song was especially strong. After all, there was no other skeleton lord in this demon abyss who would give out pure bone crystals to his men to help them improve, but at that moment Su Song's bones suddenly trembled, as if there was some kind of suction between them. They reunited. This was exactly one of the skeleton lord's abilities. Resurrection. The resurrected Su Song sighed once again from the bottom of his heart. His decision to choose the skeleton lord's avatar to descend into the demon abyss plane was incomparably correct. The still silent skeleton knight stood frozen in place. If it had a face, it would be one of disbelief. Don't just stand there, take all the troops and escape as soon as possible. Su Song knew that he was unable to defeat Sun Xiaolin's powerful demon subdragon incarnation. If you want to continue the test, the only way is to hide in a place where Sun Xiaolin can't find you, cut off all communication, and build up your strength, Su Song said coldly. Sun Xiaolin, the next time we meet, it will be your death. On the other side, Sun Xiaolin completely shook off the skeleton soldier's pursuit before calling up the exam rank. Students who withdrew from the exam or died would fall to the bottom of the list, displayed in gray. The number of students who withdrew from the exam and died during the year reached 10 on the second day of the descent alone. Perhaps they were too weak because their relatives were too weak to survive in the demonic abyss. Maybe they had been attacked by native life forms and lost their lives accidentally. However, Sun Xiaolin did not find Su Song's name there. In disbelief, he returned to the main list to look for him. He found that Su Song's name was currently ranked 163, in other words, he had not withdrawn from the exam. For a moment Sun Xiaolin realized that the skeleton that Su Song had incarnated hadn't died at all, which might be the reason why Su Song hadn't descended in his real body. Damn it, Su Song had actually cheated to death. Sun Xiaolin hastily changed his direction and returned to the nest of the flesh and blood devil puppets. This time, even if he wasted his time and killed all the skeleton soldiers, he would never let Su Song escape again. However, when Sun Xiaolin rushed back to the lair with the hell evil dogs, he found that the lair was empty. There wasn't even a single intact bone left on the ground. No need to think, Su Song must have calculated that he would return and run away beforehand. Search for me, don't spare a single skeleton within 100-mile radius. Sun Xiaolin angrily issued an oracle. The hellhounds faithfully carried out the order and scattered around the area, searching for traces of the skeleton soldiers. But who was Su Song? He had already been attacked once. How could he give Zhang Xiaolin a second chance to attack him? At that moment, Su Song was leading the skeleton team to flee in the opposite direction of where Sun Xiaolin had gone. He had currently run 50 kilometers. After the battle with Sun Xiaolin, the skeleton team had suffered heavy casualties, and their number had dropped from over 10,000 to 5,000, so Su Song only needed to take out more bone crystals to help the skeleton soldiers recover. After absorbing pure bone energy, the skeleton soldiers not only recovered from their injuries, but also evolved into iron bone skeletons. One iron bone skeleton even evolved into a skeleton knight, like hitting the jackpot. With 2 transcendent life-form skeleton knights escorting him, Su Song felt relieved. However, this was still not enough to meet Su Song's expectations of getting good grades and attracting the attention of the capital city academy. I need to find a way to develop the skeleton soldiers. Su Song's eyes scanned the unfinished quests and quickly found a good goal. Mission 64. Clear the sinking demon horde. Reward, 80 trial points. Level 2 skill crystal. Continuous fireball. The sinking devil was a native creature of the demon abyss plane, sinister and vicious, but with mediocre strength. It had been ranked as the 8th most common cannon fodder race in the outer realm by the Divine Realm civilization. however, it was such a lowly race that it was marked with 80 evaluation points. After reading the contents of the mission, Su Song learned that it was not a misjudgment, but because the tribe was very large. According to the incomplete statistics, the number of the tribe's sinking devils was at least 1 million, and there were several complete life-jumping routes. From ordinary sinking demon minions, to elite sinking demon warriors, to sinking demon mages, to transcendent sinking demon prayers with the ability to resurrect sinking demons, it was hard to gnaw on that bone, but whether the mission was accomplished or not, Su Song didn't care. His real goal was to use the sinking demon to mass-produce skeleton soldiers. After choosing a target, Su Song marched towards it. In the blink of an eye, 80 days had passed since he descended into the magic abyss. The number of students who had withdrawn from the exam throughout the year was nearly 300. The students who hadn't withdrawn from the exam had basically established their own powers and put down roots in their respective classes' realm. The class teachers, who were checking the data in the background, were worried about who would win first place in this exam. Our class, Huang Fei, currently has a brigade of over 100,000 demonic goblins, and his evaluation points have reached 200, placing him firmly on the first throne. This time, a bit of divinity is not his. Mr. Lu Mo is also not bad. With 3010 evaluation points, he is currently ranked second in this examination. He has also found a life leap route for the demonized goblin. With a little bit of effort, he might be able to compete for the first place. Li Feng, teacher, why don't you say anything? Is it possible that the students in your class aren't doing too well and can't live up to the title of top class? A teacher teased. They were very jealous of Li Feng's class as the top class. Li Feng looked at the surrounding teachers. Do we need to say more about our class? Sun Xiaolin, 2890, Su Bamboo Shoot, 2870, and Lu Weiru, 2830, are all in the top 10 of their class. What's the point of being in the top 10? What matters to us is the first place in the class. That's the most important thing. Isn't there another Su Song in your class who ranked first in the unified trials? Why isn't he working this time? I'll look for him. Mr. Su Song, currently 140 exam points, bottom of the list. Mr. Li Feng, this is the genius of your class. I heard that he sold the 1 divinity point he got from the unified test. How short-sighted. How can you sell such a scarce resource as divinity? I've already told you that Su Song won the first place in the unified exam. Through trickery. In our class, he's always been at the bottom of the list, but some teacher with no eyes treats him like a treasure. Tian Xiongfei mocked in public without mentioning his name, but we all know that he was scolding Li Feng. It's already an extraordinary miracle. A class teacher also commented objectively, the divine realm civilization has never valued the process, but rather the result. Su Song is now in the bottom half of the rankings. There's no chance for him to turn the tide, and he's just trying to stay at the demon abyss level. Maybe he wants to take advantage of being ranked in the top 100, Tian Xiongfei said without mockery. Li Feng could not ignore the fact that his own disciple was being denigrated like this. Teacher Tian, please pay attention to your status. As a teacher, you should at least try your best to leave some virtue in your mouth. Li Feng disliked him. Teacher Li, am I wrong? Su Song is a waste of space. No matter how many resources you give him, he's still a piece of shit. Tian Xiongfei argued. He had lost too much to Su Song, and his hatred had already reached full capacity. Any chance to scold Su Song, he would not let go. Li Feng's face was even colder. How about we make another bet? I bet you that the student who wins the championship this time will still be Su Song. Tian Xiongfei's face was even more mocking. First is Su Song. Mr. Li, are you kidding me? What makes Su Song first with his pitiful 140 points? Li Feng was extremely serious. Tell me, do you dare or don't you dare? Dare, what do not dare? I will bet with you, the bet 10 points of divinity. Do you dare? Tian Xiongfei press route cannot find the reason not to bet. I can, but I have a question. I can take out 10 points of divinity, but can you? Li Feng looked at Tian Xiongfei with a teasing face. Tian Xiongfei was speechless. Since he lost 5 points of divinity last time, he had no extra divinity card in hand. If he lost again, he could only surrender his own divinity. As a demigod, Tian Xiongfei currently only had 14 points of divinity, so if he gave up 10 points of divinity, he would fall from demigod status. He could never do that. However, if he wasn't willing to gamble on such a good chance to get his money back, how could Tian Xiongfei be willing to do so? I don't have 10 points of divinity, but I have a priesthood, so I'll gamble with the priesthood with you. Tian Xiongfei's tone was almost desperate as he said this. The surrounding teachers looked at Tian Xiongfei with a shocked look. They didn't understand. It's just a bet. Is it necessary to play so big? The priesthood was where demigods settled down to be a more valuable resource than divinity. Even the lowest level of the first class of priesthood can be sold for 2 points of divinity. The higher the level of the priesthood, the price would increase exponentially. The higher the priesthood level, the more the price will double. Don't try to fool me with low-level priesthoods. At least level 3 priesthoods can be worth 10 points of divinity, Li Feng declared. Level 3 priesthoods. Healing can be in your eyes, Tian Xiongfei said angrily. Li Feng nodded his head in agreement and said, yes, in that case, the bet is settled. Tian Xiongfei said angrily, but Li Feng snorted, Mr. Tian, as a demigod, do not be fooled by the false scene in front of you. I can responsibly tell you that my disciple is rating a quest with 80 evaluation points and is about to succeed. The moment these words came out, all the classroom teachers present were shocked. They were the ones who were most aware of the evaluation formula. A task with a difficulty of 80 points was extremely difficult for a high school student. Once it was completed, it would definitely attract the attention of first-class colleges and universities. Even if you don't get good grades in the end, it's worth it to show your face in front of top colleges and universities. So what if it's an 80 rating point task? What we're comparing is whether or not he can win the first place, Tian Xiongfei said back sourly in his heart. Tian Xiongfei said with a sour feeling in his heart. He also wanted a student in his class to complete the 80 evaluation points task. However, the hardest task that Tian Qing completed in their class was only worth 60 evaluation points. Do you think that if he could complete a task worth 80 evaluation points, the tasks worth even less would still be difficult for him? Li Feng asked rhetorically. For a while, the class teachers showed a look of realization. They began to wonder what exactly Su Song had done in the Demon Abyss plane. However, considering the personal privacy of the students, Li Feng did not reveal Su Song's test interface. He simply signaled to the crowd to wait for the results of the exam. Magic Abyss C793826 Realm, Sinking Demon Camp. From the original millions of sinking devils, there are now less than 100,000 left. The camp was littered with skeleton soldiers. With such a disparity in troop strength, Su Song knew it was time for a general attack. With his oracle, nearly 900,000 skeleton soldiers launched a final general attack on the sinking devil camp in a triple siege. The surviving sinking devils rose to their feet at the call of the transcendent life form, the sinking devil prayer. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by a sea of skeleton soldiers. The 3 transcendent life forms, skeleton knights in the lead, even charged into the sinking devils and went on a killing spree. For every sinking devil that fell, a skeleton soldier rose. Although the sinking devil prayer had the ability to resurrect the sinking devils, it couldn't keep up with the skeleton knight's speed in summoning the skeleton soldiers. In the end, the transcendent life form, sinking demon prayer, died under the siege of 3 skeleton knights. The mission to vanquish the sinking demon horde was accomplished. Under the joint summoning of the 3 skeleton knights, a mutated skeleton clan transcendent life form, Skeleton Reviver, was accidentally summoned from the corpse of the sinking demon prayer. His information was taken by Su Song. Favorite name, Skeleton Reviver. Preferred race, Skeleton race. Preferred rank, Transcendent Undead. Favorite talent, Hard Bones. Skeleton Revival. Faith level, Pan Believer. Faith power, 500000/day. As a transcendent life form of the same skeleton clan, the Skeleton Reviver has a higher status than the Skeleton Knight. This has been intuitively reflected in the power of faith provided daily. As soon as the Skeleton Reviver appeared, it first respectfully showed its submission to Su Song, whose racial status was higher, and then extended its bony claws to point at a skeleton soldier who had just been shattered to pieces. In the next instant, the skeleton soldier's bones regrouped. The skeleton soldier who had died in battle was resurrected, and the soul fire in the small brain of Su Song's skeleton lord avatar jumped violently. There was something about this Skeleton Reviver. As the sinking demon prayer died, the remaining sinking demons were quickly rounded up and killed. after the skeleton knight searched through this horde of sinking demons, he handed over all the valuable items he found to Su Song, except for a large number of worthless bargains. Su Song received 3 pieces of loot that were not too bad. Level 1 Holy Item, Fireball Baguette Function. When loaded into the Divine Realm Core, it allows some of the core familiars to gain the ability to unleash level 1 fireballs. The destructive power of the fireball is related to the strength of the core family, can also be used as a divine weapon. Hero Template Fragment, a quarter of a hero template. Collecting a complete hero template allows the familiars to fuse and evolve into heroic lifeforms. Source of Sinking, can give the race the power to sink. Effects. Fearless of demonic erosion, all negative resistances increase. Su Song stared at the last piece of loot, the soul fire in his brain burning brightly. This was indeed an item that could trigger a life leap. Whether or not it was suitable for locust familiars would have to be tested further. While collecting these trophies, Su Song looked at the millions of skeleton soldiers around him and felt a sense of bravado in his heart. With this skeleton army, what was he afraid of? Sun Xiaolin's threat had vanished in front of the millions of skeleton soldiers. Su Song didn't need to hold back any longer. He immediately submitted his quests. With 80 trial points and a level 2 fireball skill crystal, his total trial points rose to 220, which, although still at the bottom of the rankings, meant that Su Song had sounded the horn for the slaughter of the list, choosing a local race that was not far away and had a total of 70 test points. Su Song issued an oracle. The army will begin. 1 million skeleton soldiers rushed toward the target. Like waves, they destroyed all the races in their path. In the backstage of the test, all the class teachers were staring at the changes on the list. 1 hour ago, Su Song's evaluation points changed, increasing to 220. Half an hour ago, Su Song's evaluation points changed again, increasing to 290. 2 hours later, Su Song's evaluation points changed, increasing to 420. 4 hours later, Su Song's evaluation points changed, increasing to 690. 1 day later, Su Song's rating reached 180, ranking him 54th in his class. 2 days later, Su Song's evaluation points reached 2090, ranking 18th in his class. 3 days later, Su Song's evaluation points reached 2,990, ranking 4th in his class. In just 3 days, Su Song jumped from the bottom of the list to the 4th rank in his class. Such a terrifying speed of promotion left all the class teachers speechless. Only Tian Xiongfei had a stiff upper lip and stubbornly said, "So what if he was promoted to 4th in class? It's not like he's number 1. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Han Meishua's announcement resounded in the heads of all the class teachers. First Class College, Berserk Battle Academy sent out a message to Su Song's classmates asking for a date to have a face-to-face meeting after the exam. First Class College, Subterranean Dragon College sent a message requesting a meeting with Su Song's classmates after the exam. Second-tier colleges and universities, Castle Peak College sent a message that if Su Song agrees, he can enroll directly without taking the college entrance exam. All the class teachers of the second-rate colleges swallowed a mouthful of spit in unison. The exam hadn't even ended yet, and they had received so many invitations from colleges. This future was simply bright. Tian Xiongfei couldn't bear to hear half good news about Su Song, and immediately roared, "Director Su, I protest. Why are you only informing about the college invitations of Su Song's classmates and not those of the other classmates?" Director Han Meishue paused for a long time before answering. "There are no college invitations for other students yet. How can that be? Su Song is only in 4th place. There are 3 other outstanding students ahead of him," Tian Xiongfei retorted. Han Meishue replied, "The requirement for colleges to send out invitations is to get a total of 3,000 points in the evaluation, and at least one task with more than 80 points in the evaluation. Currently, only Su Song had achieved this." Now, Tian Xiongfei was speechless. The other class teachers were also speechless. Assignments with more than 80 points were all hard bones that were difficult to gnaw. They should be easy to complete. Just when all the class teachers were silent, Lu Weiru, who was ranked 8th in her class, saw her total evaluation points increase by 90, and her total evaluation points happened to break through 3,000. First Class College, Berserker College. Lu Weiru's operation was just the beginning. After her Several other geniuses in the school submitted tasks with 80 to 90 points, and Han Meishue's side reported more invitations from colleges and universities, which made Tian Xiongfei's heart feel better. In the next few days, he kept a close eye on the task list of Li Feng's class, and as he watched the unique tasks being completed and submitted one by one, his heart was incomparably happy. After the tasks were completed, Su Song would not be able to get any more evaluation points to improve his ranking. If Su Song did not get the first place, he, Tian Xiongfei, would be able to get 10 divinity points. There were still 3 quests left, and Li Feng's class evaluation was about to end. Xiaolong, you must do your best to complete the missions, don't let Su Song steal the lead. Tian Xiongfei secretly communicated with Sun Xiaolin and gave her instructions. I understand, I'll hurry to complete the task with 90 evaluation points before Su Song arrives, Sun Xiaolin said seriously. The eyes fell on the list of tasks, and there were only 3 unfinished tasks left. The soul fire in Su Song's brain shell burst. His current total of evaluation points was 3,480, ranking him third. He was still 130 evaluation points away from the first place of 3,610, however, there were only 3 missions left on the mission list. They were eradicate the Dark Frogman Demigod, worth 100 points, eradicate the Bull Demon Tribe and eradicate the Evil Tree Man Forest, worth 90 points. The 3 quests were all tough bones to chew on. However, they were not too difficult for Su Song. Thanks to him, after many days of fighting, the number of skeleton soldiers under his command had skyrocketed to 20 million. Among them, there were 2 heroic life forms and 190 transcendent life forms. A force of this size was already no inferior to some demigods. Let's go and exterminate the Bull Demon Tribe first, they're still a bit closer. Su Song looked at the map and made a decision. After giving the oracle, the 20 million skeleton soldiers were like a sea of bones advancing towards their target. Inside the Bull Demon Tribe, the sounds of battle shook the sky. Strong bull demons waved their stone pillar totems to repel the incoming hellhounds and lizard men, and Sun Xiaolin's demon subdragon incarnation and Su Song's lion and tiger beast incarnation were engaged in a battle with a bull demon heroic life form. This bull demon heroic life form was truly formidable, holding the bucket-thick stone pillar totem in its arms and fighting 1-on-2, withstanding the attacks of 2 transcendent life forms without losing. It should be noted that the demon subdragon and the lion tiger beast were already no less powerful than certain heroic life forms in terms of combat power, and the joint attack was even more powerful. However, the attack was not successful for a long time, and Sun Xiaolin was worried. Su Song has been improving his rank these days, and he is not afraid of anyone who looks at him. If Su Song gets the top spot again, the resources he gets will crush everyone. Sun Xiaolin will not be able to make a name for herself. Therefore, Sun Xiaolin specially contacted Su Shoot, who also had some conflicts with Su Song, and the 2 of them teamed up to gain points and were determined to stop Su Song's promotion momentum. Su Song readily agreed and brought his core dependents, the lizard men, to join the battle. It was just that the strength of the Bull Demon Tribe was too strong. Each Bull Demon possessed the strength of an elite life form when it reached adulthood, and with thick skin and strength, it was really difficult to deal with. It had been 4 hours since the attack, and although the Bull Demons were damaged, they were becoming more and more courageous. On the contrary, the joint team of Sun Xiaolin and Su Bamboo Shoot suffered heavy losses. If the battle continued, the team they had managed to build might be wiped out. With no other choice, the duo looked at each other and decided to retreat. They had personally tested that the Ox Demon Tribe was a difficult bone to gnaw on, and since they couldn't even gnaw on it with their combined efforts, they decided that Su Song must not be able to gnaw on it either. With this thought in mind, the 2 of them issued an oracle calling for the evacuation of their families. As soon as the familiars took action, Sun Xiaolin and Su Song realized that the situation around them was not right. At some point, a circle of skeleton soldiers had gathered outside the Ox Demon Tribe. Looking into the distance, this group of skeleton soldiers seemed to be endless, stretching into the sky. Sun Xiaolin and Su Bamboo Shoot's expressions were extremely difficult to read. In their hearts, they all had one thought: they were not unlucky enough to encounter the undead natural disaster. The skeleton soldiers and the 3 forces of bull demons, hellhounds, and lizard men began to battle. The scene was incomparably intense, with large swaths of the skeleton soldiers being reduced to bones. Each of the three dependents' battle forces could easily challenge the skeleton soldiers, who were initially hundreds of times larger, as if the skeleton soldiers were made of clay. Sun Xiaolin and Su Xiao's faces looked better, and they were about to use the momentum to break out of the skeleton soldiers' encirclement. However, Su Song, who was commanding the skeleton soldiers in the battle, would not let them have their way. Under Su Song's command, a heroic life-form bone controller stood out. It raised its hand and waved, and countless broken bones converged on it. In an instant, it transformed into a 20-meter-tall skeleton giant. The skeleton giant took great strides into the fray, inflicting a considerable amount of damage with a simple stomp and swing. The dead lifeforms were used by the skeleton knight to perform skeleton summoning and were transformed back into the fighting force of the skeleton army. The more the skeleton soldiers were killed, the more desperate the situation became. Sun Xiaolin and Su Xiao gritted their teeth and made a decision. They planned to abandon their familiars and use their own strength to break out of the encirclement first, but the skeleton giants seemed to have guessed their intentions and blocked their escape route as soon as they started to move. In the midst of their fear, the duo heard a familiar voice from the skeleton giant's shoulder. Sun Xiaolin, Su Xiao, how are you? The duo's pupils trembled in disbelief. They raised their heads to look and realized that on the skeleton giant's shoulder was a small skeleton with bones like jade. When they looked closer, Su Song's figure appeared on the small skeleton. Su Song, Sun Xiaolin's demon subdragon incarnation, let out a low roar, as if it was about to snap off its mouth full of sharp teeth. Su Song's lion and tiger beast incarnation stared at it with wide eyes, unable to believe that the small skeleton was Su Song. Isn't your core dependence locusts? Su Song didn't reply, but ordered the skeleton giant to raise its giant foot and stomp down, directly stepping on the demon subdragon incarnation that Sun Xiaolin had transformed into. After stepping on it, he said, "Farewell, Mr. Sun Xiaolin." Not far away, Su Xiu's entire avatar was stunned. Although the devil subdragon incarnation's combat power was comparable to that of a heroic life form, the skeleton giant transformed by the bone controller had the strength of a top heroic life form, and the difference in strength between the two was too great. The death of the demon subdragon incarnation was not unfair, but the greeting is not even finished, will be trampled on people. How much hatred and resentment between the two people. After the demonic subdragon incarnation died, there was a delay in seeing Sun Xiaolin's real body, so Su Song guessed that Sun Xiaolin had quit the exam. When I looked at the rankings, I saw that Sun Xiaolin's name had turned gray. He was also a good match for Su Song, but he was not a good match for Su Song, so he just went straight to the bottom. Su Song snorted coldly and looked down at the bottom of the Su Shoots. He clearly remembered that Su Song had tried to cheat him out of his divinity for a low price. As Su Song said this, the skeleton giant raised his foot once again. Seeing this, Su Shoot no longer had any trace of the arrogance of a son of a divine family, and snapped, "Su Song, there is no major conflict between us, and I can apologize for the misunderstanding earlier, but killing me won't help you." The skeleton giant's feet were fixed in the air, and Su Song's voice came out, "Sparing you doesn't seem to do me any good either. I will share with you 30% of the treasures I have obtained in this realm. All I ask is that you let me live." Su Song's voice came out, 30% won't buy the life of a transcendent life form lion and tiger beast." Su Song scornfully said, 30% won't buy the life of the transcendent life form lion tiger beast. Su Shoot raised the stakes. His lion tiger beast avatar had absorbed a lot of treasures after descending into this dimension, and as long as it could teleport back alive, it would surely be able to evolve into a heroic life form in time. For the sake of a heroic life form, Su Shoot thought it was acceptable to give up 50% of the proceeds. Su Song thought for a moment and agreed to Su Shoot's terms. Unlike Sun Xiaolin, who wanted to harm him, Su Song could let him off the hook. Besides, it's not for nothing. Su Song had 3,020 points in his evaluation, so 50% would not be a bad deal. Seeing Su Song's agreement, Su Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. 50% of the proceeds in exchange for the life of the lion and tiger beast incarnation was secondary, and he mainly wanted to complete the test alive. This test will have a slight influence on the selection of colleges, And surviving the test and withdrawing from the test are two completely different concepts in the eyes of the colleges. Then let's sign the contract. No one can back out. Su Song was afraid of Su Song's regret and took the initiative to mention it. Su Song didn't believe in Su Song's contract. He drew up a contract himself using the God's landing capsule function. Both parties signed the contract, and the contract was signed by both parties. Both parties signed the contract. Su Song paid 50% of the proceeds and left with his remaining family members, while Su Song continued to control the skeleton army to besiege the Bull Demon clan. 5 hours later, more than 80% of the Bull Demon clan were dead or wounded. However, the skeleton soldier army continued to grow in numbers under the ability of another skeleton clan heroic life form, Bone Restorer, Ranged Resurrection. The patriarch of the Bull Demon clan, the only heroic life form in the clan, decided to give up resistance in such a desperate situation, only begging Su Song to leave the Bull Demon clan with a glimmer of life. Su Song thought about it for a long time and agreed. Su Song had to kill more than 90% of the Bull Demon tribe's clansmen before he could complete the mission. The Bull Demon tribe quickly responded. Thousands of crippled bull demons came out of the tribe and voluntarily died at the hands of the skeleton soldiers. Su Song kept his promise and integrated the bull demon race. After submitting the quest, his total rating reached 3,570, 40 points short of the first place. There are still 2 missions left, so there is still something to choose from, Su Song exclaimed. Su Song sighed. But as soon as his voice faded, another mission with 90 evaluation points turned gray. It was Lu Weiru, who had completed and submitted the mission almost at the same time as Su Song, and her total rating points had reached 3,580 with only 1 mission left on the mission list. Mission 500, Destroy the Dark Frogman Demigod. The difficulty level of this mission was too high. Su Song was a bit worried. Even though he had an army of over 20 million skeleton soldiers under his command, he was still reluctant to challenge a demigod, let alone a native demigod who had a home field advantage in this realm. However, under the temptation of the huge reward for first place, Su Song could not hold back his heart's desire. In his divine realm, he had a large number of locusts to feed and a number of ordinary dependents waiting for resources. He was also thinking about competing for the top spot in order to attract the attention of the highest level school, Kyoto Academy. Therefore, Su Song had to accept this mission. After making up his mind, Su Song gave the oracle another command: the skeleton army march towards the area where the dark frogs were. Behind the scenes, the class teachers were counting the statistics. 11 of the classes had already finished their exams. It was just that none of these 11 classes had been able to complete the last task on the task list, exterminating the demigods. This situation was normal and had been the case for years. After all, the disciples who were still divine beings were already having a hard time surviving in the outer regions, given the conditions. Challenging a native demigod with a geographical advantage was almost no different from sending someone to their death. Only a fool would do that. The class teachers also agreed that no student would attempt such a mission. The danger index was too high, and the cost too great. If you're not careful, and your family incarnation dies at the hands of a demigod, everything you've gained from this test will be wasted. Teacherly, there are only 3 students left in your class who haven't returned. A famous teacher looked at the ranking list and said, Lu Weiru, the second-ranked student, has 3,580 exam points. Su Song, the third-ranked student, has 3,570 exam points, and then there was the 7th-ranked student, Su Shoot, with 3,320 exam points. Li Feng was questioned by all the class teachers, and after thinking twice, he released the evaluation interface on the 3 of them. For a while, around as a class teacher's face became a wonderful expression. Your 2 students are really brave, actually daring to beat a demigod. On the side of classmate Lu Weiru, I can understand. She now possesses a 4-headed heroic life form Thunder Sparrow, and she barely has the strength to touch a demigod powerhouse. On the contrary, it's this Su Song. How did he form this skeleton army? Weren't his core dependents locusts? Su Song's classmates actually possessed 3 heroic life forms: the Bone Controller, the Bone Restorer, and one of them was a bull demonic clan known for their brute strength. It's shocking. Look at Su Song's avatar. Can anyone tell what class this avatar is? Holy shit. A homeroom teacher with scrying abilities couldn't help but explode. This is actually an incarnation of a skeleton lord. A life form of a lord, what a joke. Holy shit, it's true. A group of classroom teachers exclaimed in shock. They finally realized why Li Feng dared to wager 10 divinity points on Su Song to win first place. If they had known that Su Song had a skeleton lord incarnation and an army of more than 20 million skeletons, they would have bet on Su Song to win first place as well. Mr. Li Feng, congratulations, this time you've made a fortune, a level 3 priesthood. Li Feng was full of joy and couldn't stop smiling. Look, Su Song's evaluation points are only 40 points away from Huang Fei's first place, which means that if he is able to complete the task of destroying the demigods, Su Song will be the first place winner. A class teacher shouted. More classroom teachers began to congratulate Li Feng, as if Li Feng had already won the bet. Only Tian Xiongfei was still saying with an iron face, don't be too happy, even though Su Song has a skeleton lord incarnation, the chances of Su Song coming in first aren't as high as you think. Don't forget that he also has a competitor in Lu Weiru, who is a descendant of the true god family. So who among you knows how many cards she has in her hand? These words caused the classroom teachers to fall into deep thought. Considering Lu Weiru's sharp performance in the unified exam, she must have a lot of tricks hidden in her hand. As for the possibility of winning the championship, Lu Weiru deserves more. Look, Lu Weiru has taken the lead in leading the disciples to the Dark Frogman's territory, a famous class teacher shouted. On the interface, Lu Weiru's golden light Thunderbird incarnation hovered over the Dark Frogman's territory. Tens of thousands of Thunderbirds converged into a thundercloud. In an instant, countless thunderbolts descended on the Dark Frogman's territory. In this scene, tens of thousands of thunderbolts danced wildly, and the entire sky was lit up with lightning. Countless dark frogmen were killed by the lightning. Such a natural disaster immediately drew the attention of the demigods in the Dark Troglodyte realm. The Dark Troglodyte demigods immediately used their divine arts to gather dark power and transform into a black barrier that covered the entire Dark Troglodyte territory. Naturally, the thunder could no longer harm the dark frogmen below. At the same time, the voice of the dark frog demigod also rose high into the sky. If you dare to destroy my tribe and kill my people, I will curse you and curse you not to die. At the same time, the voice of the dark frogman demigod also spread to the sky, and a black light came out of the dark frogman's domain, directly hitting the golden crowned thunder sparrow that Lu Weiru had transformed into. Unable to dodge in time, Lu Weiru was hit by the black light, and she felt the sky and earth darken, and a gust of weakness hit her nerves, making her unable to stay awake, and she fell from the 1,000-meter height. The Dark Troglodyte demigod used divine magic to successfully curse Lu Weiru, who was too weak to control her golden-crowned Thunderbird incarnation and fell from the sky. Before he hit the ground, there was a flash of holy golden light on his body. The curse was then purified. This was one of the defensive cards given to her by the Lu Weiru family, the divine art of purification, which was able to purify the negative states on her body. Having been purified, Lu Weiru's strength returned as she flapped her wings and gathered a huge thunderbolt to smash into the shield that had risen above the Dark Troglodyte's area. The 10,000 thunder sparrows under her command followed Lu Weiru, spitting out powerful thunderbolts. After 3 waves, the shield shattered. The Dark Troglodyte's domain was once again in front of Lu Weiru's eyes. Lu Weiru was proud of herself. She had the upper hand in this battle, and she was sure to win. However, at that moment, the Dark Frogman demigod was powerful once again. He cast a summoning spell, and a mountain-sized mountain-swallowing demon frog was summoned. When it appeared, it spat out a 1,000-meter tongue and stuck to Lu Weiru, who was flying high in the sky, and the tongue's tremendous force pulled her into the devil-swallowing frog's belly. Lu Weiru struggled inside the belly of the devil-swallowing frog and unleashed thunderbolts that burned the skin of the devil swallowing frog's internal organs, but to no avail. The size of the devil frog was too large, and the amount of electricity was not enough to cause fatal damage to it. Instead, it was the crushing of the mountain devil frog's internal organs and the secreted digestive juices that made it difficult for Lu Weiru. Lu Weiru's thunder sparrow familiars let out cries of pain and unleashed thousands of thunderbolts, but they couldn't pierce the thick skin of the mountain devil frog swallow. Instead, The heroic lifeforms of the Dark Frogman clan were able to use their dark secret techniques to strike down large swaths of the Thunderflies. Without Lu Weiru's command, the situation of the Thunder Sparrow was extremely passive. According to the current situation, in less than 3 hours, all the Thunder Sparrows would be slaughtered by the Dark Frogs. Lu Weiru was trapped in the belly of the Mountain Devil Frog and couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Was she going to lose this trial? Obviously, she still had a lot of cards to use. Dying in the belly of the Mountain Devil Frog like this was truly frustrating. At this moment, a prompt came from the communicator. Su Song requested a call. Lu Weiru was a little hesitant as to whether or not to accept it. From the task list and the rank list, she could guess that Su Song had risen from nowhere and possessed extreme strength. Lu Weiru didn't refuse to cooperate, she just didn't want Su Song to see her embarrassed side. Lu Weiru did not refuse cooperation, she just did not want Su Song to see her embarrassment. However, the communicator continued to tick without stopping, indicating Su Song's determination. Lu Weiru was urged by the communicator and finally answered it. The image of Su Song's skeleton lord avatar appeared on the communicator interface, a small 1-inch. It was quite cute. Through the black and red intertwined flesh and blood on the interface, Su Song could not tell where Lu Weiru was. Lu Weiru said, "I don't want you to worry about that." Su Song had long been used to Lu Weiru's bad temper and asked directly, "Do you want to cooperate with me?" Lu Weiru was about to say, "Whatever." But he didn't say it after all. Those tens of thousands of thunder finches had all been carefully cultivated by her, especially the 3 iron-crowned thunder finches that had been promoted to heroic life forms. If they all died in the demon abyss plane, it would be a huge blow to her. First of all, if I win, I want the divine body of the Dark Frogman demigod. The rest can be yours, Lu Weiru said. Her family is so big that she really doesn't care about anything else. Alright, then hurry up and give the oracle and have your Thunder Sparrow come and pick up my elite troops. Su Song replied. The interface showed his current situation. The dark troglodytes lived in a swampy environment, so the Thunder Sparrow flew over and was not affected. However, Su Song's army of skeleton soldiers relied on walking. At present, there were already over 1 million skeleton soldiers trapped in the swamp. Su Song had no choice but to seek the cooperation of Lu Weiru, who wanted to say, "If you agree to be my slave, I will send the Thunder Sparrow to get you." But now, her situation is not much better than Su Song's. She is still waiting for Su Song to return. She herself was still waiting for Su Song to come to her rescue. With no choice but to give an oracle, the surviving Thunder Sparrow broke away from the battle with the Dark Frogman and rushed towards the legions of skeleton soldiers in the distance, while Su Song ordered a group of iron-boned skeletons to climb onto the Thunder Sparrow's body and free-fall land as they flew over the Dark Frogman horde. Many iron-boned skeletons were shattered into pieces, but Su Song didn't care. Before he was unable to send an army of skeletons into the land, these iron-boned skeletons were the source of bones for the bone controllers to unite the skeleton giants. The Dark Frogman then realized that there were still legions of skeleton soldiers invading from the outside. The Dark Troglodyte demigods issued another oracle. Attack and destroy the army of skeleton soldiers. Millions of dark troglodytes rushed out of the swamp and fought with the skeleton soldiers. Su Song didn't care. He was now riding the iron-crowned Thunder Sparrow of a heroic life form into the sky above the Dark Frog tribe. Below him, several meters of thick skeletons were laid out to facilitate his next operation. At Su Song's command, the heroic life form bone controller descended. Countless broken bones were manipulated by the bone controller and integrated into its body, condensing the weakest heroic life form bone controller into a skeleton giant that possessed the highest heroic life form combat power. As the skeleton giant took shape, the Dark Frogman demigods noticed this transcendent existence. Immediately, the 5 Dark Frogman heroic lifeforms teamed up to cast dark secret arts and try to restrain the skeleton giant's movements. What they didn't know was that 2 other heroic lifeforms were standing on the skeleton giant's shoulders: the Skeleton Clan, Bone Restorer, and the Bull Demon Clan, heroic lifeform Bull Demon Shaman. The 2 jumped off the skeleton giant, and the Bull Demon Shaman swung his Stonehenge totem, smashing the mass of dark troglodytes that surrounded him. The Bone Restorer unleashes his ranged resurrection ability. A great white mass of skeleton soldiers crawls out of the corpses of the dark troglodytes. The newborn skeleton soldiers once again battled the Dark Frogman. The thunder sparrow in the sky fully cooperated with the skeleton army, continuing to launch thunderous attacks. The situation was beginning to turn around, but the dark frogmen demigods were demigods after all. Seeing that his group was unable to defeat the skeleton army in Thunder Sparrow, he unleashed his divine art once again, Dark Divine Art, Dark Nightfall. At that moment, an endless darkness enveloped the area, and everything was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see. The dark troglodytes were unaffected by the darkness of the night, and they were able to obtain the dark enchantment, making them even stronger. A large number of skeleton soldiers were killed, and the bull demon shaman and the bone restorer also found themselves under siege. If they didn't find a solution to their current predicament soon, there would only be one end. For Su Song and Lu Weru, Su Song's mood was complicated, and the soul fire in his brain was pulsing madly. In such a predicament, he had no way to break the situation. He could only hear a skeleton soldier being shattered into bones, and could only vaguely see a ball of soul fire extinguishing. Lost, completely lost. For two divine creatures to join forces and then attempt to challenge a demigod was ridiculous. Inside Su Song's divine realm, due to the change in the gods' moods, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds. The sword wind chopping iron and red furnace dwarf tribes had gathered at the divine temple, praying with devotion. The voices of the believers traveled across thousands of rivers and mountains into Su Song's mind. The gods blessed the believers, and the believers worship the gods. If they can free the gods from their worries, the believers are willing to sacrifice their lives and fight for the gods. Sword wind chopper iron, please fight. The entire red furnace dwarf clan, please fight. Billions of locusts fly in anger. They have no wisdom, but they are willing to sacrifice their lowly lives for the gods. Even if all is lost, the faithful are willing to sacrifice their lives to remove the darkness for the gods. Just after midnight, a new day dawns and a portal opens in Su Song's realm. Sword wind chopping iron holding 4 large swords of storm wind. One step in, the entire clan of red furnace dwarves, each one heavily armed. The leader of the god hammer laboriously lifted the Purgatory War Hammer. His entire arm was red hot, but he was unwilling to let go. There were also dozens of large-sized transcendent life-form heavenly demon bugs, following closely behind the red furnace dwarves. They flew into the portal, until the 100 slots closed. No, it wasn't over. Billions of locusts were flying in the gods' domain, and their vitality was especially strong. With their mindless actions, they were sending a message to Su Song, "O gods, please sacrifice us." The pure voice of faith echoed in Su Song's mind over and over again. The familiar life sacrifice formation appeared in the divine realm, and hundreds of millions of grasshopper lives turned into threads that merged into the formation. Su Song, who was far away from the demon abyss, saw options appear before his eyes. Unlike in the past, this time there was only one option: Sacred Flame of Hope, a special item that dispels darkness, sweeps away negative conditions, and gives positive energy to those around it, a gift from the faithful to the gods. Hoping for a miracle, Su Song pulled out the holy flame of hope. Indiana, an instant, the darkness of the entire area was dispelled, and all the negative statuses attached to the familiars were swept away. A holy light shone on each and every one of the familiars. Even undead like the skeleton clan and demons like the bull demon clan were no exception. The dark frogmen demigods' cries of shock echoed throughout the area. How could this be? How could this be possible? A divine being that can dispel my dark divine art. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Song didn't answer. He was holding the Hijiki's sacred flame, and all the enemies of the Dark Frogman clan had nothing to hide. Su Song guessed that Lu Weru should have been swallowed by the mountain devil swallowing frog. Go and kill the mountain devil swallowing frog. Yes, sir. Obey the order. The sword wind iron chopper and the red furnace dwarf divine hammer were used. The iron chopping style, accompanied by the endless heat waves of the purgatory war hammer, pierced a large hole in the belly of the mountain devil swallowing demon frog. The incarnation of the swallowed golden-crowned thunderbird was finally able to get out. After coming out, she backhanded a huge ball of black thunder and turned the mountain swallowing demon frog into charcoal. Seeing the return of the gods, the Thunderbird familiar's fighting spirit was high, and they gained even more momentum in killing the dark frogs. Dozens of poisonous exploding sky demon insects of the transcendent life forms that flew out of the Su-Song divine domain on their own also found their target and flew toward the Dark Frog hero. After dozens of explosions, the Dark Frogman heroes were blown to pieces. Without the Dark Frogman heroes' restraints, the skeleton giant was at full strength. Countless dark troglodytes were reduced to mush under its trampling. The situation was reversed. The Dark Frogman demigod saw that the situation was over and wanted to leave his followers behind to escape, but under the light of the holy fire of hope, no living creature could hide, even demigods. Upon finding the Dark Frogman demigod's figure, Lu Weru's golden-crowned thunder sparrow incarnation rushed up and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Although the Dark Frogman demigod was a demigod, his own strength was truly average. Especially after unleashing several divine arts in a row, his divine power was too depleted, and he simply didn't have the strength to withstand the heavy blows of the golden-crowned Thunderbird incarnation. After being tortured to death by Lu Weru stopped and turned to Su Song. "Your turn next." Lu Weru knew in her heart that if it weren't for Su Song, she would have failed long ago. Su Song slowly walked in front of the Dark Frog demigod. The Dark Frog demigod weakly begged for mercy. "Let me go, I'm willing to give up everything I have in exchange for my life." With no fluctuation in his heart, Su Song signaled for the sword wind chopping iron to come forward and chopped off the Dark Frog demigod's head with a single stroke of his sword. Only then did he say, "If you die, everything you have will also be mine." Only the Dark Frog demigod could not hear Su Song's reply. He fell. With the fall of the Dark Frog demigod, the fighting spirit of the Dark Frog clan dropped to the freezing point. Under the regimental battle of the skeleton soldiers, all the Dark Frogmen were killed and transformed into skeleton soldiers. All the belongings of the Dark Frogman tribe were also confiscated and piled into a small mountain. Of course, the vast majority of them were worthless bargains. There were only 5 items that caught Su Song's eye. Lu Song placed the 5 items in front of Lu Weru. "Are you sure you don't want to take 1 or 2 of these items?" The golden-crowned thunder sparrow incarnation of Lu Weru stared at one of the jewel-like holy relics and inwardly liked it, but stubbornly said, "We have long agreed that except for the god's body, everything else is yours." How could Su Song not see that Lu Weru was interested in the jewel-like holy relics? He picked up the holy relic and placed it on the head of the golden-crowned thunder sparrow incarnation. "Before you lent me 150 divine powers, I'll pay you back the interest." Lu Weru was defeated by Su Song's logic. This holy relic, which was worth at least tens of thousands of divine powers, was treated as interest on 150 divine powers. Is she a loan shark? With this interest rate, the stock god Warren Buffett would have to shed tears and kowtow to his ancestors. But since it was sent by Su Song in good faith, Lu Weru said on her lips that she was not happy about it, but in her heart, she was happy that she did not return it. The task list is empty, the exam is over. Su Song plans to gather all the skeleton soldiers' relatives into cards and take them back to the divine realm. Class teacher Li Feng's voice echoed in his mind. "Su Song disciple, you have done a good job. The principals and enrollment officers of the top colleges and universities want to meet you." Then these relatives of mine. Su Song was afraid of delaying the recovery of his relatives. "After many battles, there are 30 million skeleton soldiers here. Keep them all for yourself. The school can't afford to treat you badly." Shi Song nodded and teleported into the classroom. Lu Weru teleported back as well. Li Feng, the class teacher, was overjoyed and called the 2 of them to go to the teacher's office together. On the way, Li Feng repeatedly instructed the 2 of them not to speak out of turn and insult the enrollment teachers of the top academies. These teachers were all true gods. Su Song and Lu Weru nodded repeatedly. The duo had nearly flipped out when they teamed up to fight a demigod, so of course they didn't dare to speak out against a true god. When they arrived at the teacher's office, Su Song and Qin Yao were ordered to sit down. Opposite them were 3 principals and 3 enrollment officers from the top schools. They were Su Song and Lu Weru, the 2 students who had done the best in our examination. Han Mei Shue, the director of teaching and learning, introduced them. The eyes of the 3 enrollment teachers fell on the duo. They were all true gods and could easily see through some of the information from the duo even without their divination abilities. Su Song was a little weak in the heart, wondering if these 3 enrollment teachers would be able to see that he had the unique divine talent as well as the life sacrifice ability. After looking at the duo, the three of them looked at each other and seemed to be communicating. The teacher sitting on the left then spoke, "We have been informed of your situation, but there are still a few things we need to check. Let's start with student Lu Weiru. Your family is a true God family, so you don't have to worry about resources. In this test, you've received a divine body, and if I'm not mistaken, you're planning to use this divine body to create a Lord life form, right?" The three enrollment teachers nodded in agreement, drawing on the forms in their hands. The school leaders on the side were simply dumbfounded. Lu Weiru hadn't even attained the status of a demigod yet, and he was preparing to cultivate a Lord life form, and from the sound of it, the probability of success was very high. This news was too powerful. They, the principals, had been promoted to demigods for many years, but none of them had been able to cultivate a Lord life form, and there were only a few hero life forms. After living half a lifetime, they were frozen and inferior to a little girl. It was really sad. After that, the enrollment teacher continued to ask, "Lu Weiru disciple, would it be convenient for you to reveal the level of divinity you currently possess? This is information that we can't easily see on you." 4 points, Lu Weiru replied. Su Song marveled on the side. Good for her bright-eyed Lu Weiru to have secretly accumulated 4 points of divinity, in addition to the initial 1 point of divinity. The remaining 3 points of divinity, 1 point of divinity, 150 million divine power. In other words, at least 450 million of divine energy had been invested in her. It was simply outrageous. True God families who cultivate their offspring were just willing to spend money. All three enrollment teachers nodded in satisfaction. Lu Weiru student, your requirements fully meet the enrollment requirements of our 3 colleges, so after you complete the cultivation of your master's life form, you can apply to any of our colleges, go through the preparatory procedures, and experience college life beforehand. Thank you. Lu Weiru politely thanked him. His eyebrows were full of joy, and he even glanced at Su Song as if to say, "It's not too late for you to decide to be my slave." The 3 enrollment teachers turned to Su Song, and their expressions became a bit serious. "Student Su Song, we have read your information. Your core race is Locust, is that correct?" Su Song confirmed. The fact that his core race was Locust was something he couldn't get rid of. However, Su Song wasn't ashamed that his core race was Grasshoppers. On the contrary, he felt that it was too good that his core race was Grasshoppers. Without the superior reproductive ability of locusts, it would be impossible for him to sit here today and accept the requests of the top-level college admissions teachers. After hearing this, the 3 admission teachers scratched 2 lines on the paper and looked at the posture as if they were striking a fork. The 3 enrollment teachers then asked, "Your current virtue is 1 point, that's right," Su Song replied. The 3 enrollment teachers were a bit disappointed and made another cross. "Last question, we are curious, how did you get the Sword Clan and Wind Clan heroes into your divine realm, as well as the weakened version of the Skeleton Lord's incarnation that you showed in this exam?" Su Song frowned. It looked like the 3 enrollment teachers did not see his divine abilities. Since this was the case, Su Song naturally wouldn't be in a hurry to make this matter public. Regardless of whether people believed it or not, the key was that the ability to sacrifice one's life was Su Song's bottom card, and it was best for him not to reveal it. "I cannot answer this question," Su Song said. The 3 enrollment teachers looked at each other and said, "Of course you can. Every outstanding person has their own secrets." Saying that, they drew another fork on the paper. Looking at the 3 forks on the paper, the 3 enrollment teachers unanimously replied, Sorry, Su Song, even though you're very good, there's still some things you need to get right. If you are still willing to apply to one of our 3 colleges, please keep this excellent. See you at the college entrance exam." The 3 principals showed pity. Su Song's excellence was something they could see. The 3 admissions officers obviously couldn't see Su Song's depth and potential. "I understand, I'll work hard, and I'll see you at the college entrance exam." Su Song looked at the Kyoto College admissions teacher and replied back. His attitude was not low, but not arrogant either. "I hope your wish comes true." Of course, the Kyoto College admissions teacher felt Su Song's emotion, but he replied with a superficial meaning. After all, every year, there were far too many young geniuses who boasted about getting into Kyoto Academy. However, there were only a handful who could get in, and a player like Su Song, who basically had no hope of being shortlisted, was not worth paying attention to. Immediately after that, the 3 enrollment teachers teleported away. Class teacher Li Feng patted Su Song's shoulder and comforted him. It is well known that the threshold of top colleges is high, and it is normal that you cannot get in. If you are willing, there are several other top colleges that would like to invite you to be their preparatory student. Mr. Li, no need, I will just go to the Imperial Capital Academy, Su Song said firmly. He still had to fulfill his grandfather's dying wish and search for his parents. He had to go to the Imperial Capital Academy. Seeing that Su Song's attitude is so firm, Li Feng can't persuade any more. Just think that Su Song is angry. After a while, he will change his mind. At this time, the 3 school leaders spoke. Su Song students, now to the college entrance examination, there is still a long period of time. The matter of further study can be considered later. There are some things the school would like to discuss with you, Principal Han Meishue said in a friendly tone. These words made Su Song feel flattered. The school's affairs, the headmasters agreed on it. Why did they have to find him to discuss it? After some negotiations with the principal, Su Song had 2 more documents in his hands. The first was a contract for the employment of 30 million skeleton soldiers. The school wanted to hire these 30 million skeleton soldiers to stay in the original dimension and mine minerals for the school. Although the skeleton soldiers were weak and stupid, they were good at not knowing how to work, consumed less, and could work 24 hours a day. They are a dream worker for the black-hearted boss. Originally, the school directors planned to buy these skeleton soldiers directly from Su Song. However, Su Song considered the long-term benefits and only rented them, not sold them. The principal had no choice but to sign an employment contract. Every day, they would give Su Song a share of the proceeds from the mining. As for the second contract, it was for the purchase and sale of magical grasshoppers. The magic abyss plane was not suitable for the survival of weak life forms like locusts. However, Su Song's locusts were an exception. After being summoned to the magic abyss plane, they not only adapted to the environment of the magic abyss plane, but were also able to reproduce normally. According to the school's background statistics, the number of demonized locusts had multiplied to over 30,000 in less than 100 days. Although the combat power of these demon locusts was not as good as that of the skeleton soldiers, they were able to eat and give birth. As long as they were properly cultivated, the frontline commanders would no longer have to worry about the problem of contamination from the corpses of flesh and blood demon puppets, and 30,000 demonized grasshoppers was no big deal to Su Song. There were still billions of locusts in his divine realm. 30,000 demonized locusts was just a drop in the bucket. These 2 contracts initially brought Su Song 300,000 divine strength, and will continue to add valuable divine strength to Su Song's account. On a daily basis, when Su Song walked out of the conference room, he saw Lu Weiru standing in front of the door. It looked like he was waiting for him. After I cultivate a Lord life form, I will go to the top colleges and universities as a preparatory student. The resources there are more suitable for me to grow, Lu Weiru said coldly. Congratulations, Su Song returned. You will be going to the Imperial Capital College in the future? Lu Weiru asked. Yes, I will definitely go to the Imperial Capital Academy, Su Song said firmly. He wanted to go to the Imperial Capital Academy to search for his lost parents in the Sea of Chaotic Stars. Then I will also choose the Imperial Capital Academy. However, I will definitely get a lot of resources and be promoted quickly if I enter the Imperial Capital Academy as a preparatory student. And when we meet again, you might not be my opponent. Lu Weiru had something to say. So, it's not too late for you to be my slave while I haven't become an Imperial Capital Academy student yet. When you arrive at the Imperial Capital Academy, I can protect you and prevent you from being bullied by the others. Su Song smiled bitterly. Can we not talk about the slave issue? Lu Weiru was a little disappointed. Fine. The 2 of them had nothing more to say, and after walking down the corridor, Su Song said, I still have to organize the harvest this time, so I will leave first. Goodbye. Lu Weiru was a little reluctant to leave. When she saw Su Song's distant figure, she took a deep breath. But his little skeleton appearance is still quite cute. With that, she called the interface. The interface's screensaver was actually Su Song's little skeleton incarnation of the Skeleton Lord. On the other hand, Su Song teleported back to the Demon Abyss plane. Because of the contract, the Skeleton Soldier Legion had to stay behind to mine, and Su Song could only let some of his elites return to his own god realm. Among them, The heroic life form bone controllers and bone restorers were the ones that had to be taken away, the skeleton knights who could summon skeleton soldiers all had to be taken away as well. The bull demon tribes were also all taken away. With a full harvest, Su Song returned to his divine domain. The rewards from the trial had already been sent to Su Song's account. The divinity card was glittering and honorable. Su Song didn't hesitate this time and absorbed the little bit of divinity it contained at the first opportunity. His information changed as well: name, Su Song; rank, divine being, divine talent, chosen son of heaven only, divine ability, growth acceleration, life sacrifice unique. Divinity, 2 points, divine power, 5 million self-produced divine power / 76 million other produced divine power, faith power, 79.03 million, core rank, level 3 tier 2 holy relic tyrannical eclipse law crippled, tier 1 holy relic poison mist pearl, core familiars, locust, 219 transcendent lifeforms, 49.08 million elite lifeforms, 38 billion ordinary lifeform subsidiary familiars, sword and wind clan heroic lifeform, sword and wind dwarf heroic lifeform, iron red furnace divine hammer, 2 transcendent lifeforms, 58 elite lifeforms skeleton clan skeleton lord, 2 heroic lifeforms, bone controller, bone rebuilder, 190 transcendent spirituals cow demon clan hero spiritual, cow demon shaman, 14 transcendent lifeforms, 2589 elite lifeforms, divine realm buildings, level 1 melting furnace, level 2 worm nest, level 1 temple, etc. Special facilities, life well, decomposition machine, sacred flame of hope, etc. Su Song smacked his lips. After the addition of a bit of divinity, there was no difference from before. Perhaps it was because the current divinity was still too low. Su Song consolidated all the gains from this test without thinking about the divinity issue. With the grade rewards and the quest rewards, Su Song received a total of 1,800 class points, a number of holy relics, a number of skills, and a number of weapons. The tribe's harvest was equally large. Of the 3 hero templates collected, 2 were used for the skeleton clan and 1 for the red furnace dwarf divine hammer. More than a dozen transcendent seeds remained unused. There were also quite a few skills, holy relics, weapons, and special equipment that could lead to life leaps. All in all, Su Song's harvest from this trial was even greater than that of the unified trial. However, this did not mean that Su Song would have a better time, as there were also more dependents for him to raise. The godly domain of nearly 200 square kilometers was too overcrowded with 5 races with different customs, so Su Song directly spent 1 million of godly power to expand his godly domain to 1,000 square kilometers. This was the limit of a divine domain at this stage of a divine being's life. Of course, it wouldn't take that much divine power just to buy land for a divine domain. The vast majority of this expenditure was for remodeling the environment of the divine domain area to make it a little more comfortable for the various dependents to live in, things like transcendent seeds, holy relics, skills, and weapons. As long as the familiars needed them, they could take them, and Su Song would never be stingy. After picking out the remaining resources that no one wanted, Su Song put them all into the shopping mall for sale. He made 500,000 divine powers. After that, Su Song still had 2 tasks left. One was to increase the strength of the hero's life form, for example, buying suitable skill crystals and replacing the 4 powerful divine power weapons with sword wind chopper iron. For example, finding special totems for the bull demon shaman, also, for example, healing for the skeleton lords, providing a large amount of resources, and adding life support for the bone controllers and bone restorers. This step cost Su Song a full 30 million divine energy. However, Su Song was not heartbroken and felt that it was worth it. After the enhancement of these heroic life forms was completed, their strength in all aspects would increase at least several times, and they would be of even greater help to him in the future. As for the second, it was to continue to build the path of the life leap for the core dependents, the grasshoppers. Although the grasshoppers were weak, they were always Su Song's core dependents, the foundation of his life. He needed more resources. In addition, Su Song had received some special props in this trial that included the life leap. He decided to give it a try and let the locusts develop in more directions as well. After investing a lot of Time, energy, and resources. Su Song lived up to his expectations and came up with 2 more life leap routes suitable for locusts. One of them was called the Sinking Way by Su Song. Using the sinking heart obtained from the sinking demon clan as a guide, it gave the locusts the ability to ignore the erosion of demonic chi, increasing their resistance. The success rate was as high as 95%. Locusts that passed through this path of life leap were directly promoted to the ranks of elite life forms, which Su Song called sinking worms. The sinking worm possessed stronger resistance, more tenacious vitality, and significantly increased resistance to negative conditions and magical attacks. All in all, it belonged to the evolution in the direction of protection. The other article used the harvest of the Dark Troglodyte clan as its core, giving locusts the ability to merge with darkness and cast curses with a 90% success rate. It was made into the Dark Curse Path by Su Song. Locusts that passed the Dark Curse Path would also be promoted to elite life forms capable of stealth flight and inflicting all kinds of negative effects on their enemies, taking the assassination route, which Su Song called the Dark Curse Bug. Su Song called it the Dark Spell Bug, together with the Heavenly Demon Bug, which had long horns on its head and was extremely powerful in piercing. It took the offensive route. The 3 types of bugs cooperated with each other based on their respective strengths, causing Su Song's overall combat power to increase tremendously. On that day, Su Song watched the development of the newborn locusts. An anxious prayer entered his mind: "O gods, please forgive my clan's stupidity." He even made the mistake of dropping the sacred staff given by the gods into the disintegration machine when he was disintegrating the ores. "O gods, please forgive him for his sins." A series of prayers made Su Song's eyes widen. What was the situation when he dropped the holy relic staff into the disintegration machine? If I remember correctly, this holy relic staff was a holy relic that could be used as a weapon. It was a good treasure, and it was worth quite a lot. It would be too much of a pity if it just fell into the decomposition machine. Su Song frowned and lowered his divine incarnation to the decomposition machine. On the side of the disintegration machine, a red furnace dwarf of the transcendent life form was lying on the ground, trembling. He was the confused man who dropped the holy relic into the disintegration machine, and he was the younger brother of Divine Hammer, called Iron Hammer. When Iron Hammer saw Su Song's divine incarnation descend, he immediately knelt down and apologized to Su Song with a trembling voice, begging for forgiveness. When he was in the Demon Abyss battlefield, Iron Hammer was a ruthless man, and when his body was slashed, blood would flow out without blinking an eye. But now, in front of Su Song, he was trembling like a little chicken. This also shows that Iron Hammer has a reverence for Su Song, and his faith is very pure. Su Song can only lament in his heart. In front of such a pure believer, what can he do? Of course, he should forgive him. Raising his hand to help Iron Hammer up, Su Song said, "Remember this mistake and work more seriously in the future." As soon as Iron Hammer heard that there would be no punishment, he burst into hot tears and kowtowed several times in gratitude. His religious status jumped from true believer to fervent believer. Su Song laughed bitterly as he became the second fervent believer of the Red Furnace Dwarf clan. Iron Hammer had become a berserker, and the extra faith had more or less made up for his loss. Su Song was a bit curious. After the holy relics were inserted, what exactly could be decomposed? He had a similar idea before, but he had never tested it. After all, holy relics were extremely expensive. Even the lowest and most trashy level 1 holy relics could be sold for as much as 300 divine strength. Su Song knew that his family was average and his wealth was limited, so he didn't dare to lose his money. Su Song waited for 10 minutes before the decomposition machine finally started working. After waiting for 10 minutes, the decomposition machine finally stopped. When the sound of bam 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 rang out, something had been decomposed. Su Song hurriedly took out the contents. It was 2 fire crystals and a golden crystal with a hint of strange power. Su Song immediately checked the information on the golden crystal. Source of holy items. The root of the formation of holy items. It can be used to upgrade and repair holy relics. Here, Su Song was holding the source of relic formation, but in his heart, he was thinking about the Tier 2 relic formation that he had placed in the Divine Domain Core, the broken tyrannical eclipse law. This was a broken holy relic that might be repaired with the source of holy relics. with the idea of trying it out. Su Song took out the tyrannical eclipse law and brought the source of holy relics into contact with it. A miraculous scene took place. The moment the source of sacred objects came into contact with the tyrannical dark law, it turned into a silk thread and merged with the tyrannical dark law. A light flickered on the overeating law, and Su Song felt that the function of the overeating law had changed. Previously, ordinary life forms could evolve into elite life forms after consuming more than 1,000 times their own energy. Now, it had changed to 999 times the energy, which was a drop below the previous requirement. Su Song's eyes lit up. This was good news. If there were enough sacred item sources, would it be possible to completely repair the tyrannical dark law? What kind of functions would the complete tyrannical eclipse law sacred item have? Su Song was looking forward to it. It was just that the holy relic had to disintegrate the holy source, and a good quality level 1 holy relic had only disintegrated one holy source. If he wanted to completely repair the overeating laws, he would need a lot of money, and Su Song might not be able to afford it even if he had to spend all of his money on it. With this naive thought, Su Song opened the internet to see what the netizens had to say. The result was that after browsing the net, the netizens' answers were all different, and none of them were reliable. On the contrary, there was one post that caught Su Song's attention. The post was emblazoned with the mark of a true god, indicating that the poster was a true god. This true god was currently facing a problem, as his weapon, which was both a divine weapon and a holy relic, had been damaged during another battle in the outer regions. Without his divine weapon, his fighting power was greatly reduced. Therefore, he posted a message on the internet, asking the capable people of the Divine Realm civilization to help him complete the restoration of his divine weapon. He didn't care how much divine power he had to spend, as long as they could help him repair his divine artifact. He would be fine with smashing his pots and selling his family's money. Below this post, there were countless messages from the Forge Masters. The general idea was to tell this true god to give up. This was because the true god's divine artifact was created by an almost extinct civilization in the outer regions. The construction method was lost. If there were resources to repair the divine weapon, it would be better to build a new one. The true god who posted the message said that the artifact was important to him and must be restored. Su Song read the message and had an idea in his heart. After reading the message, Su Song had an idea in his mind. To restore this weapon, which was both a divine weapon and a holy relic, perhaps the source of holy relics could work. Su Song immediately left a message under the post. Perhaps I can help you. If you need it, please contact me privately. Within a few minutes, someone contacted Su Song. Are you sure you can help me restore my weapon? Su Song replied, I can only say that I can try. After all, you have been posting for so long, and you have not found a good way to try one more time. There is no great loss. The other side waited a minute before answering. I will believe you for once. However, I want to tell you in advance that my artifacts are not allowed to leave my site. Su Song replied, I don't need to touch your artifacts. My method is a bit special, and I need to consume holy relics to refine it. If you trust me, send me some holy relics first, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. The other side hesitated for a moment before replying, I've already downloaded the Divine Domain Anti-Fraud Center application, so don't you dare try to trick me. Speak up. How many levels of holy relics do you need? I can give it to you now if it's below level 4, but it will take some time if it's above level 4. Su Song couldn't help but sigh. This true god is rich. Su Song replied, 1 level is fine. The true god on the other side hesitated for a minute, feeling that his own artifact had been insulted. How could a level 1 holy artifact be worthy of his powerful divine weapon? However, since it was the master's request, the true god reluctantly acknowledged it and casually pulled out 100 grade 1 holy items from his divine domain and sent them to Su Song in a package. Upon receiving the package, Su Song looked at the 100 pieces of excellent class 1 holy relics inside and was inwardly shocked beyond belief. How about pulling the plug and running away? After taking 3 seconds to calm his agitated heart, Su Song gave up on this greedy idea. He didn't want to be targeted by the Divine Realm Anti-Fraud Center. Su Song threw the 100 holy relics into the decomposition machine with a strong expression of regret. The decomposition machine worked furiously. 2 hours later, a large amount of crystals poured out. there were 400 pieces of various energy crystals and 109 pieces of holy relic sources. I'll covet the next 9, I don't want to be discovered, Su Song muttered as he picked out 100 pieces of holy relic sources and wrapped them up to send them back. After waiting for 10 minutes, he received a message from the other party. Grand Master, you are my regenerative parent, my name is Yuan Zhong, please help me. Yuan Zhong, spiteful seed. This name, it lives up to its name, Su Song muttered. He looked at the 400 energy crystals behind him as well as the 9 sacred springs under his greed. Fiery returned, you are too kind. This person of mine loves nothing more than helping people. In the school under the witness of many class teachers, Tian Xiongfei reluctantly offered his level 3 priesthood, healing. This time, he had made a fortune. Mr. Li, the road to godhood is long, we'll see, Tian Xiongfei said hatefully, then got up and left. The other teachers called for Li Feng to buy them a drink, which must be good and expensive, and Li Feng gladly agreed. After finishing his meal, Li Feng returned to his teacher's apartment. He looked at the level 3 divine profession, healing in his hand. He was a bit moved. During his college days, he had majored in logistics. Healing was an essential part of logistics. This healing priesthood was level 3, far from the highest level 5, but it was still of good quality. After all, any level 5 priesthood was an unattainable existence. Li Feng knew his own strength and would never dare to think about it. Absorption. After some thought, Li Feng absorbed the priesthood for his own use. Soon, the priesthood was completely absorbed, and his own strength was increased, bringing him one step closer to becoming a true god. Li Feng was happy in his heart, but of course, he didn't forget the reason why he had obtained so many rare resources in just a few days. Thanks to Su Song, Li Feng was a person who knew how to return the favor, not to mention the fact that he had received such a great favor from Su Song. When he was about to apply for communication with Su Song, Su Song's communication application was the first to reach him. Su Song, what are you looking for? Su Song said, Teacher Li, I'm not looking for anything big, I just want to ask if you know how to get the resources to upgrade the core level of the divine realm. I've searched online, but I can't find any. Li Feng smiled. Scarce resources such as divine priesthood, divinity, core fragments, and so on could not possibly flow into the internet. That's because they would be bought by large consortiums as soon as they hit the shelves, and a city dweller like Su Song simply wouldn't be in a position to patronize them. Besides, the price of these materials is very high, and even if Su Song had millions of divine powers, he wouldn't be able to buy many of them. I personally have some collections, and I can allow you to use class points to find me to trade with, Li Feng said generously. With his demigod strength, he could no longer see the items in the class treasury. The main reason why he was willing to exchange them was to return the favor to Su Song. Thank you, Mr. Li. Su Song then transferred all of his class points to Li Feng, a total of 1,950 class points. In exchange, he received 13 pieces of divine realm core fragments of various sizes. After incorporating these fragments into the Divine Realm Core, Su Song's Divine Realm Core was raised by 2 levels to level 5, it was barely enough for now. However, Su Song wanted to raise the level of the Divine Domain Core a bit higher. In the future, he could charge more holy relics. After realizing Su Song's needs, Li Feng thought of a way out. When he was in college, he had come across holy relics with good attributes that could not be loaded because his Divine Realm Core level was too low. A well-connected senior then came up with the idea of taking him to a realm called Bloody Arena and letting him participate in competitions. The winner of each arena would receive a Divine Realm Core fragment as a reward from the organizers. However, Li Feng majored in logistics, and after participating in several competitions, he didn't win and lost many of his family members. He had no choice but to give up. Later, he gradually forgot about it. Today, Su Song's lack of Divine Realm Core fragments has stirred up his dusty memories. Su Song, if you were to fight against other Divine Realm citizens or even races from other civilizations, where a large number of your relatives might die, but after you win, you will be able to receive Divine Realm Core fragments as a reward. Would you accept such a competition? Li Feng asked. Can you accept such a competition? Su Song had just spent a lot of money to cultivate his subordinates, and he was looking for an opportunity to test their strength. He immediately said, "No problem, I don't have anything except for subordinates." Li Feng immediately contacted his former senior and obtained the current coordinates of the bloody arena. Li Feng then called Su Song to the school, and using the teacher's authority, he used the school's teleportation station to enter the coordinates. After 15 minutes of teleportation, the two of them finally arrived at their destination. The bloody arena was built in a megadimension that belonged to one of the civilizations in the outer realm. It was said to be the property of a god king. It did not exclude any race or civilization from entering, but it required every race and civilization to obey the rules of this place once they entered the boundaries of the bloody arena. One of the most important was, fighting is forbidden in the area outside the arena. Su Song had never been to such a novel place before. Like a child from the mountains who has just arrived in a big city, he looked around curiously. Li Feng smiled. When he first came here, he was no different from Su Song, but now, Li Feng had already turned into an old man. To be on the safe side, he took out 2 masks from the divine realm that he had prepared long ago, one for himself and the other for Su Song, masks that could hide the probes of demigods and those below them. This is the outer realm. After all, we're still in the outer realm, we'd better be careful. Su Song obediently put on the mask and followed Li Feng into the largest building in this realm, the bloody arena. Li Feng pulled Su Song along and went to the registration desk and received a registration form for Su Song, who had to fill out some of his own basic information to facilitate the matching of opponents in the backstage area. While Su Song was filling out the form, Li Feng introduced Su Song to the rules of this place. The competitions here were divided into 3 types according to the level of the competitors: divine being competitions, demigod competitions, and true god competitions. Normally, there would be no cross-level athletics unless the athletes themselves specifically requested it. Also, athleticism is not limited to the number of dependents. However, in order to concede defeat in a rodeo, one would need to have a mortality rate of 50% or more for the dependents to be able to do so. The iron-headed players would hold out until the mortality rate reached 100% after filling out the registration form, and Su Song understood the rules of this place perfectly. Since he was a newbie, a match notification was issued just 5 minutes after Su Song submitted the application form. The next moment, Su Song was transported to an arena with thousands of square kilometers of space, and the sparse discussion from the audience on the stands could clearly reach Su Song's ears even though he was tens of kilometers away. This kid looks like a fledgling with little experience, a flower in a greenhouse. After being beaten up a few times, he knows the evils of the outer world. Poor thing. He had to face the cruel rat bastards in the first game. From the audience, Su Song learned that the first opponent he faced was called Rat Disciple. It seems that his reputation is very bad, and he is a cruel guy. While Su Song was thinking, a row of large letters appeared in front of his eyes. Please ask the contestants to release their familiars. The rodeo will officially begin in 3 minutes. At the same time, Su Song saw his opponent for the first arena. This short, dark-skinned fellow was hunched over and still let out a jia 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 laugh from time to time. Kid, even though I can't see through your information, I dare to guess that you are a novice. Don't worry, the Rat Master takes care of novices the most, and the game will be over soon. With that, the Rat Apprentice smiled grimly and summoned his familiars. A rat only half a meter tall was summoned out, densely packed with a total of 300 million. Kid, you've never seen so many familiars before, so you're scared. If you are scared, then give up your resistance. And after the Rat Master kills all your dependents, he will let you go. Jia jia jia, the rat disciples' twisted face revealed a bit of cruelty. In response, Su Song smiled faintly and called out his core dependents, grasshoppers. In an instant, a sea of locusts flew out and covered the entire sky. Seeing this scene, not to mention the rat disciples, the few spectators in the stands were stunned. What the hell, so many locusts? This thing has combat power, locusts of elite life forms. That's a bit interesting. It was a battle of numbers, and it was still uncertain who would lose and who would win. The rat disciple's expression stagnated when he realized that the subordinates Su Song had released were locusts. He had thought that it would be impossible for his rat familiars to lose in a battle of numbers, but he hadn't expected his opponent's familiars to be even more numerous. Locusts, jia jia jia, your core familiars are actually locusts. How pathetic. Don't worry, Master Rat is true to his word, and I guarantee that the competition will end soon. The rat pupil is more confident in this competition. Locusts are just locusts, how strong can they be, just living targets. The 3-minute countdown ended, the competition began. The rat men summoned by Rat 2 had put their hands behind their backs and pulled out a compact hand crossbow. The crossbow was drawn and an arrow was fired at the locust swarm in the air. A total of 300 million arrows were fired at the locusts like a torrential downpour. Su Song made a split-second decision and issued an oracle: sinking worm, protect. A large, thick-armored sinking worm flew out from the mass of locusts, blocking the other swarms and meeting the first wave of arrows. Some of the arrows hit its armor, while others were deflected by the armor. The locust army's losses were minimal. Seeing that the first wave of arrows had no significant results, the rat disciple was somewhat annoyed as he ordered the attack to continue. The rat familiars began to skillfully fiddle with their hand crossbows, loading them with arrows as Su Song continued to recite the oracle: dark spell worms, sneak attack. The dark spell worms flew, melting into the shadows and silently sneaking up behind the rat men, erupting with curses: curse of slowness, curse of weakness, curse of blindness. Almost all of the rat men were affected by the curse at the same time, and the arrows failed to replenish. Su Song continued to deliver oracles: sky demon worms, charge. Countless sky demon worms leapt over the protection of the sinking worms, vibrating their wings, raising their long unicorn horns, and stabbing at the rat men. In an instant, a large number of rat men were stabbed by the heavenly demon worms. Just being stung wasn't enough. Most of the heavenly demon worms had gained the influence of the level 1 poison mist pearl's sacred item, and were carrying poison themselves. The poison merged with the blood and flowed into the internal organs of the rat men. In less than 5 seconds, a large number of rat men died. The whole process took less than 20 seconds, but the casualties were horrific. All the viewers could see that the survival rate of Su Song's relatives remained at 99%. On the other hand, the survival rate of rat disciples' dependents dropped to 73%. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Rat disciple could hardly believe what was in front of him. How could his rat army be crushed so easily? This was an army of rat men that he had spent a lot of divine power to cultivate. The grasshoppers didn't know how to restrain themselves, and they were still fighting. The survival rate of Rat 2's followers had dropped to 45% in the few seconds that Rat 2 hesitated. I admit defeat, I surrender, Rat disciple cried out in heartbreak. In the past, he had always seen other people's hearts ache for their loved ones. Today, that wretch was unexpectedly replaced by himself. As the rat apprentice announced his defeat, the arena lowered its protection. In the end, only 31% of the rats were teleported back to Rat Apprentice's God's domain. The locusts were also teleported back to the divine realm. Looking at the corpses of the rat race, Su Song couldn't help but think about summoning the skeleton knights to turn all the corpses there into skeleton soldiers. However, the next moment, Su Song cancelled this idea because a huge spell formation appeared on the arena floor. And the pattern of the spell formation and Su Song's ability to sacrifice life had some similarities. The rat corpses on the ground were absorbed by the formation and eventually condensed into a fragment of the divine realm core, which landed in Su Song's hands. This was Su Song's reward for winning the competition. After being teleported out of the arena, Su Song's heart was shocked beyond words. It was the first time he had seen an ability similar to life sacrifice. While he was marveling, Li Feng walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and praised him. Su Song, you did well. You easily won your first rodeo, allowing me to gain a lot of divine power. Since your relatives didn't suffer many losses, do you want to continue in the second round of the rodeo? If you win again, you will receive 10% more divine domain core fragments than this time. Upon hearing this, Su Song immediately agreed. Then let's continue. My familiars need training. After the application was submitted, the second game of Su Song's rodeo was registered. 10 minutes later, the competition started. 20 minutes later, the third match began. On the 32nd day, Su Song paid the price of blowing up 100 million heavenly demon bugs to win the 184th game. The entire arena boiled over as countless spectators shouted the word locust plague. This was the code name the crowd had given to Su Song's relatives. This victory was Su Song's 89th consecutive victory. The obtained Divine Realm Core fragment was 9 times larger than usual. Each level up of the Divine Realm Core required a larger amount of core fragments. To level up from level 5 to level 6, Su Song used 69 God Realm Core fragments, both large and small. After absorbing the Divine Realm Core fragments he had just obtained, his Divine Realm Core level had only just risen to level 7, as for wanting to ascend to level 8, the amount of core fragments needed would be more than the core fragments used for the level 6 and 7 upgrades combined. It's getting harder and harder to become stronger. Su Song couldn't help but sigh. Lucky star, what are you sighing about again? Li Feng came over smiling. Li Feng had wagered a lot of divine power on Su Song in these 184 competitions. Su Song was very competitive and only lost 3 out of 184 competitions. Li Feng also gained a lot of divine power, and even his eyes changed when he looked at Su Song. It was as if he was looking at a golden, shiny, money-giving boy. I'm complaining that the speed of my divine domain core upgrade is getting slower and slower, Su Song said. Su Song replied, and Li Feng smiled, actually, with the current power of your familiars, you can try to challenge a demigod. Su Song was slightly stunned and asked, the rewards you get from challenging a demigod as a divine being will increase, it's 10 times what you would get from winning a normal competition, Li Feng said without exaggeration. For example, if you play your next match against a demigod and win, you will receive 90 consecutive victories multiplied by 10, which is 90 times the amount of a normal divine domain core fragment. Upon hearing Li Feng's explanation, Su Song was immediately moved. In his inner vision of the divine realm, there were still nearly 4 billion locust familiars left, and Su Song felt the need to challenge himself. What if he won? The application for the cross-level challenge was submitted. The receptionist at the registration desk double-checked the application before believing that someone would actually choose to challenge him at a higher level. After repeated requests from Su Song, the receptionist uploaded the application. The Bloody Arena executives approved the application and selected a demigod from among the demigods to be Su Song's opponent. Divine beings versus demigods. This competition was not announced, but it caused a huge reaction. Spectators flocked to it like cats smelling fishy odors. I've heard about this locust plague kid, a newcomer who's only been in the Bloody Arena for a little over 30 days, thinking he can do whatever he wants just because he made a killing in the divine creature arena is too much. I'll let the demigods show him how it's done. I'm betting on the demigods to win this round. Demigods have a higher divine realm core rank and can charge higher level holy relics, and demigods also have divine priesthoods and can use divine magic. Who on earth gave Locust Plague the courage to challenge the majesty of the demigods? I think this Locust Plague kid is just overconfident and thinks he's invincible in the divine creature competition. I checked his stats, and he's lost 3 fights. The audience completely mocked the idea of Su Song challenging a demigod, believing that Su Song was being overly arrogant. Some viewers claimed that this tournament was a complete waste of divine power, betting to the death that the demigods would win easily. Su Song's odds were raised to 1 in 100, and as a participant in the tournament, Su Song had a change of heart when he learned of his odds. As a participant in the tournament, he could not gamble, but Li Feng could. Su Song instructed Li Feng to buy 10 million divine powers and bet on himself to win, leaving Li Feng a bit confused as to who was the teacher between the two of them. Even for a demigod, 10 million divine energy is a huge amount of money. How could it be as simple as 1,000 points of divine energy with Su Song? But no matter what, it was a good thing that Su Song had confidence in himself. Li Feng, after betting 10 million divine energy on Su Song's behalf, squeezed out another 5 million divine energy from his teeth and bet on Su Song to win. Li Feng's trust in Su Song was represented by this 5 million divine energy. Even if he lost, Li Feng could bear it. Even if it hurt, but if he won, the reward would be 500 million divine energy. For a demigod, 500 million divine energy was by no means a small amount. After placing his bet, Li Feng rushed to Su Song's side and patted Su Song's shoulder. Su Song, the teacher's hope is pinned on you, you must win. If you win, I'll buy a magic weapon to reward myself. Su Song smoothly replied, thank you, teacher, but then he reacted. Su Song, had nothing to do with Li Feng buying an artifact to reward himself. he was upset over nothing. Ignoring Li Feng, Su Song once again entered the Divine Realm with the help of the Bloody Arena's Divine Realm login. After upgrading the Divine Realm core, he still hadn't had a chance to add any holy relics. Currently, there were 2 holy artifacts loaded into the Divine Realm core, a Tier 2 holy artifact, Tyrannical Eclipse Law Tatters, and a Tier 1 holy artifact, Poison Mist Pearl. Su Song also had 4 Tier 1 sacred artifacts of good quality and 2 Tier 1 skill crystals. Just as he was about to load them into the Divine Domain core, True God Yuan Zhong sent a message asking if today's batch of sacred item sources had been refined yet. You said that any holy item below level 4 can be found, right? Yuan Zhong replied, Master, I have a lot of holy relics below level 4 in my Divine Realm, so you can find me if you need them. Then I need a powerful level 2 holy relic with the attributes of poison, earth, darkness, and fire, Su Song said nonchalantly. Yuan Zhong replied, wait a moment. Soon, 50 pieces of level 2 holy relics were packaged and sent over. Su Song opened them, checked them, and found that these 50 pieces of level 2 holy relics all had good attributes. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh once again. True God really has money. With better choices, how could Su Song evaluate these level 1 holy relics? Among the 50 holy relics, he carefully selected 2 holy relics that matched the attributes of the Grasshopper's level 2 holy relic, Earth and Fire Flowing Plasma Sphere. Possessing the attributes of earth and fire, it can increase the familiar's defense and resistance, as well as increase the familiar's healing power. It is suitable for the sinking worms, which the locusts evolved into after the life leap. Level 2 holy relic, Shadow Spike, a holy relic with a dark attribute that, when charged into the core of the Divine Domain, allows a follower to realize the level 2 ability, Shadow Spike. Shadow Spike restricts an enemy's movement by nailing them in their shadow, creating a stasis effect. It works well with the Dark Spell Worm. Load the 2 level 2 sacred relics into the core of the Divine Domain. Suddenly, the locust familiars inside the Divine Domain all received a shock from their vital essence. Some grasshoppers didn't experience any changes, however, some locusts underwent physical mutations. 80% of the sinking locusts were affected by the level 2 holy relic, Earth Fire Plasma Sphere, and their armor became fiery red and thicker. 76% of dark spell locusts were affected by the level 2 holy relic, Shadow Nail, and they learned the level 2 skill, Shadow Nail. The 4 billion locusts in Su Song's Divine Domain once again received a huge increase in strength. This gave Su Song more confidence in the next battle. Without waiting for him to check the locust data in detail, a prompt sounded. In the next instant, he teleported into the arena. This time, the arena was much larger than the Divine Creature Competition arena, a full 10,000 square kilometers, 100 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. Shouting from the crowd came from all directions, Elephant Lord, crush him. Elephant Lord, display the mighty power of your demigod. Locust Plague, you have to hold out for 3 seconds or I'll lose miserably. Various shouts reached Su Song's ears. The vast majority of them had no confidence in him. The person standing in front of Su Song was his opponent in this competition, the demigod codenamed Elephant Lord. The Elephant Lord didn't wear a mask, he had blonde hair and white skin, his limbs were robust, and he was very tall, at least 2 meters tall. Compared to Su Song, he looked like a small giant. Today must be my lucky day to meet a rookie like you who doesn't know anything about the bloody arena. Rookie, are you ready to lead your pets to their deaths? The demigod Elephant Lord said proudly. With this look, he didn't even consider Su Song as an opponent. Su Song didn't reply, he preferred to speak with facts. Rookie, I appreciate your courage to challenge a demigod, however, courage is not strength, so today I am going to let you get to know how terrifying a demigod is. The demigod Elephant Lord said in a loud voice, come out, my giant mammoth army. Behind the Elephant Lord, a huge portal manifested. Leading the way was the heroic life form, the giant thunder mammoth, 10 meters tall and 5 meters long, its entire body flickering with fine electric flowers. After the giant thunder mammoth, there were 250 giant war mammoths that were 9 meters tall, each of which was a transcendent life form. The rest were all elite life form giant mammoths, totaling 740,000 heads. The entire earth trembled as the legions of giant mammoths moved forward. Those in the audience supporting the Elephant Lord let out piercing screams. The demigod Elephant Lord enjoyed the audience's enthusiasm, and after waving his hand, he said to Su Song, "Rookie, it's your turn. Do your best to please me, not to be outdone." Su Song's portal opened and an infinite number of locusts poured out of the portal. There were so many of them that they covered the sky. The demigod Elephant Lord marveled at the number of locusts Su Song had. To be able to cultivate such a large number of locusts, it was obvious that Su Song must have put a lot of effort and resources into it. It was just that a large number did not mean power. With the same elite life form, 100,000 locusts might be no match for a giant mammoth. Is this all garbage? The demigod Elephant Lord was somewhat disdainful. In his opinion, these elite locusts released by Su Song alone could not pose a threat to his giant mammoth army. Su Song smiled and said nothing. After the elite heavenly demon worms, sinking worms, and dark spell worms flew out, the transcendent life form locusts lined up in the back only revealed themselves. Poison explosion sky demon worm cultivated by the worm nest plus tyrannical eating law plus poison mist pearl. Earth explosion sinking worm cultivated by the worm nest plus tyrannical eating law plus earth fire flux orb. Shadow streaming dark spell worm cultivated by the worm nest plus tyrannical eating law plus shadow nail. The total number of the three types of transcendent life form locusts was as many as 18,000. When they revealed themselves, they immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. Transcendent life forms, surprisingly, they were indeed transcendent life forms, and in such large numbers. Were they still locusts? What kind of evolutionary mutation had locusts undergone to become so powerful? I seriously doubt that this child, the locust plague, was sent out by a big family to practice. How many resources must have been used to raise locusts to such an appearance? The fact that the most ordinary grasshoppers could be cultivated into transcendental life forms was enough to show the genius of the cultivator. Su Song thought that if he was given one day, he would be able to increase the number of transcendental grasshoppers tenfold. What would the result be? What kind of scene would it be? Is that your true strength? I'm starting to look forward to it. The demigod Elephant Lord said with a bit of excitement. Su Song still didn't answer. The preparation period was over, and the competition had officially begun. The Elephant Lord released an oracle at the first moment, and the heroic life form, Giant Thunder Mammoth unleashed its level 3 intermediate thunder spit skill. Endless arcs of electricity erupted from the Giant Thunder Mammoth's long snout, crashing into the flying swarm. There was a sudden crackling sound, and a large number of locusts were killed by the arcs of electricity. Su Song was not to be outdone, and the dark spell worms launched their attack. Level 2 skill primary shadow nail. A shadow nail made entirely of dark elements pierced the shadow of the giant thunder mammoth. The strength of each dark spell bug was low, and the released shadow spikes could not achieve a fixing effect. However, when the number of shadow spikes reached tens of thousands, the giant thunder mammoth's movements would be greatly slowed down. When the number of shadow spikes reached 100,000, every single movement of the giant thunder mammoth was incomparably exhausting. When the number of shadow spikes exceeded 1,000,000, the giant thunder mammoth was like a statue, fixed in place and motionless. After all, it had been immobilized by the shadow nails. Su Song hastily ordered the transcendent life form, Poisonous Explosion Sky Demon Worm to attack. The Poisonous Explosion Sky Demon Worm lifted its wings and raised its unicorn horn to stab the giant thunder mammoth. The giant thunder mammoth's fur was very thick and tough, and even if the transcendent life form's Poisonous Explosion Sky Demon Worm tried its best, it could only penetrate to the depth of a finger. For the giant thunder mammoth, this depth was like scratching an itch. The demigod Elephant Lord immediately let out a heartfelt laugh. Even if you can cultivate grasshoppers into transcendent life forms, so what? Even if my giant thunder mammoth stood still, you wouldn't be able to harm it in the slightest. Hearing this from the Elephant Lord, Su Song finally replied, "Are you sure?" With that, the poison exploding sky demon insect exploded with a loud bang, and its flesh erupted into a large poisonous fog that covered its surroundings. Even this unicorn horn pierced deeper. Under the pressure of the explosion, the poison was smoothly injected into the giant thunder mammoth. The poison contained in a single poison exploding sky demon insect was limited, and it simply couldn't poison the gigantic giant thunder mammoth. however, Su Song had a full 6,000 poison explosion sky demon insects. As long as the giant thunder mammoth couldn't break free from the shadow nail's hold, it would be attacked by the poisonous exploding sky demon insects without a break. As long as the giant thunder mammoth can't break free from the shadow nail, it will be attacked by the poisonous exploding sky demon worms incessantly. The giant mammoths of these elite lifeforms were easier to deal with than the giant thunder mammoths of the heroic lifeforms. Amidst the explosions, the giant mammoth legion suffered casualties. The Elephant Lord watched the scene and his face turned grave. He thought that he had already overestimated Su Song, but he had never realized that he had still underestimated him, although it was a bit unseemly to use the power of a demigod against a creature of divine nature. But the Elephant Lord could not watch his own dependents being seriously injured and not care. He transferred the divine power into his body and used his divine art, wild divine art, thick armor wild divine art, blood. Chi, wild divine art, healing by continuously casting 3 divine arts. The Elephant Lord's own divine power was largely consumed, however, the results were obvious. The injured giant mammoths were nourished by the divine arts, their wounds healed quickly, and a thick layer of blood chi armor was condensed on their body surface. The locust's self-destruction landed on it, only weakening the thickness of the blood chi armor, but unable to injure the giant mammoth in the slightest. On the contrary, the giant mammoth was able to crush a large number of locusts by casually throwing his trunk. Even if the locusts fly high and out of the range of the mammoth's trunk, the mammoth can still suck in air through its trunk and pull a small number of locusts in front of its body to crush them. Su Song's situation had become very unfavorable. Being able to force me to use my divine art has already proven your strength. I will allow you to admit defeat if you kill 50% of your subordinates. The Elephant Lord had all the advantages, but he didn't want to kill them all. A genius who could cultivate ordinary grasshoppers to this level would never stop at divine beings. The Elephant Lord wanted to make a good impression before Su Song rose to power. However, there was no word for surrender in Su Song's dictionary. Besides, he hadn't even given his full strength yet. At my command, Ox Demon Race, move out. Su Song suddenly gave an oracle, and a portal opened behind him. The Bull Demon clan of the Divine Realm received the oracle and majestically entered the arena. The leading heroic life form, the Bull Demon Shaman, let out a furious howl. The following Bull Demons followed suit. A total of 2,604 Bull Demons bravely charged at the enemy's 740,000 mammoth army. The sudden turn of events caused the Elephant Lord to lose his concentration for a few seconds before he reacted. The enemy had actually captured a Bull Demon. This was an extremely powerful demonic creature of the demonic abyss race, but it was willing to listen to the opponent's command. It was truly shocking. However, Su Song's attack wasn't over yet. He stared at the direction of the Bull Demon's attack, and soon a giant mammoth died under the totem of the Bull Demon Shaman. Su Song immediately gave another oracle, Skeleton Race, attack. Behind him, the portal reopened. 190 skeleton knights emerged from the portal, carrying a large sedan chair made of bones. The Skeleton Lord sat on the palanquin seat. His comical size but extremely majestic posture, like a child playing with a big gun. Beside the Skeleton Lord stood 2 heroic life forms, the Bone Controller and the Bone Restorer. They were like 2 servants, ready to serve the Skeleton Lord at any time. This scene stunned the audience. Some people said incredulously, "I seem to be seeing the famous heroic life forms of the Skeleton Clan, the Bone Controllers. Illusion, this must be an illusion. Is there anyone who can help me wake up, brother? I'm hallucinating too. Let's smoke together and see if we can break the illusion." Damn, I'm jumping. How the hell are we supposed to play this game? A demigod has only 1 heroic life form, but a divine being has summoned 3 heroic life forms and a special being that is believed to be a lord's life form. Is that reasonable? The person in charge of the bloody arena came out to explain. Shady, it must be shady. I see, they must be pulling this stunt to cheat us out of our money. The bloody arena doesn't talk about God's virtue. I advise you to behave yourself. Su Song never dreamed that the Skeleton Clan he had summoned would cause the audience to point their fingers at the bloody arena, but what the audience did was none of his business. His goal now was to use as few undercards as possible to crush his opponent. Bone Restorer, I'm counting on you. Su Song jumped onto the large sedan chair, lifted the small skeleton from its seat, and sat down himself. The small skeleton-like skeleton lord was furious at Su Song's behavior of occupying his throne. But there was nothing he could do about it. He let Su Song be the god who controlled his food and drink. The heroic life form, Bone Restorer, was ordered to do so, and it first bowed respectfully to the god Su Song, and then jumped over the giant mammoth legion with the locusts picking it up. He cast his group resurrection ability on the dead giant mammoths below. In an instant, a skeletal mammoth from the corpses of the giant mammoths broke free of its flesh and blood bonds and stood up. Without flesh and blood, it lost its long, flexible nose, but the two long ivory tusks at the corners of its mouth became sharper. The skeleton mammoth, whose race had changed, immediately waved its long ivory tusks and stabbed at its original companions around it. Soon after, another giant mammoth died. As soon as a giant mammoth died, a skeleton mammoth would rise. The number of skeleton mammoths grew rapidly under the group resurrection of the Bone Restorers. It was then that the demigod Elephant Lord realized the crisis. Damn skeletons, the cowhide that couldn't be shaken off, but don't think that this will make a demigod submit. The Elephant Lord muttered and gave an oracle. Giant War Mammoth unleashed the ability, War Trample. 250 giant war mammoths suddenly had red eyes, and in a charging stance, they trampled the ground with all 4 feet. The skeleton mammoths in front of them were all shattered by the shockwave of War Trample, turning into broken bones. Even the giant thunder mammoth was affected by War Trample, and the shadows were able to break free of the shadow spike bonds and regain their ability to move. This time, the Elephant Lord's advantage returned. The Elephant Lord was powerful. Crush them, crush those skeletons. The audience was infected by the momentum of the giant mammoth army and cheered for the Elephant Lord. On Su Song's side, tell the bull demons to retreat. The Bone Controller took the initiative to fight. Its main body was small, but with each step forward, its size increased. The broken bones of those skeleton mammoths were absorbed by the Bone Controller as much as possible. Soon, a 20-meter-tall skeletal giant took shape. The massive body, twice the size of the giant thunder mammoth, silenced all the spectators. They seemed to remember the fear of being dominated by the Bone Controller in the Demon Abyss Battlefield promotional movie. Cold sweat broke out on the Elephant Lord's head when he saw such a huge body of the skeleton giant. The strongest heroic life form's combat power wasn't just words, it was the experience accumulated by the Divine Realm civilization after hundreds of millions of wars. He now regretted why he hadn't gone out of his way to destroy the Bone Controller when he first learned that Su Song possessed a heroic life form, the Bone Controller. It was too late to say anything now, and the Elephant Lord had no choice but to fight. He gathered the last bit of divine power he had in his body, and once again he cast his divine art, Wild Divine Art, Multiply. The divine art of multiplication consumed too much divine power, and the Elephant Lord could only cast the divine art on his one heroic life form, the giant thunder mammoth. Empowered by the divine art, the giant thunder mammoth's size increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the size of a skeleton giant. To prevent the giant from being affected by the battle, Su Song and the Elephant Lord tacitly told the rest of the familiars to stay away from the center of the battlefield, leaving an empty space for the two of them. The two of them had nothing to worry about and struck out boldly. The giant thunder mammoth unleashed a thunder charge and its 2 tusks were covered in lightning bolts, stabbing into the skeleton giant at an extremely high speed. The skeleton giant's body was instantly ripped open by 2 large holes, and there were hidden flashes of electricity on the holes. But this bit of destruction was nothing to the skeleton giant. Instead, it allowed the skeleton giant to seize the opportunity to attack. As the skeleton giant brazenly grabbed the thunder mammoth's long nose in front of the crowd, the thunder mammoth fell over his shoulder. This over-the-shoulder punch was not an ordinary over-the-shoulder punch, but a damage-enhancing skill. It was one of the 10 Tier 1 melee skills that Su Song had specially purchased for the skeleton giant to enhance its melee ability. After learning the 10 melee skills, the Bone Controller's body was still weak, but after being polymerized into a skeleton giant, its strength skyrocketed and its destructive power increased exponentially. The giant thunder mammoth was the Bone Controller's first test subject to prove his strength. When the giant thunder mammoth was thrown to the ground, the blood chi armor on its body was shattered, and its main body wasn't hurt much. it wanted to get up and continue fighting the skeleton giant, but it didn't expect that the skeleton giant wouldn't give it a chance. The skeleton giant even rode on top of the giant thunder mammoth's body and smashed its huge fist against the giant thunder mammoth's head with a bang. The skill used was still the same, level 1 skill, heavy fist. After taking several blows, the giant thunder mammoth built up enough strength to roll up, thinking that he would add a thunder trample mini combo while the skeletal giant was thrown off his body. However, he didn't realize that the skeleton giant was very cunning. After being thrown to the ground, it performed another level 1 skill, roll, to get out of the giant thunder mammoth's attack range, followed by a powerful flying kick that knocked the giant thunder mammoth down once again. Then he climbed onto the giant thunder mammoth's body again and returned the favor with an old blow to the giant thunder mammoth's face. After several blows, the elephant tusk that represented the identity of the giant thunder mammoth was broken off by the skeletal giant. The elephant lord's entire being was stunned. He had never imagined that the heroic life form he had cultivated through his hard work, the giant thunder mammoth, was so fragile in front of the skeleton giant. The giant thunder mammoth was also stunned. As a heroic life form, it already had its own intelligence. To have its ivory tusks broken was nothing short of an elephant's shame. It tried to resist like crazy, but the skeleton giant dodged it by rolling, then looked for a chance to kick it again and continued to dislike its face and hit it hard, and all of the moves were towards his other ivory tusk, as if he wanted to break his other ivory tusk as well. Su Song himself hadn't expected the bone controller to have such a thorough understanding of hand-to-hand combat, let alone know how to use it. Not only was he able to apply what he had learned, but he also added his own unique insights. He had practiced melee combat as a roadblock. When you fight, you don't forget to grab something from your opponent. Su Song was quite satisfied with this. At the same time, he looked at the other heroic life form of the skeleton clan. The bone controller had learned the melee skill, while the bone repeater had learned the protection skill when he had asked them to improve their means of preserving their lives. I wonder how well the bone controller has learned. Su Song was a bit excited. While Su Song was thinking, the other ivory tusk of the giant thunder mammoth was finally broken by the bone giant. The giant thunder mammoth used its brute strength to break free from the skeleton giant's control once again. However, it didn't continue to attack, but ran back to the elephant master's side like an angry daughter-in-law. It had thick skin and flesh, and the wounds on its body weren't a big deal. However, both of its tusks were broken, leaving the giant thunder mammoth without a face and refusing to fight anymore. The elephant lord didn't expect this situation, so he comforted the giant thunder mammoth while ordering the giant mammoth to surround the skeleton giant and avenge the giant thunder mammoth. If you couldn't defeat them one-on-one, you could only use the stupidest and simplest method, which was to surround them. Even if it was a drain, it had to drain the skeleton giant. Facing the attack of a large number of giant mammoths, the skeleton giant was not afraid at all. He performed all the skills he had learned, the over-the-shoulder strike, the back strike, the down leg, the sweeping leg, all of them were used. Only 7 or 8 meters high giant mammoth in its height of 20 meters, is a toy. A slap down, can fly several head fan, but there is a saying that many ants gnaw on elephants. The skeleton giant was only one, while the giant mammoth legion had nearly 740,000 of them. 15 minutes later, the skeleton giant ran out of energy after attacking 20,000 giant mammoths, and the skeleton giant's figure crumbled. Waiting for this opportunity, the elephant lord ordered the giant mammoths to crush the bone controller that had separated from the skeleton giant by any means necessary. He ordered the bull demons, who had regained some strength, to charge the giant mammoth and rescue the bone controller. Another melee ensued between the two sides. The scene was chaotic, with the most primitive bloodshed taking place. Some mammoths were torn apart, some bull demons were trampled, and countless locusts were crushed into mincemeat. All the familiars fought with their lives for the glory of their gods. The spectators could only feel their blood boiling. They hadn't seen such a fierce battle in a long time. Some of the spectators who were originally not optimistic about Su Song, after seeing the bloodthirsty nature of Su Song's subordinates, they actually turned black and started cheering for Su Song. Locust Plague, cheer. Locust Plague, crush those giant mammoths with your skeletons. Locust Plague, your familiars are so handsome, I want to give you monkeys. Su Song heard someone cheering for him and smiled shyly as he continued to watch the direction of the battle. With more than 2-inch 600 bull demons and 720,000 giant mammoths, there was no advantage, but when the skeleton clan arrived, the situation changed. The dead bull demons and giant mammoths, after being revived by the bone restoration group, turned into skeleton clans who didn't fear to die and attacked the giant mammoths. The giant mammoths killed by the skeleton mammoths would turn into new skeleton clans. The cycle repeated itself, and instead of diminishing, Su Song's troop strength grew. In the middle of the process, the Elephant Lord ordered 250 giant war mammoths to unleash several war tramplings, and the shockwaves crushed a large number of skeleton clans, but could not stop the group of bone restorers from recovering. As a result, the Elephant Lord became increasingly depressed during the ensuing 3 hours of hand-to-hand combat. Originally, it was 740,000 to fight 2,600, then it became 720,000 to fight 22,600, then later 680,000 to fight 60,000 enemies. The more they fought, but also played a fart, the Elephant Master mentality blood collapse. He vowed that when he returned to school he would have to absorb a priesthood that could stop the resurgence of the undead. Whoever didn't let him absorb it would be in a hurry. In the end, at the 5th hour and 37 minutes of competition, the survival rate of the Elephant Lord's giant mammoth army fell below 50%. The Elephant Lord surrendered. A level crossing challenge ended in Su Song's victory. Then, a huge spell formation appeared on the arena, and all the blood and flesh on the ground was recycled by the spell formation. Su Song sighed. The bloody arena had really played with the rules to death, giving him no chance to exploit any loopholes. Su Song was able to take over the spell formation and was able to recover all the blood and flesh on the ground. After receiving the God Realm core fragment condensed by the spell formation, Su Song was about to leave the arena. Suddenly, a beep sounded next to his ear. Su Song, the management of the bloody arena invites you to a meeting. The next moment, he was teleported into an opulent room. Don't be afraid. We are the management of bloody arena, we won't hurt you. A majestic voice rang out next to Su Song, but no one was visible. Su Song pretended to be calm and asked, "What are you trying to do by dragging me here? We watched your match. There were elements of trickery in it, but it also proved your skill. You are qualified to become the successor of the bloody arena." Su Song had a strange expression on his face, not understanding what it meant. The majestic voice continued, "The bloody arena is a test to select the successor of the master, and any player who can win the challenge of passing the level is qualified to become the successor of the bloody arena. Are you willing to become the bloody arena's successor?" At this question, Su Song's heart skipped a beat and his mind unconsciously began to calculate the value of the bloody arena. The bloody arena was built on a megadimension, and this megadimension alone must be worth thousands of divinities, not to mention the fact that many races came and went from the bloody arena every day, some to compete and some to gamble. The amount of divine energy that these people earned every day was no small amount. How could such a large cake fall on one's head so easily? Even though it was difficult to cross-level challenges, Su Song would never believe that he was the only one who could do it. There must be something fishy here. Su Song took a deep breath. Before I decide whether or not to become the successor of the bloody arena, I need to know exactly how many successors there are in the bloody arena, what kind of treatment there is, and what kind of responsibility I will have after becoming the successor of the bloody arena. Su Song, you really surprised us by not being fooled by the benefits in front of you. Since you're asking in good faith, we'll explain it to you. The bloody arena currently has a total of 349 successors. Among them, 221 are divine beings, 118 are demigods, 9 are true gods, and 1 is a main god. After becoming a successor, you will receive the bloody arena's eternal coordinates, which will allow you to perform instrument-free fixed-point teleportation in all of the realms included in the bloody arena, with each teleportation consuming 1,000,000 divine energy. You will also receive permission from the bloody arena to set up a special bloody arena in the divine realm to cultivate familiars. As for the responsibility you have to shoulder, when the number of successors reaches 500, the bloody arena will hold a succession ceremony to select the best of the 500 successors to become the master of the bloody arena. At that time, you must come and attend the ceremony. the majestic voice explained in detail. Su Song's eyebrows furrowed unconsciously, given the temperament of the bloody arena. The succession ceremony was definitely not a simple ceremony. There was a great possibility that the 500 heirs would have a battle, and the survivor would be the master of the bloody arena. However, even if he became the successor, the number of successors would only be 350, and there was still a long way to go before 500. By the time the 500th successor appeared, he might already have become a divine king. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Song made a decision. I am willing to become the successor of the bloody arena. The majestic voice congratulated him. Congratulations on becoming the 350th successor of the bloody arena. With that, a bloody light shot towards Su Song's arm, leaving a mark on the epidermis of the arm that was exclusive to the bloody arena. These were the eternal coordinates of the bloody arena. In the future, as long as one was in a realm that belonged to the bloody arena, one could perform an instrumentless fixed-point teleportation to the bloody arena. In the next instant, Su Song was teleported back to the hall, and Li Feng, sensing Su Song's aura, rushed over and excitedly said, "Su Song, you're really my lucky star, we've made a fortune this time." With that, Li Feng handed Su Song a card with 1 billion divine powers stored on it. This was what Su Song had won by betting on himself. Su Song's hand trembled slightly as he held the card. He had never seen such a huge amount of wealth in his last life plus this one. What was he going to do with such a huge amount of money? Su Song was trapped in a rich man's agony for a while and could not get out of it. Li Feng could guess what Su Song was thinking when he saw Su Song's face. As Su Song's teacher, Li Feng made his own suggestion to Su Song. "Su Song, 1 billion divine powers is too much for you, and you can't use that much. At the divine being level, I suggest that you keep a small amount for the development of the divine realm, and use the rest to buy a divine artifact that suits you." Divine artifact, Su Song repeated. He knew that the equipment of the divine domain civilization was divided into 4 types, which were ordinary equipment, faith equipment, divine power equipment, and divine equipment. Among them, divine equipment, which were divine artifacts, were only worthy of being controlled by gods. I'm still only a divine being, not even a demigod. Can I control a divine equipment? Su Song doubted. There's no problem, choose a gentle divine artifact that even divine beings can control. Teacher knows a shop that sells divine artifacts and can definitely help you find one that suits you, Li Feng assured with a pat on the back. Alright, let's go now, Su Song said with some impatience. Just as he was about to move, a figure suddenly rushed towards him and shouted, "Locust Plague, I've finally found you." As soon as he saw the person, Su Song rushed to Li Feng for help and said, "Teacher, save me." Su Song could only think of one reason why the Elephant Lord was looking for him, and that was to avenge the loss of half of the Elephant Lord's familiars. Li Feng saw the Elephant Lord and thought that the Elephant Lord had come to take revenge on Su Song. He immediately protected Su Song behind him and said, "With me here, who would dare to hurt my disciple?" The look on the Elephant Lord's face was like a bolted cue. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to take revenge on you," the Elephant Lord explained. When Su Song saw that the Elephant Lord's expression wasn't fake, he sighed with relief and asked, "Then why are you after me?" "It is impossible for me to compensate you for the loss of your loved ones." At the mention of the loss of his family, the Elephant Lord's face darkened. He thought that being chosen to fight a divine being was a bargain, but he didn't realize that he had kicked the can down the road. Not only had he lost someone, but half of his followers had been wiped out. "This fucking find, they say, is a reason to go," the depressed Elephant Lord Ming said. "I came over just think you strength is good, want to make you this friend. I am a freshman at Kyoto College, my real name is Xiang Mang." With that, Xiang Mang took the initiative and extended his hand to shake hands. "A student of Kyoto Academy, I am sorry for the disrespect." Su Song also extended his hand and shook hands with Xiang Mang. "You don't look that old, you still haven't taken the college entrance examination. Which college are you from?" Su Song touched his face mask, a little confused as to how Xiang Mang knew his age. "I'm not a college preparatory student, I'm just an ordinary high school student," Su Song replied. "What?" Xiang Mang was incredulous. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're kidding me, right? Why would I lie to you? This is my teacher." Next to me, he can testify for me, Su Song said, pointing to Li Feng, who said, it's true that Mr. Locust Plague is not a preparatory student even though many colleges have invited him, although there are many colleges that have invited him, he has high aspirations and only wants to enter the Capital City Academy, but the teacher in charge of enrollment at the Capital City Academy is not interested in him. I see, Xiang Mang suddenly realized and then laughed, I didn't see that your vision is quite good, but the Imperial Capital Academy is the most powerful of the 3 top academies. Just because of your vision, I will also let you become my schoolmate. I'll report your case to the academy, and it's very likely that the academy will give you a test. After you go back, raise your core dependence as much as you can, and maybe you will be able to seize the opportunity to enter the preparatory list of the Imperial Capital Academy. Su Song's expression was astonished, and he pursued the question. Will you really help me? After all, according to normal people's thinking, Su Song destroyed half of Xiang Mang's subordinates, and Xiang Mang didn't come to take revenge, so Su Song has to thank God, not to mention returning the favor. Xiang Mang laughed. Don't get me wrong, the reason I'm willing to help you, besides seeing that you have potential and want to make friends, is more out of selfishness. The road to godhood is long, and having a few partners to rely on is obviously easier than going it alone. You are qualified to be my friend, besides, I'll recommend you to the academy, and as long as you pass the test, the school will give me a sum of money as a reward. Reward for nothing, why wouldn't I want it? There's also the fact that only if you become my classmate will I have a chance to make up for the loss of half of my relatives being wiped out by you. If you go to another academy, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to find you to make up for this loss for the rest of my life. After hearing Xiang Mang's reasoning, Su Song felt that it was reliable. Then I would like to thank you, Brother Mang, Su Song said gratefully. I'm sorry, however, you still need to be tough. You should invest more resources in your core family in the near future, and it would be best if you could cultivate heroic life forms. It's not easy to pass the test of the Imperial Capital Academy, Xiang Mang instructed. From Xiang Mang's repeated mention of his core family, Su Song understood that his next priority was to improve the strength of his core family. After saying goodbye to Xiang Mang, Su Song followed Li Feng and teleported to a street called Marlborough. Both sides of the street were lined with shops selling equipment. They ranged from the lowest level of ordinary equipment to the highest level of divine equipment. Under Li Feng's guidance, the duo arrived in front of an ancient-looking shop, and Su Song looked at the shop's sign, Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Well, the name is very classic and has a sense of age, but it's a bit rustic. Li Feng pushed open the door of the shop and walked in. A beautiful female demigod receptionist greeted them warmly, not treating them differently because Su Song was still just a divine being. Welcome to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Are you two looking to buy any level of equipment, or do you want to meet one of the blacksmith masters? Contact Master Tony for me and tell him that old Tian is visiting, Li Feng said with a light touch. Su Song frowned on the side. Master Tony, does he specialize in making divine weapons? The female demigod contacted Master Tony through the Treasure Pavilion's communication. Soon, a portal appeared. Li Feng called Su Song to go through the portal and arrived at Master Tony's forge room. Su Song saw a fat and strong bald man with a fleshy face, holding a hammer in one hand and a pair of pliers in the other. Old Tian, you brought a fat sheep this time, is it fat enough? For a moment, Su Song had a thought, is it too late to run away? Li Feng coughed awkwardly twice. Tony, be serious, this is my disciple. Master Tony stood up and touched his bald head. Old Tian's disciple, then I must explain to you the purpose of our shop service. This store is fair and square, so there is no student price. Su Song heart, just call me fuck. The first thing you need to do is to get a new one, and then you'll be able to get a new one. The student price should be there. It's not easy for students to make money. They have to work hard to play a game and earn 1 billion divine powers. Li Feng rushed to explain to Su Song. Su Song's student, Tony, this person knife mouth tofu heart, talk hard, but the construction equipment is really good. Old Tian, after so many years, I finally heard a human word from your mouth. Master Tony sighed. Immediately, Li Feng also wanted to leave. This fucking friendship of more than 10 years, I don't want it. Li Feng reluctantly swallowed his anger after calming down for a while. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Master Tony, he would have already beaten Master Tony. I'll show you some of his works, Li Feng said and walked into Master Tony's exhibition hall in a familiar manner. There were hundreds of artifacts in the exhibition hall, each with Master Tony's mark indicating that they were made by his own hands. There were still 30 artifacts left for Su Song to choose from after Li Feng sifted through the prices. Li Feng then skillfully introduced the advantages and disadvantages of each artifact to Su Song. Su Song once suspected that Li Feng's job as a teacher at the school was just a sideline for social security. Given his professional attitude and detailed introduction, his real job was in Master Tony's shop as a salesman. It was only after the introduction of the 30 artifacts was completed that Li Feng asked Su Song, "Su Song, disciple, which one do you like better?" Su Song listened to Li Feng's introduction carefully and chose 3 artifacts out of the 30 artifacts that fit his current situation better. Compassion Pot, 2-star artifact. Roll 1, Compassion Refining. It can contain up to 100,000 insects for the compassion refining ceremony. The insects inside will fight, and the only being that survives at the end will have a certain chance of realizing a level increase. The highest level can be refined from the hero's race of insects. Roll 2, Random Divine Spell, Attract Bugs. Can attract the surrounding insectoids to come closer to you. The range of the divine spell will vary depending on the amount of divine power you have invested. Order of the 10,000 Races, 3-star artifact. Function 1, Deterrence, can cause fear in lifeforms below heroic lifeforms. Function 2, Majesty, stores the faith of all races. The more faith races included, the more powerful the artifact will be. Roll 3, Accidental Divine Art, Domination, forces a life form to act in a domineering manner. Depending on the strength of the majesty and the amount of divine power invested, the power of the divine spell will vary. Undead Banner, 2-star artifact. Roll 1, Attachment, Undead Enhancement, the strength of the spell varies with the amount of divine power invested. Function 2, Attached Divine Spell, Undead Command, the strength of the divine spell varies with the amount of divine power invested. Su Song's strength would be greatly increased no matter which of the 3 artifacts he chose. However, considering that Su Song might have to face the Kyoto Academy's test next, his eyes focused on the 2-star divine artifact, Compulsion Pot. This Compulsion Pot, valued at 4 divinity, converted to less than 600 million divine strength. From a long-term development perspective, it was definitely a sure thing. Su Song gritted his teeth. I'll take the 2-star artifact, Compulsion Pot. Li Feng smiled in relief. Li Feng smiled happily. The 2-star artifact, Compassion Pot, doesn't have a strong power, but it's the most suitable artifact for Su Song. Master Tony was also very happy to hear that Su Song had chosen a divine artifact, and he showed the code of his collection to Su Song. For divinity or 580 million divine power, how do you think you can pay? Li Feng pulled Master Tony, and had a good conversation. When it comes to the ascension, there is a hidden quarrel. In the end, Master Tony looked at Li Feng's face. Give Su Song wipe a 0, charge 600 million divine power, giving away a 0-star artifact. Eye of Detection. 0-star artifact. Eye of Detection has only one function, which is to detect biological information. Basically, all non-divine life forms can be detected, and it's a very popular artifact that officially sells for 50 million divine powers. All in all, it seemed that Master Tony's hand had saved Su Song 30 million divine powers in this package treatment. It showed that Li Feng's face still had some value. After putting the 2 divine artifacts away, Su Song was about to leave. However, Master Tony called out to him, "Your Honor, wait a moment." Su Song was speechless. Before the consumption, Tony was indifferent, but after the consumption, Tony changed his tone and called him Your Honor. This Master Tony, he changed his face quite quickly. Your Excellency, according to the scrolls of the Lost Civilization, I have created a new special artifact that I think suits your temperament very well, Master Tony said and took out the artifact he recommended. It was a golden ball. Li Feng was also curious and used his demigod ability to test the function of the artifact. As a result, he realized that the ball-shaped artifact didn't even serve any purpose. He fumed on the spot. Fine, you Tony, I take you as a friend and you take me as an ingrate. Do you really think that I don't dare to make a move against you? Li Feng said angrily. He felt that Master Tony was a bit disrespectful to him. to actually cheat his own disciple in front of his face, can this be tolerated? Master Tony shook his head, patiently listened to my explanation. Li Feng stopped resolutely. Seeing Su Song beside him, Mr. Li Feng is too obedient. This artifact is called the Greedy Wolf, from a long-lost civilization. It grows by swallowing artifacts. This statement piqued Su Song's interest. Master Tony, please explain further. Seeing that Su Song knew what he was talking about, Master Tony patiently told him about the artifact. Greedy Wolf. The Greedy Wolf came from a lost civilization that thrived on plunder and often looted divine artifacts. Divine artifacts were known to recognize their owners. Until a god died, his divine artifact could not be used by other gods. Looking at the valuable divine artifacts, they could only be treated as scrap metal. The ruler of this civilization was particularly distressed, and after several epochs of research, he called upon the skilled craftsmen of the entire civilization to finally create the divine artifact. Greedy Wolf, the divine artifact. Greedy Wolf could grow by swallowing the divine artifact, and it inherited the abilities of the divine artifact it swallowed. Because the artifact, Greedy Wolf, was too powerful, it caused the wrath of dozens of civilizations. In the end, this civilization disappeared into history forever under the joint attack of dozens of civilizations. Master Tony, who had been talking like he was drunk, suddenly said, "Valued customers, the store is now offering a huge reward. This artifact of the lost civilization can be purchased for only 1 billion. Divine strength, what are you still hesitating about? 1 billion divine power." Li Feng was shocked by the price. Not too expensive, but too cheap. How could an artifact be worth only 1 billion divine strength, an artifact that led to the destruction of a mighty civilization? What a joke. Under the gaze of Su Song and Li Feng, Master Tony only revealed the reason. Because I obtained the remnants of the scroll. This divine artifact, the Greedy Wolf, has a small flaw. It can still consume divine artifacts to grow, but the efficiency of growing will be 10 times slower. After swallowing a divine artifact, it can only inherit some passive effects and cannot inherit the divine arts that go with it. Isn't this just a waste product? Li Feng said bluntly, compared to the genuine divine artifact. Greedy Wolf, this crippled version of Greedy Wolf was simply useless. Li Feng wouldn't want it even if it was given to him for free, let alone 1 billion divine energy. This kind of big investment, low-performance artifact, I believe that any reasonable god would not choose it. Master Tony was a little angry. Old Tian, you can insult my personality, but you can't insult my work. You do such a lousy job and you still don't let people talk about it. Li Feng argued with reason. Su Song said, "I'll buy this artifact, I'll give you 400 million godly powers." Li Feng quickly stopped Su Song and said, "Su Song, don't buy this piece of junk just because of your teacher." Su Song meant to say that he was attracted to the artifact. Greedy Wolf's ability to devour artifacts. The original artifact, Greedy Wolf, was able to devour divine artifacts to gain growth and inherit abilities. The benefits were indeed very counterintuitive, but who dares say that the overlooked ability to swallow artifacts is mundane? Imagine taking a powerful artifact from an enemy and not being able to destroy it easily. At that time, the artifact is handed over to the artifact. Greedy Wolf swallowing, is it not still able to play the role of weakening the enemy's power? Most importantly, Su Song felt that the ability of artifact, Greedy Wolf, was similar to his disintegrator. It would be good to buy it and keep it for future research. Having made up his mind, Su Song immediately replied, "Teacher Li, you've misunderstood me. I really appreciate the artifact that Master Tony created. He was able to create the divine artifact, Greedy Wolf, with only the remnants of the scroll, and based on that, the disciple is willing to use all of his divine power to support his forging. No, the student is too poor and only has 400 million divine powers left. So I wonder if Master Tony would be willing to part with them." Master Tony touched his big bald head, a little touched and a little skeptical. "You really value this divine artifact?" Su Song said firmly. Master Tony saw the sincerity in Su Song's eyes. He stroked his bald head. "Okay, 400 million power is 400 million power. 1,000 gold cannot buy a confidant. The artifact, Greedy Wolf, belongs to you." Su Song handed over the 400 million power card and received the Greedy Wolf golden orb artifact. Su Song handed over the 400 million divine power card and received the golden orb from the Greedy Wolf artifact. he then teleported back to his home under Li Feng's escort. He had to complete the divine artifact recognition ceremony before he could feel at ease. Upon entering the Divine Realm through the Divine Realm landing pod, Su Song consumed a small amount of divine energy to form a recognition spell formation according to the instructions that came with the divine artifact. Su Song's blood penetrated the artifacts, turning into a tiny thread of blood that spread across the surface of the artifacts. The first to complete the recognition was the Zero-Star artifact. The Eye of Recognition, its artifact spirit turned into a firefly that fluttered and landed on Su Song's earlobe. In the future, if one wanted to find out information about any living being, all one had to do was communicate with it using divine power. The next one to complete its mastery was the 2-star divine artifact Compassion Pot. To test the usefulness of the Compulsion Pot, Su Song ordered 100,000 locusts of elite life forms to fly into its mouth and refine the compulsion. The results are expected within a day. The final artifact, Greedy Wolf, never completed its mastery after absorbing Su Song's blood, and it still sent the message to Su Song that there was not enough blood, leaving Su Song no choice but to increase the amount of blood transfusion to Greedy Wolf. Su Song had no choice but to increase the amount of blood he gave to Greedy Wolf, and it was only when Su Song felt his eyes darken that Greedy Wolf was able to finish recognizing him. After being recognized, the artifact, Greedy Wolf, transformed into a wolf cub and appeared in front of Su Song's eyes. This wolf cub, as soon as it was born, transferred its consciousness to Su Song. It wants to eat the artifact. Su Song frowned. Su Song frowned. He was now destitute and had no divine artifacts. After refusing the little wolf cub's request, the little wolf cub was visibly unhappy. He sniffed his nose and his wolf eyes lit up. There were quite a few energy crystals in the Su Song divine realm that would allow the little wolf cub to eat some. After accidentally finding some energy crystals, the little wolf cub happily gnawed on them like a puppy. The energy crystals, which were even harder than iron stones, made a snorting sound under the wolf cub's teeth, making Su Song believe that the wolf cub was truly capable of gnawing on divine artifacts. After that, Su Song counted the holy essence from the decomposition of the level 2 holy artifacts. 48 pieces of level 2 holy artifacts, a total of 428 pieces of holy essence, were decomposed. Su Song packed 400 pieces of them and sent them to Yuanzhong to continue repairing the artifacts. The remaining 28 pieces were sent to Yuanzhong to continue repairing the artifacts. For the remaining 28 pieces, Su Song cast them into the level 2 holy item, Tyrannical Eclipse Law broken. After a large number of sacred item sources had been repaired, the level 2 sacred item, Tyrannical Eclipse Law, had changed quite a bit. After absorbing 28 sacred sources, the level 2 sacred artifact, Predator's Law, rose with a bright light, and Su Song rushed to check it and found that the Predator's Law had been automatically upgraded. Level 3 Sacred Relic, Overeating Law crippled. After being loaded into the Divine Realm Core, the core familiars gain the ability to overeat. Ordinary lifeforms can evolve into elite lifeforms by consuming food that exceeds their total energy by 100 times. Elite lifeforms can evolve into extraordinary lifeforms by consuming food with a total energy greater than 1000 times their own energy. The body of the holy relic is defective and can only be used by ordinary and elite life forms. Su Song was practically stunned. Too strong. The function of the level 3 sacred relic, Overeating Law, was too strong. It was actually enough to realize the evolutionary path from ordinary life forms to transcendent life forms. In that case, wouldn't all of your grasshoppers be able to evolve into transcendental life forms with enough food? At the thought of billions or even tens of billions of transcendent life forms, Su Song felt a surge of excitement. Even though the locusts had evolved into transcendent life forms, their strength was still very low. But no matter what, it was still a transcendent life form. The benefits of increased vital energy, increased lifespan, increased faith, and so on were simply too much to mention. At that time, combined with the compulsion refining effect of the compulsion pot, Su Song could imagine that in the near future, he would be able to create a powerful locust army at the heroic life form level. As he envisioned a bright future, a crisp cackle suddenly came from the Divine Realm Core, catching Su Song's attention. He rushed to check it out. It turned out that it was due to the upgrade of the tyrannical eclipse law, which forced the divine domain core, which could only charge level 7 energy, to charge level 8 energy. This caused an energy overload. If it wasn't resolved in time, the divine domain core would burst under the accumulation of time. However, Su Song did not dare to remove the overloading law. This was because he was only a divine being now, and by definition, he was unable to charge a level 3 holy object. The reason the tyrannical dark law could be loaded was because it was on the divine domain core itself. Once it was removed, one might have to wait for Su Song to ascend to demigod before it could be reloaded. In order to remove the hidden danger to make room for the tyrannical eclipse law, Su Song removed the level 1 toxic mist pearl holy relic, ready to reload it after the divine domain core had a surplus of levels. However, he didn't expect the holy relic poison mist pearl to shatter immediately after being removed from the divine realm core. The unknown Su Song lost a holy relic out of nowhere. He was a bit confused and immediately went online to check. The result he got was that when the divine realm core exceeded the 5th level, the holy relics loaded on it could not be removed at will. Once removed, the holy relic would be damaged. Su Song suddenly realized. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the one he chose to dismantle wasn't the tyrannical dark law or the other 2 level 2 holy relics, otherwise, the loss would have been even greater. As he casually threw the pieces of the poison mist pearl into the disintegrator, Su Song felt the changes in the divine domain. The grasshopper familiars were affected by the tyrannical eating law and were feeding frenetically, with the grasshoppers evolving every moment. The remaining 4 ordinary familiars were also living full lives. The iron-cutting swordwinds were grasping skills. The red furnace dwarves were digging for iron. The bull demon clan was constructing a new type of totem, the skeleton clan, wildly flaunting bone crystals. As a skeleton lord, the little skeleton had been nourished by the bone crystals for a long time. The 3 negative states on his head had changed to 2. His strength had increased to reach the level of a heroic life form, and he had also unlocked an ability, summoning skeleton knights. In other words, the little skeleton was able to summon skeleton knights directly from the corpses of transcendent life forms. This ability would definitely have a good effect on the battlefield. Su Song nodded in satisfaction, then frowned. He realized that somewhere in his divine domain there was an additional building. He hastily lowered his divine incarnation to check it out. It turned out that this building was actually the bloody arena. Compared to the real bloody arena, which occupied the entire mega realm, this bloody arena in front of him probably hadn't been expanded yet, and it only covered an area of 10 square kilometers. Familiars were allowed to enter and compete in it. The winner would have a certain chance of evolving. Transcendent life forms even had a tiny chance of bypassing the guidance of the hero template and directly promoting heroic life forms. This effect made Su Song's eyes light up. Immediately, Su Song released an oracle, encouraging all the transcendent life form dependents within the divine realm to come here to compete. If a heroic life form could be born, wouldn't that be a gain? Life in the evolutionary god realm was simple, yet fulfilling. During the day, Su Song would attend classes, and at night, he would enter the god realm to unleash his growth acceleration ability. After a few days, the number of locusts in the divine realm skyrocketed to 14 billion. Among them, 10% were ordinary life forms, 30% were elite life forms, and 60% were transcendent life forms. With such a high percentage of transcendent life forms, the spread of the news would definitely shock the jaws of countless gods, not to mention demigods. Even true gods couldn't see the ability to create 8 billion transcendental life forms. However, by raising such a large number of transcendent locusts, Su Song's daily expenses were also huge. Just the corpses of the flesh and blood demon puppets that served as fodder every day would cost at least 1 million divine energy. Moreover, recently, the amount of flesh and blood demon puppet corpses available in the demon abyss had decreased, and the price had increased slightly. This made Su Song's life even worse. Having spent all his savings, Su Song could only be ruthless and sacrifice his life. Only 1 billion transcendent life form locusts were left for emergencies, and the remaining 13 billion locusts were sacrificed. A huge sacrificial spell formation enveloped the entire divine realm. Countless locusts were transformed into life energy and fed into the formation, and 3 options appeared before Su Song's eyes. Option 1, 10,000 Night Demon Hunters, Transcendent Life Forms Option 2, 3-star Artifact, Bastard Steel Blade Roll 1, both an artifact and a holy relic, can be used as a level 3 holy relic effect. Gives core familiars the ability to summon steel blades as weapons. Function 2, increases killing power against beasts by 15%. Effect 3, comes with the Divine Art, Hegemony. Option 3, level 2 Sacred Relic, Pointing Stone. When loaded into the Divine Domain core familiars have a chance to incarnate into a semi-human form. Core familiars must be of a non-humanoid, non-subhuman race. Su Song's gaze fell on the third option. When he first saw the words level 2 holy relic, he thought he had misread it. After sacrificing 13 billion locusts, how could the reward still be a level 2 holy relic? I'm afraid there's a mistake. However, after checking all the information on the level 2 holy relic, Dotting Stone, Su Song shouted, "Pervert." The first two options before the third option were not competitive at all. The ability of the Pointing Stone to direct the core dependence into a half-human form sounded as if it was quite ordinary. This was because in the civilization of the divine realm, half-human races were common. For example, minotaurs, lizard men, and even rat men were all half-human races. However, being common did not mean that half-human forms were trash. On the contrary, the half-human form brings a great increase to the race. The most intuitive embodiment is that half-human races can use weapons just like humans. If the locusts can also use weapons, then they have the racial characteristic of being able to fly. The more Su Song thought about it, the more his heart itched, and without hesitation, he directly chose option 3, level 2 Sacred Relic. The Pointing Stone fell into his hands. Su Song immediately came to the Divine Realm core, thought for a moment, and removed the level 2 sacred item, Earth Fire Plasma Orb, and replaced it with the Igniting Stone. After removing the orb, it shattered into several pieces, but Su Song didn't care. He was now focusing all his attention on the 1 billion locusts in the entire divine domain. He sensed that 1 in 1,000 of the 1 billion locusts, or about 1 million locusts, had been affected by the Pointing Stone and had begun to transform into a half-human form. Su Song's mind focused on a transcendent life form locust in the process of metamorphosis, concentrating on every bit of its changes. A month passed in the god's domain. 1 million grasshoppers completed their metamorphosis. They became a new species. Familiar name, Locust. Human familiars level, Transcendent life form familiars talent, Flight, low level wisdom. Humanoid body faith level, Berserker faith power, 50,000/day reproduction ability, 5/time higher quality. Locust eggs life cycle, 10 years. Looking at the information of the locust people, only 2 words remained in Su Song's mind. Awesome. After the locusts metamorphosed into locust humans, they unexpectedly evolved into transcendent life forms. Not only did they possess a humanoid body, but they also possessed low-level intelligence. Low-level intelligence was probably at the level of a 3 or 4-year-old child, but for Su Song, it was already a great advancement. You have to realize that the locusts were once unintelligent and stupid to the extent that they only had instincts. Then look at the 2 key factors for judging the quality of a race: the power of faith and the life cycle. According to some calculations, a locust man could provide Su Song with nearly 180 million faith powers in his limited lifetime. Even if he didn't receive any other promotions, converted into divine power, it was 1/8 divine powers. Su Song had always counted in tens of billions when cultivating grasshopper disciples. Even if the conversion rate was 1 in 1,000, it would still be 10 million grasshopper familiars. Realistically, 1/8 million divine powers can be generated in 1 day. 10 days is 18 million, 100 days is 1/8 divine nature. Su Song seemed to see that the divine nature was beckoning him. Not bad, not bad. The days are getting more and more promising. Becoming a demigod is just around the corner, Su Song muttered. At this time, a video application came through. It was Li Feng, the class teacher, telling Su Song that Kyoto Academy had issued a notice to retest Su Song. Tomorrow, an enrollment teacher would come to the school to find Su Song for a test. Su Song said that he knew about it, and then continued to dedicate himself to the great cause of cultivating grasshoppers. The Next morning, Su Song teleported into the classroom right on time, attracting the attention of several students in the class. After all, Su Song had won the first class twice, and in the eyes of the other students, he was already a god of learning. Su Song's eyes fell on Lu Weiru's position, and he realized that there was no one there. I don't know if Lu Weiru is at home cultivating Lord Lifeforms, or if he has already arrived at the preparatory class of Kyoto Academy to study. Su Song, good morning. Su Shoot walked over and greeted Su Song warmly. Since the last test, after seeing Su Song's strength, Su Shoot has completely put down the arrogance of a child of a quasi-true god family in front of Su Song. Su Song nodded at Su Shoot. Su Song, how is the development of the divine realm going these days? If you don't have enough resources, you can tell me. Some scarce resources can't be bought online, but my family has many demigods, so I have some access. Su Song took the initiative to mention this. He had already decided that Su Song was the kind of pride of nature who would surely be accepted into a first-class college or even a top-tier college. It wouldn't be bad for his future development if he made a good connection early on. Su Song wanted to get some more Divine Realm Core fragments. The Divine Realm Core fragments he had won from the Bloody Arena had already been used to repair the core cracks. It would be best if he could get some more to raise the level of the Divine Domain Core to level 10, the limit for divine creatures. Can your family get Divine Domain Core fragments? Su Song asked hesitantly. Su Shoot also didn't expect Su Song to ask for such a scarce material as soon as he opened his mouth. However, on second thought, Su Song wouldn't want him to take a chance with materials that aren't scarce. I can get it, but the price of the Divine Realm Core fragment is a bit expensive. Even if it is the cost, it is not a small amount of money, Su Song said. If you can get it, then it's good. I need the amount of Divine Realm Core fragments I need to go from level 7 to level 10. You can let your family estimate how much divine power you need. Su Song first asked for a price. Su Song sighed, communicated and gave the price, 400 million divine powers. Su Song was a little worried. 400 million divine powers was not a small amount of money. Even if he cultivated the Locust Man as a money tree, he wouldn't be able to raise that much in a short period of time. Su Shoot added, my family said that if you can sell 1000 skeleton knights of transcendent lifeforms to my family, it can be used to compensate for this amount of divine power instead. In the last trial, Su Shoot had personally experienced the perversity of the skeleton race, the feeling of desperation as more and more of them were fought. I believe that not many people would be able to bear it. The family wanted to acquire skeleton knights. In fact, they had the intention of cultivating a group of skeleton clans to use in conquering the outer regions. Skeleton Knight's ability, skeleton summoning, very strategically valuable. Skeleton Knights of transcendent lifeforms, Su Song asked with a slightly surprised tone. That's right, it's the Skeleton Knight of transcendent lifeforms. If you are willing to sell heroic lifeform skeleton controllers, I can also discuss with the clan to give you a better price for your Divine Domain Core fragments. Su Shoot returned. Compared to the Skeleton Knight, he preferred the Bone Controller. The skeleton giant that the Bone Controller transformed into was the most powerful fighting force at the heroic life form level recognized by the Divine Realm civilization. Even a demigod would not be able to stop drooling at the sight of it. The reason why Su Song was able to gain the loyalty of the skeleton race was due to the suppression of the skeleton lord's bloodline. Otherwise, even if Su Song crushed the skeletons into powder, it would be impossible for him to gain their loyalty. Su Song saw that the Kyoto Academy's enrollment teacher hadn't arrived yet, so he thought of closing the deal for the Divine Domain Core fragment first. Bone Controller, you don't want to think about it. Instead, I can sell you a few of the transcendent life form skeleton knights, but I have a condition. What condition? Su Shoot said excitedly. He would definitely receive a reward from his family if he could facilitate the deal for the skeleton knights. I need your clan to provide me with the corpses of the transcendent life forms, Su Song said. Hang on, I'll contact the clan. Su Song made a direct video call to the clan. Soon after, Su Song brought out a card that sealed the bodies of 1000 transcendent life forms. Su Song took the card, entered the Divine Realm through the Divine Realm login on his desk, and handed the card to the Skeleton Lord. The Skeleton Lord followed Su Song's orders and soon transformed the 1000 transcendent lifeform corpses into skeleton knights of the same Level. Su Song sealed these 1,000 skeleton knights into the card and returned it to Su Song. Soon, Su Song received the God Realm core fragment he wanted. Just as Su Song was about to upgrade the Divine Realm core, Li Feng, the class teacher, entered the classroom and called out to Su Song, "Su Song, come out for a moment." Su Song guessed that it was the enrollment teacher from Kyoto Academy. He followed Li Feng all the way to the teacher's office. "The enrollment teacher from Kyoto Academy is waiting here." He was the same as before. When the enrollment teacher saw Su Song, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Su Song would have connections with Kyoto Academy, and after failing the C election, he was willing to go through the internal recommendation route. He laughed coldly in his heart. What if he could take the internal recommendation route? The Kyoto Academy exam is much more difficult than the high school exam, and to reduce the influence of outside forces and prevent cheating, the exam is limited to core family members. For students whose core family members are not good enough, this test is a disaster, and few people can pass it. "Su Song, I will represent Kyoto Academy to test you next. Do you have any doubts?" The enrollment teacher made a formulaic request. Su Song replied, "Then I will explain the content of the test to you." The enrollment teacher continued to be matter-of-fact. "This test is about invading the outer world. The target you will invade is a small border town of a huge civilization called Duo Long City. The civilization has a robust hierarchy and occupation system, and by entering the borders of the civilization, you and your relatives will be affected while being recognized by the system as catastrophic magical creatures. The professionals in the city of Doran will take the initiative to crusade against you and hunt you down until you are completely destroyed. As for your mission, there was only one, and that was to kill at least one hero guarding the city of Doran. Just by completing this task, you will be considered to have passed the test and can choose to return immediately." "Teacher, I would like to ask how many troops there are in Dolong City in total, and how many heroes there are." Su Song wanted to judge the strength of the heroes by their numbers. Although Dolong City is a small border city of this civilization, it has a population of 10 million. The probability of a professional is over 10%, and the total number of heroes is 5. The enrollment teacher said. This information gave Su Song some knowledge about the target city. To be able to stand out among tens of millions of people with only 5 people was an amazing existence. Moreover, they could only use the core favored locusts, so one could imagine the enormity of this task. The rest of the information you will have to find out on your own after arriving at this civilization. You still have an hour to prepare, the enrollment teacher said. Su Song didn't hesitate and immediately sought out Li Feng, used the class points he had recently gained, exchanged 3 fairly decent level 1 holy items, and returned to the Divine Domain with the help of the Divine Domain landing pod. After integrating the Divine Domain core fragment into the Divine Domain core, the core received a boost. In the blink of an eye, it rose to the maximum level a divine creature could have. Level 10, the Divine Domain core had a new amount of space, and Su Song resolutely loaded the 3 holy items he had just obtained into it. Level 1 holy item, Poison Gland. After being loaded into the Divine Domain core, there was a certain chance that the core familiars would gain the poison attribute and grow a poison gland. Level 1 holy item, Earth Core. When charged in the Divine Domain core, there is a chance that the core familiars will gain the Earth attribute and increase their defense. Level 1 holy item, Goblin Short Bow, both a holy relic and a divine weapon. When charged into the Divine Domain core, core familiars have a chance to gain the ability to summon the short bow as a weapon. The host deity gains the ability to summon the Goblin Short Bow itself. Once the 3 holy items were charged, the entire Divine Domain, 5 billion locusts were affected, 60% of the heavenly demon worms mutated and gained the poison attribute, with poison glands growing, 50% of the sinking worms mutated and gained the earth attribute, with increased defense, 90% of the locusts grasped the ability to summon the short bow for combat. Su Song felt that the core dependence had once again gained a small degree of reinforcement, and in his heart, he felt even more confident about this ordeal. At the end of the preparation time, Su Song once again appeared in front of the enrollment teacher. "Teacher, I'm ready." The enrollment teacher took out a small ball and placed it in front of Su Song. "Hold it and you will be teleported to the outskirts of Duo Long City along with your core members." Su Song did as he was told, and in the next instant, he was teleported to a forest. Next, He was transported into a forest, and beside him were his 5 billion core family members. It was so dense that it practically covered the sky. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded inside his head. Intruder detected, please leave the current realm quickly, otherwise it will be crowned as a demonic creature for removal. Intruder refuses to leave, recognized as a demonic creature, codename, King of Demonic Locusts. Calculate the level of the demonic creature, open the demonic creature interface. With a flurry of prompts, Su Song realized that he had an additional panel to view his personal information. The bottom color of the panel was black, codename, King of Demonic Locusts level 80. Level 60-inch highest family level plus 20 divine creature level profession, none talent, chosen son unique equipment, pot of compassion 2-star artifact, eye of detection 0-star artifact, greedy wolf special artifact skills, growth acceleration, life sacrifice unique, summoning goblin short bow. Other familiars also had their own plates. Su Song swept his eyes over the plates of the countless locusts and found some patterns. Ordinary life form locusts were at a very low level, between 0 and 9, elite life form locusts had a rank between 10 and 29, transcendent life form locusts had a level between 30 and 59. Su Song's 2 newborn heroic life form locusts, after many days of cultivation, had a rank of 60, and were the highest ranked existences among his current familiars. The contents of their information tablets were as follows: race, explosive plasma sky demon locust, human rank, 60, profession, none equipment, none skills, magma self-explosion, brutality, binge eating, flight, low-level wisdom, humanoid carapace skills, magma spew, summon short bow. What was the concept of rank 60? It's hard to judge without a reference. I need to gather more information to fully understand this civilization. At this moment, an ordinary locust man came to report, there are creatures attacking them. Su Song jumped onto the body of a transcendent life form sinking worm and went to check it out. Demonic creatures, so many of them appeared out of nowhere. A warrior with a greatsword looked at the seemingly endless locusts in front of him with a slightly nervous expression. His name was Thorn, and he was a professional adventurer. He had formed his own team last year and made his living by hunting magical creatures and harvesting magic crystals. His team consisted of 4 people, and except for him, who was a dragon blood warrior of the 2nd tier, the other 3 were all 1st-tier professions. They were the fire mage, the fury fighter, and the water wizard. The 3 of them used the advantages of their professions to kill the approaching locusts. Thorn, you should be happy. The more demons we kill, the more bounty we get. After we save up enough money, we will also be able to do a second round and improve our team, the angry fighter said, casually smashing a flying grasshopper with one punch. The locust was an elite level 13 life form, but it was hard to resist the power of the raging fist master's punch. It was shattered and dissolved into black mist. A thumb-sized magic crystal fell down and was picked up by the elf summoned by the water wizard in the back and placed in a package. Weak locusts, I'll kill as many as come. The fire mage waved his staff and unleashed fiery flames that instantly burned dozens of locusts into flying ashes. Seeing his companions so easily dispatch the locusts, Thorn's heart began to ease. Unknown to them, in the sky above where they weren't paying attention, Su Song was watching them. The eye of detection looked through all the information of the 4 people and formed an information board that matched the current civilization. The base color of the information table was white. Name: Thorn Evans, level 37, profession, Dragon Blood Warrior, 2nd turn equipment, Chopped Steel Greatsword Divine Power equipment, Protective Iron Armor Faith equipment. Talents: Combat Intent, Giant Sword skills, Dragon Blood skills, Shattering Slash, Giant Slash. Su Song also noticed that all 4 of them wore some kind of badge of the same style. The difference was that Thorn's badge was silver, while the other 3 had bronze badges. This might be a key piece of information to differentiate their strengths, so Su Song analyzed everything he could see. The number of locusts killed by the 4 below had reached thousands. However, the number of locusts still had not decreased, which made Su Song feel that the situation was a bit bad. There are too many demons, we can't finish killing them, prepare to evacuate now. Thorn shouted. The 3 team members nodded in agreement and prepared to retreat. However, Su Song in the sky above could not let the 4 people go so easily. He was still counting on getting more information about this civilization from the 4 people. At that moment, Su Song ordered a heroic life form locust man beside him, "Go and measure their strength." The locust man obeyed the order and flew down. Right in the way of the retreat of Su Song's four, Thorn felt the crushing feeling of oppression on the locust man and shouted, "Actually, a third-tier demonic creature, escape, let's all split up and escape, I'll buy you time." Saying that, Thorn rushed forward, his hand-cut steel greatsword smashing down with tremendous force. It was one of his skills, giant power slash. However, facing a level 60 locust man, the power of the giant force slash was still lacking, and it only made a small cut on the locust man's outer skin. It wasn't even a minor injury. Thorn's eyes filled with despair. The demonic creature was too powerful, and there was nothing he could do about it. With a flick of his wrist, the locust man flung Thorn away, along with his steel-cutting greatsword. The other three adventurers didn't get far before they were easily captured by the surrounding locust men. With the four of them bundled together, Su Song appeared. At the first sight of Su Song, all four of them trembled as if they had seen some kind of terrifying beast. Su Song's eyebrows furrowed, and he suspected that the way Su Song saw him was not the same as how he really looked. "Don't come over, ugly demon, don't come near us." As Su Song approached, the angry fighter shouted curses. This made Su Song even more curious about what he really looked like to these natives. "If you want to get out of here alive, answer my questions obediently. How do I look like in your eyes?" Su Song asked. "I'm not going to answer the question of a demonic creature." The angry fighter said stiffly. Then he was gone. His neck was broken by Su Song himself. Fire Mage and Water Sage were two girls who saw this scene and were terrified to the point of madness, screaming shrilly. Su Song did not like their noise and gave them a hard time as well. Seeing three of his teammates die horribly in front of him, Thorn's eyes were filled with both anger and fear. "Let me ask you, how do I look to you?" asked Su Song once again. Soan's voice trembled as he replied, "Big eyes, long tentacles." From Soan's description, Su Song had a rough picture of himself in his mind. This image was simply an enlarged locust man. This must be a deliberate image uglification of the invaders by the native will. "All right, continue to answer my question. What does the mark on your chest represent?" Su Song continued to ask. After 3 hours, Su Song had asked all the questions he wanted to know. Thorn answered them all to save his life. The information he provided also gave Su Song some insight into the rules of this world. "All right, that's all I'm going to ask, you can go now," Su Song said, loosening Thorn's bonds. Thorn seriously suspected that Su Song was teasing him, until he cautiously ran a long distance away and still saw no pursuers. He believed that Su Song had indeed freed him, while lamenting the fact that he had saved a life. Thorn also mourned his 3 dead companions. If they had chosen to cooperate, the 3 of them would not have died. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Thorn reminded himself that now was not the time to mourn his fallen friends, and that he must hurry to report the news of the demon army to the Adventurers Guild before he could do so. Unknown to him, in the sky above where Thorn could not see, Su Song was riding a transcendent lifeform sinking worm and keeping an eye on the route he was traveling. Only when he saw that there was indeed a city ahead of Thorn's route did Su Song give up his pursuit and summon his goblin short bow to shoot a surefire arrow at Thorn. The invasion process was brutal, and the slightest mishap would result in the destruction of the entire army. Before getting enough information about the enemy, Su Song would not allow his information to be revealed prematurely, playing with the profession fragments that had fallen from the 4 dead professions in his hands. Su Song thought about his next plan. From the information revealed by Thorn, Su Song learned that most of the professions here belonged to the Adventurers Guild. There were at least 1 million professional adventurers registered under the banner of the Dolong City Adventurers Guild. Level 0 to 9 professional adventurers were novice adventurers with basic professions who wore the Black Stone Badge. Level 10 to 29 professionals were first-time adventurers who had changed their basic professions, diversified their development direction, and wore bronze badges. Level 30 to 59 professional is the second turn adventurer. On the basis of transfer, again deepening the profession to strengthen. Strong is the mainstay of the Adventurer Guild, wears a silver badge. 60 to 99 level professional is the third turn adventurer. Even more powerful is often the core personnel of certain large and medium-sized adventuring groups, wearing a gold badge. As for level 100 and above professionals, they were 4th tier adventurers. They were even more powerful, strong enough to fight against large groups of tens of thousands of adventurers using only one individual, and were known as heroes. They were also the ones Su Song wanted to test. Currently, the entire Doran city was guarded by 5 heroes, and Su Song's current troop strength was also not to be underestimated. He had a total of 5 billion locusts under his command. Among them, there were 500 million locusts equivalent to novice adventurers, 3 billion locusts equivalent to first-tier adventurers, and 1.5 billion locusts equivalent to second-tier adventurers. The combat power equivalent to a third-level adventurer, including him, was 3. Such a power, 5,000 times that of an adventurer, was reasonably enough to overthrow the entire Doran city. However, Su Song was well aware of the actual combat power of his core dependents, the grasshoppers. Aside from the self-destructing locusts, which still had some destructive power, the rest of the locusts were nothing but scum. A small team of adventurers with medium to low overall strength could easily kill thousands of locusts, not to mention the millions of adventurers in Doran City. We need to find a way to increase our high-end combat power to at least level 60 or above at the 3rd round level to be able to take a shot at them. Su Song analyzed with a bit of a headache. Su Song thought about it and came up with an idea. Su Song has 5 billion locusts under his command, but they can only do one thing: act as eyes and ears to explore the area. Su Song's 5 billion locusts are capable of fighting, but there is one thing they can do, and that is act as eyes and ears to explore information. At that moment, Su Song issued an oracle, telling the 5 billion locusts to spread out and explore the area, looking for magical creatures whose strength had reached level 60. 3rd turn, the locust army received the oracle and faithfully carried it out. Shortly thereafter, news came in. 35 miles to the south, a goblin tribe led by a powerful goblin leader was found. Su Song went there personally, and with his level 80 strength, he easily defeated the goblin leader and conquered the entire goblin tribe with his absolute power and strength. The goblin tribe had a total of 200 goblins who decided to surrender, and Su Song found that the strength of these goblins was also very low. After searching with the detection eye, the adult goblins were around level 20, barely able to compete with first-tier professionals. The only exception was the tribe's kobold leader, whose level had reached a staggering 62. After checking the information of the goblin leader, Su Song realized that the goblin leader actually had the same profession as an adventurer and had already reached the 3rd level. After some questioning, Su Song learned that the goblin leader had acquired the profession by accident, because he had taken a large number of profession fragments left behind by the adventurers after their deaths. This gave Su Song a new idea. He wanted to try it and see if his dependent locust men could obtain the power enhancement profession just like the goblin chief. After that, Su Song instructed his scattered locusts to keep an eye on the adventurers' whereabouts. If they came across a weak group of adventurers, they should report to him as soon as possible so that he could send a group of locusts to hunt them down. After 3 days of hard work, Su Song still had hundreds of skill fragments in front of him. After looking through the eye of detection, Su Song was able to tell which profession these profession fragments belonged to. The fragments of the same profession were joined together, and then a tiny amount of divine power was infused into them. The trade fragments would automatically combine to form a complete trade. After combining them, Su Song received 4 different basic professions: warrior, mage, fighter, and archer. Su Song chose the archer profession and bestowed it on a heroic life form, the Locust Man. The Locust Man's information changed after the professions were absorbed. Race: explosive magma sky demon. Locust Man level 60 to 65. Needs to absorb magic crystals to level up the profession. Archer gear: none. Skills: magma, self-destruct, brutality, binge-eating, flight, low-level wisdom, humanoid body, aiming skills, magma spray, summon short bow, stored arrows. Successful, very successful. After the Locust Man absorbed the professions, the level cap was increased and new talents and skills were added. This was only the base profession. If he was able to absorb another copy of the archer's corresponding first-turn profession, the Locust Man's level cap would definitely get another boost. If the locusts were able to absorb a third-tier profession, or even a fourth-tier profession, Su Song's own level would also receive feedback from the locust familiars, and it would increase by leaps and bounds. Breaking through 100 levels was not a dream. At this point, even if he didn't rely on the power of his subordinates, his own level alone would be enough to face a fourth-tier hero head-on. It was just that the fragments of higher professions were difficult to obtain, even if they were obtained. It was all up to luck if he wanted to assemble a complete profession, and Su Song could only hope that a few more adventurers with the same profession would take the initiative to come to his door and help him assemble a higher-level profession. As he collected the pieces of his profession, he continued to recruit. That day, Su Song received a report from his locust men. They had found a cave, and the pressure emanating from the cave was so strong that they didn't dare go near it. The locusts led the way, flying hundreds of kilometers to a small cave. Su Song looked at the hole, which was only 1 meter high and half a meter wide, and sighed in his heart. It was also his locusts, which were large in number and small in size, covering a wide area. Otherwise, this hole would have been easily overlooked. Su Song ordered his locust men to widen the hole and stepped into it. After walking 100 meters along it, it opened up. At the same time, Su Song felt an extremely terrifying aura emanating from the depths. This aura was strong, mixed with a hint of divine power. It was worth investigating, Su Song muttered and continued to walk forward. A few thousand meters ahead, the terrifying aura became even more intense. The locusts following Su Song were all intimidated by the aura and instinctively did not dare to approach. Only the 2 heroic life-form locusts had the courage to follow Su Song, who told his followers who didn't dare to go forward to wait here while he and the 2 heroic life-form locusts continued to go deeper. After another 1,000 meters, they finally arrived at the location of the source of the terrifying aura. It was a huge stone cave, the size of 10 football fields, with a roof 100 meters high. In the center of the cave was a huge black dragon. 13 black chains bound the black dragon layer by layer. The black dragon could not move. A terrifying aura emanated from the black dragon, spreading thousands of meters along the cave, still able to make the locusts tremble with fear enough to show the power of this black dragon. Su Song's face was happy. He had heard his teacher tell him in class that some foreign civilizations often sealed enemies that could not be killed easily. He thought that the black dragon in front of him was a poor creature that had been sealed by a powerful person. Using his detection eye, Su Song checked the information on the black dragon. The result was somewhat disappointing. The eye of detection only found a part of the black dragon's information. However, this part of the information was enough to make Su Song feel alarmed. The bottom color of the information panel was black, indicating that the black dragon was a magical creature. Name: Black Dragon. Office level 103, sealed state, original level 149, profession, rebel, special race, skill. While Su Song was checking the black dragon's information, the black dragon sensed that it was being probed. It opened one eye, and its all-black pupil seemed to possess the magical power to suck out souls. The 2 heroic life-form locust men were trapped and were actively walking towards the black dragon's mouth, but fortunately, Su Song stopped them in time to prevent them from becoming the black dragon's food. When the black dragon saw the food being taken away, he roared in anger. "How dare you prevent the great rebel black dragon elf from eating? I will erode your soul and devour your flesh." Saying this, the black dragon's mouth opened effortlessly, and thick dark energy gathered in its mouth. This devastating blow was something that Su Song could not withstand at the moment, and he resolutely called the 2 heroic life-form locust men to fly and escape to the outside. After the black dragon released its dark energy, Su Song returned. "Insignificant scum, you actually dare to tease the great rebel black dragon Alphys. I will never forgive you." After saying that, another ball of dark energy appeared, and Su Song ran off again, returning after a while. After 2 unsuccessful strikes, the black dragon no longer had the power to release dark energy. The black chains bound it to death, and the more it did, the stronger the seal became. Seeing that the black dragon was no longer angry, Su Song said, "I didn't come here to provoke you, on the contrary, I came here to help you." The black dragon didn't believe Su Song's bullshit and said with a cold voice, "The great rebel black dragon Alphys has already seen your trick. While I'm not angry now, get out of here or I'll devour you to the ground." Su Song could not help but sneer. Being trapped here, do you still have the power to devour me to death?" With that, Su Song summoned his goblin short bow and shot an arrow at the black dragon. The arrow hit the black dragon's scales and bounced off, leaving not even a scratch. "Humble worm, the defense of the great rebel black dragon Alphys is invincible, you can't even hurt me." Su Song smiled and pulled out the divine weapon he had captured earlier, the steel-cutting greatsword. He lifted the steel-cutting greatsword and struck at the black dragon's body with all his might. A tiny scratch finally appeared on the scales of the black dragon. However, for the huge body of the black dragon, this scratch was not even a minor injury. Seeing this, Su Song's expression became serious. If he didn't inflict some damage on the black dragon, it was obvious that the black dragon wouldn't talk to him properly. Su Song once again raised the steel-cutting greatsword and injected 10,000 points of divine power into it. The input of divine power caused the divine power weapon, steel-cutting greatsword, to glow with a golden divine light. 10,000 points of divine power had already exceeded its carrying capacity. It could only maintain this state for 3 seconds. However, those 3 seconds were enough for Su Song to launch a powerful attack, Whirlwind Slash. This was a skill that Su Song had learned when he was in the divine realm with the iron-cutting sword Wind. Although it couldn't cause the skill's damage bonus effect, it could still deal a decent amount of damage. As expected, under this blow, the black dragon's steel-like scales were shattered, revealing a huge wound with black dragon blood flowing out. The intense pain caused the black dragon to resist. However, it was unable to move due to the blockade of 13 pitch-black chains. "Humble reptile, you actually dare to harm the great rebel black dragon Alphys." "I haven't even finished my sentence yet." Su Song threw down the shattered divine weapon chopping steel greatsword in his hand and pulled out another dagger that was also a divine weapon, pointing it at the black dragon's eyes. "One more word and you may die." The warning was soft, but the black dragon heard it clearly. The great rebel black dragon Alphys felt that death was very close to him at that moment. Seeing that the black dragon stopped roaring, Su Song knew that it was time to talk about cooperation. "I have a dream to kill a hero of Dolan City. However, I'm not strong enough to fight a hero, so I'm going to need you to help me," Su Song said bluntly. The black dragon grunted coldly with a hint of sadness in his tone. "The great rebel black dragon Alphys has been sealed here for hundreds of years and is still unable to leave, so how can he help you?" Su Song's gaze fell on the 13 pitch-black chains. He swung his divine power weapon dagger and slashed at them violently. As a result, the divine weapon dagger shattered, but the chains were not broken in the slightest. Not believing in evil, Su Song took out another divine weapon, infused 10,000 points of divine power, and slashed at them. The heavy blow, which was enough to break through the black dragon Alphys' dragon scales, landed on the pitch-black chain, but it still didn't leave a single trace. There seemed to be some kind of indestructible enchantment on the pitch-black chain. The black dragon sighed. "It's useless. This chain is a divine artifact created by the Adventurers Guild to seal me. Even my dark power can't erode half of it, let alone your weapon." Su Song's eyes lit up as he listened to the black dragon's words. "You're telling me that this chain is a divine artifact?" "That's right. The great rebellious black dragon elf is not a liar," Black Dragon said. "Then I have a solution," Su Song said happily. Saying that, he took out a golden orb. It was none other than his divine weapon, Greedy Wolf. When he placed the orb on a pitch-black chain, the orb turned into a golden liquid and wrapped around the pitch-black chain. A cackling sound could be heard coming from the golden liquid. After 50 minutes, the pitch-black chain broke. The black dragon Alphys stared at the chain falling to the ground with his dragon eyes wide open in disbelief, his mouth agape in surprise. The divine artifact chains that had trapped her had actually broken one. It couldn't contain its excitement and joy, and ordered Su Song, "Hurry, help me break the other chains, the great rebel black dragon Alphys commands you." Su Song, however, retrieved the greedy wolf artifact at that moment. He stared at the black dragon. The black dragon was a little anxious. The hundreds of years of captivity had made it incredibly eager to be free. Now the opportunity was right in front of him. "Untie me quickly, the great rebel black dragon Alphys commands you." The black dragon roared once again, and Su Song said, "Great rebel black dragon Alphys, I helped you unchain a divine artifact to show my sincerity, but you didn't make any promises to me, and instead gave me an order. Doesn't that seem like begging?" the black dragon was eager to get out of the trap, and he asked, "What do you want the great black dragon Elphys to do for you? Kill a hero?" "I promised, now hurry up and untie me." Su Song looked at the black dragon's eager expression and raised the stakes. "I've changed my mind, I want you to serve me for 100 years as payment for freeing you, vile trash, you are delusional, I am the great rebel black dragon Elphys." The black dragon roared so loudly that the entire cave shook. Without a divine artifact chain to bind it, its power regeneration speed was greatly accelerated. Su Song was not condescending. "If I can save you, then of course I can kill you. If you are not willing to agree to my demands, then you will just be a stepping stone for me to improve my strength. I've heard that dragons are covered in treasures, but I don't know how many good weapons your corpse bones can provide me with." The black dragon was once again intimidated by Su Song. Even if he regained some of his strength, he could not change his status as a living target. Besides, Su Song had just proved that he had the power to kill it. Faced with the two choices of death and enslavement, the black dragon pondered for more than 10 seconds, but still chose to compromise. "I'm willing to serve you for 100 years, so please help me release the chains on my body as soon as you can. I don't want to stay a second longer," Black Dragon returned. Of course, Su Song wouldn't completely trust Black Dragon's verbal promise, no matter what civilization, no matter what life form, there was always the possibility of breaking one's word. This time, Su Song went to great lengths and consumed 100,000 divine energy to draw up a contract that would allow Black Dragon to serve him for 100 years, in addition to stipulating the responsibilities and obligations of the Black Dragon. This contract also has extremely strong restrictions. The party that violates the contract will be subjected to extremely severe backlash, which even a dragon as strong as a giant dragon would not be able to withstand. "As long as you sign this contract, I will help you to be free." Su Song handed over the contract in front of the Black Dragon's eyes. After reading the contract, the Black Dragon only felt that his dignity as a giant dragon had been greatly insulted. There was a clause in the contract that said that the Black Dragon would unconditionally obey any order from Su Song for the duration of the contract. Wasn't that just like being a slave? His great rebel, the Black Dragon Elphys, was the one who was killed here, the one who was trapped by the divine artifact chain until he died, and he would never be a slave. It was about to tear up the contract and fight Su Song to the death, but in the next second, he saw Su Song pull out a dark crystal stone from his pocket. The dark crystal stone was crystal clear and contained pure dark energy that was easily absorbed at first glance. The Black Dragon, who hadn't eaten for the past 100 years, undeniably exuded Hala. "I can sense that you are very weak right now. After you sign the contract, this dark crystal stone will be given to you as a snack." Su Song was deliberately tempted. He was well aware of the lure of this highly pure energy crystal for life forms. Even the skeleton lords had been tempted by energy crystals to work honestly for him, let alone a black dragon that hadn't eaten for hundreds of years. Sure enough, under the temptation of the dark crystal stone, the black dragon completely forgot the dignity of being a dragon and signed the contract. The treaty was fulfilled and turned into two golden lights that surged into the eyebrows of both of them. Satisfied, Su Song threw the dark crystal stone in his hand into the black dragon's mouth. The black dragon savored the taste of the dark crystal stone with great pleasure. Su Song once again released his artifact, the greedy wolf, and ordered it to bite off the remaining 12 artifact chains. The greedy wolf finally chewed on the divine artifacts and stumbled to carry out Su Song's orders. 10 hours later, all the chains were broken, the black dragon's chi quickly recovered, and the energy in the air converged on it. The great rebel black dragon Elphys, had returned. The black dragon lifted the sky and roared as a pillar of black light rose from its body, shattering the entire cave. The massive force caused demonic creatures within 100 miles to fall to their knees and tremble. Even the adventurers of Doran City felt the black dragon's pressure. There were 5 heroes gathered in the conference hall of the Doran City Adventurers Guild. They were guarding Doran City to protect the black dragon and prevent it from breaking the seal. They thought it was a retirement job, but they didn't know that the black dragon had actually broken out of its seal. The black dragon has just broken out of the seal. It must still be in a weak period. Let's 5 of us work together to destroy it. Heroic Extreme Martial Saint suggested. The black dragon is out of the seal, it will definitely find a hidden place to hide and regain its strength. The area outside the city is huge, so if we want to find it, we'll need the help of all the adventurers in Doran City, said Heroic Rose Saint, heroic swordsman of ice and fire. The dark power emitted by the black dragon will cause a large number of magical creatures to be strengthened. Before the magical creatures start a riot, we must strike first and dominate. Young hero Windwalker felt that the three heroes before him were being too cautious. A black dragon that just broke out of its seal is just a black dragon. Is it worth being so nervous? Don't you think so, brother Dragon Slayer, the most powerful of the 5 heroes? Dragon Slayer said proudly. It's just a giant dragon, nothing to worry about. I once killed a wind-type green dragon by myself, and although it was difficult to deal with, it wasn't so bad that it confused all the adventurers in my city of Doran. But this black dragon is different. According to the documents, it is a rebel of the giant dragon race. The extreme martial saint wanted to persuade the dragon slayer to pay attention to the black dragon. However, the dragon slayer only felt that it was the extreme martial saint who had overestimated the black dragon's power and underestimated his own. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me, my 4th turn profession is Dragon Slayer, and the purpose of my existence is to slay dragons. This black dragon that escaped from the seal will be taken care of by me. All you have to do is protect Dolan City well. Dragon Slayer, you Dragon Slayer big brother, I support you. Can you allow my little brother to admire your dragon slaying style? And can my little brother remove other obstacles for you to prevent those ungrateful demonic creatures from disturbing Big Brother's dragon slaying pleasure? Windwalker said. May, Dragon Slayer returned. Thank you, Big Brother Dragon Slayer. I will go and release a quest for the adventurers to find out where the black dragon is hiding. After Windwalker finished speaking, he turned into a breeze and left. Dragon Slayer left the conference room as well. The 3 remaining heroes sighed in unison, but that was all they could do. Who let the Dragon Slayer be the strongest in this duo-long city? The news of the black dragon breaking free from the seal was not only spread in Doran City. It was also common among the magical creatures. Demonic creatures always honored the strongest, and they followed the aura released by the black dragon to find their way to the door, vying to visit this king of demons. The black dragon Alphys was not the least bit interested in magical creatures whose strength was far inferior to his own. In his opinion, these demons were only worthy of being his food. However, ever since he tasted the dark crystal stones provided by Su Song, Black Dragon Alphys could not stand any other tastes. In order to obtain more dark crystals, he could only follow Su Song's command and patiently endure the worship of other demons, and at that time, Su Song stood out with a false sense of authority and led the demons with strengths of 3 or more revolutions to unite. The adventurers had been oppressing the demons for a long time, and the demons had long wanted to fight back. It's just that different races didn't trust each other, so they never joined forces. But today was different. Under the call of the great rebel black dragon Elphys, many magical creatures gathered together and realized the first ever union of magical creatures. The black dragon Elphys crouched on the main seat and unleashed the majesty that belonged to the black dragon. Under this terrifying majesty, even the strongest of these magical creatures, the tree-man wise man, whose level had reached 105, did not dare to resist in the slightest. Su Song became the dominant figure in this meeting. As he swept his eyes over all the demons present, Su Song was in an extremely good mood. Under the black dragon's oppression, although it was impossible to make them recognize their masters in a short time, it was still easy to make them work for him. Therefore, Su Song called on all the demons to unite and form a demon alliance to fight against the Adventurers Guild. The idea of the alliance was to hunt down and kill adventurers. When the demons heard this, they were not sleepy. The adventurers had been riding on their heads for more than a year or 2. What race hadn't been slaughtered by adventurers? It was just that the adventurers had the power of their profession and the will of civilization to protect them, and their strength far exceeded that of the demons. Wanting to overthrow them was like dreaming, Su Song replied. As the representative of the demonic creature alliance, he had a way to let the demonic creatures break the bottleneck of their race's strength and achieve rapid advancement. With that, Su Song took out an energy crystal. The pure energy crystal emitted an incomparably sweet taste, causing the demons present to swallow it repeatedly. If the black dragon hadn't shaken the scene once again, they would have swarmed up and snatched the Energy crystal from Su Song's hands. The black dragon glanced at the demons present and scoffed, "One energy crystal can make you all so crazy, but the great rebel black dragon Alpheus has more than 10 of them here." Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Su Song began to explain his own system of the Demon Creature Alliance. The Demon Alliance uses energy crystals as a reward. Demons of all races can exchange their equipment and profession fragments from killing adventurers for energy crystals. From Su Song. To make these demons work harder, Su Song gave each of them an energy crystal with the appropriate attribute beforehand. After absorbing the energy crystals, these demons unanimously responded that they were so delicious that they wanted another one. After absorbing the energy crystals, many of the low-level demons were instantly upgraded, and their strength reached a new peak. Seeing the power of the energy crystals, all the demons agreed to join the Demon Alliance under the pressure of the Black Dragon and the bundle of benefits, and actively launched hunting operations against the adventurers. In the following days, Su Song was really counting his money. His favorite locusts had become an information network for exchanging supplies between him and various magical creatures. Every day, swarms of locusts would bring a large amount of occupation fragments and captured equipment to Su Song, who would also distribute a reasonable amount of energy crystals as rewards to the adventurers hunted by the magical creatures. Both sides were in harmony. Of course, the main reason for this relationship was the powerful Black Dragon. Without the Black Dragon, the demons would have been unable to resist and would have hunted down Su Song to get more energy crystals. After all, the demons who dared to take the risk of killing adventurers were not good people, and with the weapons and profession fragments that Su Song had obtained, he also cultivated his own subordinates. After cultivating them with a large amount of resources, the strength of the locust familiars had greatly increased. The two heroic life-form locust familiars had both received suitable third-tier professions, and their levels had skyrocketed to level 85 and were still rising. There were also 32 other locust men who had also surpassed level 60 with the help of the profession power, and Su Song himself had been fed by his familiars, and his level had increased to 105 in a single leap. With such power, Su Song felt unprecedentedly powerful, and was able to break a 100-year-old tree with a single blow. However, Su Song understood that he was still lacking compared to the adventurers of the same level in Dolong City. This was mainly reflected in the use of skills. The skills of professional adventurers had been used hundreds of times, and they had good control over power, angle, and timing. However, Su Song's skills were his shortcoming. Growth acceleration was used as an aid, life sacrifice was used once a day, and it could only be used on his own familiars. His only attack skill, the goblin short bow, was only equivalent to carrying a long-range divine weapon. Su Song thought about it and decided to use the power of his profession to improve himself as well. Based on his situation, Su Song chose warrior as his base profession and acquired the talent, battle intent, function, increases physical performance by 10%, skills mastered, heavy strike, giant slash. On the first round, he chose magic warrior and gained the talent, elemental sense, function, increases resistance to each element by 20%, mastery skills, bond with fire, bond with ice, bond with light, bond with darkness. Second turn, choose dragon blood warrior, gain talent, dragon blood. Effects: increases physical performance by 20%, increases resistance to each element by 20% and increases strength. Skill mastered, Storm Dragon Slash. As for the profession of the third round, Su Song didn't have any. This was mainly because there were too few professional adventurers who could reach the third tier among the adventurers he killed, and it was impossible to assemble more complete third-tier professions. The Black Dragon sensed the faint scent of dragon blood emanating from Su Song's body and took the initiative to offer to help Su Song. But the condition is that Su Song must pay 1,000 dark crystals. Su Song did not have that many dark crystals, and after a little haggling, he was able to close the deal with 500 dark crystals, which was an installment of the payment. However, the Black Dragon was still very excited because he felt that he had made a lot of money. After negotiating the terms, the Black Dragon began to do his own favor. The way he did it was to find a cauldron, fill it with his own blood, and let Su Song soak in it for a whole day. At that time, the Black Dragon's blood would replace the thin dragon's blood in Su Song's body, causing Su Song to gain strength comparable to that of a third-tier professional. Su Song agreed. Su Song soaked in the black dragon blood, which more or less smelled fishy, for a whole day. During that time, the black dragon added a fire under the cauldron in the name of speeding up the absorption. This was to let Su Song truly experience what it was like to stew in an iron pot. Although there were a few moments of laughter during the process, the effect was quite good. By completely replacing the thin dragon blood in his body with black dragon blood, Su Song's second tier profession was automatically upgraded to a third-tier profession, Black Dragon Warrior. Talent gained, Black Dragon Blood effects, increases physical performance by 50%, increases resistance to each element by 50%, greatly increases strength, gains dark attribute affinity, mastery skill, Black Dragonization. Upon activating this skill, Su Song could hear the bones of his entire body cackling, his muscles felt swollen and painful, and his skin gradually turned black and hardened. After 3 seconds, the changes in his body stopped, and Su Song completely transformed into a humanoid black dragon. His entire body was covered with extremely defensive black dragon scales, a pair of solid and powerful dragon wings were born on his back, and the muscles of his entire body swelled as if he had the power to destroy everything. The background of the tablet was black, codename, Demonic Locust King level, 125 level 85 favors maximum level plus 20 divine creature level plus 20 profession power level profession, Black Dragon Warrior third turn talent. Chosen Sun only, combat intent, dark elemental sense. Black Dragon Blood Equipment Compulsion Pot 2-star Artifact, Sighting Eye 0-star Artifact, Covetous Wolf 1-star Artifact Skills, Growth Acceleration, Life Sacrifice only, Summoning Goblin Short Bow, Heavy Strike, Mega Force / Attachment to Darkness, Tyrannosaur / Black Dragonization. Su Song looked at this current template of his with satisfaction. He felt that he now had the full power to go to Dolan City to find a hero, after several days of investigation and the sacrifice of tens of thousands of professional adventurers. The Adventurers Guild finally located the Black Dragon's current location. When the heroic Dragon Slayer learned of this information, he summoned the heroic Windwalker at the first opportunity, rushed out of Dolan City, and attacked directly at the Black Dragon's location. While Su Song was honing his skills, he felt a gust of violent wind blowing from above. Immediately after that, Dragon Slayer and Windwalker appeared in his line of sight. Feeling the strong pressure from the duo, the Black Dragon stood up and let out an angry roar. It was the taste of the heroes of Doran City. It was also the taste of hatred. The Dragon Slayer was actually filled with joy when he saw the Black Dragon. Indeed, it's a pure-blooded Black Dragon. Hunting you will surely raise my Dragon Slayer profession to another level. Dragon Slayer shouted, then he turned his head to Windwalker and instructed, shield the area for me, don't let any other demons disturb me. Windwalker worshipped, Big Brother Dragon Slayer, don't worry, I definitely won't let any demonic creature bother you. Saying this, Windwalker raised his hand to release his ability, Heroic Upanishad, Storm Boundary. Endless gusts of wind converged to form a boundary that went straight up into the sky and encircled the surrounding 10 kilometers. The fierce wind was like a wall, blocking out all the magical creatures that had rushed to support it. For a while, they were unable to break through. At the border, the Black Dragon and the Dragon Slayer faced each other, and the violent energy turbulence hemmed them in. Weak magical creatures could not survive the aftermath of the two. However, there were exceptions, namely Su Song and Windwalker. They were at a high level and could ignore the aftermath. Windwalker looked at Su Song, and there was an enlarged image of a locust man in his eyes. Su Song realized that Windwalker was looking for information about him. 125 level Locust King, I didn't know there were such powerful magical creatures outside of Dolong City. Windwalker exclaimed, however, I won't let you get in the way of Big Brother Dragon Slayer's battle. Su Song sneered. He originally wanted to practice his skills before going to Dolong City to find a hero to kill. However, he hadn't expected that a hero would actually take the initiative to come to his door. Through the eye of detection, Su Song also found out some information about Windwalker. Name, Carl Smith level, 131 profession, Windwalker 4th turn, professional equipment, Wind God Blade, skills, Dagger Mastery, Wind Affinity, Light Body, Storm Incarnation skills, Heroic Upanishad, Storm Boundary, Backstab, Wind Blade / Although he could not see all of Windwalker's information, Su Song was sure that Windwalker was very strong. In an instant the battle between the two began, and Su Song immediately unleashed his strongest skill, Black Dragon Transformation. Su Song transformed into a humanoid black dragon, holding two huge swords of divine power weapons, and slashed at Windwalker. Windwalker's figure was strange, and a figure completely condensed by the storm wind appeared beside him. It was his talent, Stormwind Incarnation. Stormwind Incarnation possessed all of Windwalker's abilities except Heroic Upanishad, and as an elemental body, it was fearless of any damage. As long as Windwalker was alive, Stormwind Incarnation would attack endlessly. With Windwalker and Stormwind Incarnation working together, Su Song was quickly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Su Song was covered in solid black dragon scales and had high elemental resistance, so he could still survive a few attacks. However, this was not a long-term solution, and while Su Song was being beaten, he secretly sent an oracle to the locust familiars outside the storm boundary to find a way to break the boundary and come to his rescue. On the other hand, the Black Dragon situation was not as bad as Su Song's. The Dragon Slayer's Heroic Upanishad, the Dragon Slayer's domain, was a great restriction for the dragon race. When the domain was unfolded, all the dragons he had slaughtered would be summoned to fight for him. The black dragon was currently surrounded by dozens of sub-dragons, and a green dragon, who was also a member of the dragon race, was spitting powerful wind blades at him. The wind blades, which contained the power of dragons, could easily shatter the scales of the black dragon. The dragon slayer held two turquoise swords, both made of dragon teeth, which also had the same effect of breaking through the dragon scale's defenses. As they slashed at the black dragon, the knives crushed him. The black dragon hadn't been unsealed for a long time and hadn't regained its peak strength. Now that it was restrained by the dragon slayer's attributes, it was severely injured and lost the battle within a few rounds. As the dragon slayer held the blood-colored sword and stepped on the head of the black dragon, his heart was filled with ecstasy. If he could absorb the soul of the black dragon, his heroic Upanishad, Dragon Slayer domain would be sublimated. However, this required a special ritual. The Dragon Slayer had thought about this for a long time. He commanded the dragon soul in the Dragon Slayer domain to lift the black dragon and fly it high into the sky, ready to bring it back to Doran City. In front of all the professional adventurers of Doran City, he wanted to perform the Dragon Slayer ceremony to proclaim his power. Before leaving, the Dragon Slayer looked at the Windwalker who was still fighting Su Song and said, "Do you need my help?" "No, I can take care of this myself." "Big brother Dragon Slayer, you go first, I will follow soon," Windwalker replied confidently, and opened a gap above the storm boundary for Dragon Slayer to leave. After seeing Dragon Slayer leave, Windwalker continued to attack Su Song while enviously saying, "If only I could be as powerful as brother Dragon Slayer." When Su Song saw the black dragon being taken away, his heart became even more anxious, and he gave the locust familiars a deadly order: break the storm boundary at all costs. He had to get out of danger and quickly think of a way to get the black dragon back. Outside the Stormwind boundary, countless locusts were gathering at a great speed. The other rushing demons didn't dare touch the Stormwind boundary for fear of being strangled by the power of the Stormwind turbulence. However, the locusts that had received the oracle of Su Song rushed into the storm boundary without hesitation. One locust consumed the energy of the storm boundary with its flesh and blood. The bodies of 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, 30 million dead locusts were crushed by the storm winds, and their limbs spread a thick layer on the ground. The remaining locusts, however, continued to rush into the storm's path without fear of death, simply because their god called them. By the time the 1.3 billion locusts crashed into the storm boundary, the boundary made a crunching sound and shattered, revealing the Windwalker and Su Song inside. At that moment, Su Song was covered in blood, but he still stood tenaciously. The locusts exploded with a humming sound. Hurting the gods was the biggest provocation for them. Immediately, countless locusts launched their deadly attacks, killing the Windwalker who had injured Su Song. With attacks, arrows, skills, and self-destruction, the locusts would try anything that could cause damage, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Windwalker didn't take the weak locusts seriously at first, but as more and more locusts rushed at him, the energy in Windwalker's body was depleting extremely fast, and he became a little afraid. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Countless locusts blocked his retreat. They will all die for me. Windwalker roared angrily and waved the wind god blade in his hand. His body's energy drained, his physical strength depleted, and he had already reached the point of exhaustion. However, the locusts continued to attack, seizing the opportunity to eat away at the Windwalker's body bit by bit until the Windwalker's flesh and blood were consumed. In the process, another 2.4 billion locusts were sacrificed. As the Windwalker died, the voice of the Kyoto Academy's enrollment teacher sounded next. To Su Song's ears, Su Song student, congratulations, mission accomplished. The teleportation channel for your return journey will now be opened. Covering his wound, Su Song stood up and said earnestly, I can't go back yet. Su Song's answer made the Kyoto Academy enrollment teacher a little surprised. Su Song, do you want to rescue the captured black dragon? Su Song, are you going to rescue the captured black dragon? I have to go and rescue it. It is my contract partner, Su Song said seriously. After being unsealed by Su Song, the Black Dragon had always honored its contract, and when Su Song needed the help of the occupation power, it had resolutely offered its blood for Su Song's improvement. For Su Song, the Black Dragon is not only a contractual partner, but also a good friend. Su Song, you need to think carefully. If you go to save the Black Dragon, you will not only face a Windwalker, but also 4 heroes who are even more powerful than him, plus millions of professional adventurers and millions of civilians who can be soldiers when they pick up a weapon. With that kind of power, even a demigod would have a high chance of failing, not to mention the fact that you're just a tiny divine being right now, the enrollment teacher of Kyoto Academy warned. I know that, which is why I am formally proposing to you that I request that all my relatives within my divine realm be released to participate in the battle, Su Song said. In exchange, I would like to take the initiative to increase the difficulty of the mission and change it to conquer the entire Duolong city. Enough seeds. The enrollment teacher of Kyoto Academy couldn't help but sigh. He remembered that the last time he met such an interesting student was more than 10 years ago, and now that student had already surpassed him, been promoted to Lord God, and become the youngest deputy director of Kyoto Academy. What I appreciate most is a disciple like you who is brave enough to take on challenges, so I agree to your request. Su Song thanked him. The admissions teacher of Kyoto Academy had no obligation to care about his feelings, yet he still agreed to his request. This is the feeling. Finally, the teacher will tell you one more thing. You are descending in your true form, so don't fall here. When the words landed, a huge portal appeared. The 4 great relatives of Su Song stepped out of the portal. The 4 great relatives stepped into this civilization, and their information changed along with the native will. Sword Wind Clan. Chopping Iron Sword Wind, Heroic Form, Level 132 Red Furnace Dwarves. Clan. Divine Hammer, Heroic Form, Level 106, Bull Demon Clan, Bull Demon Shaman, Heroic Form, Level 128. Skeleton Clan, Skeleton Lord, Lord Lich Signet, Level 127, Bone Controller, Heroic Form, Level 70, Bone Restorer, Heroic Form, Level 80. The rest of the family members were all below Level 60, many of them were stuck at Level 59. Su Song immediately took out a large amount of equipment and professions for these familiars to choose from. After receiving the power of profession, the levels of these familiars skyrocketed. Among them, the one that had changed the most was Iron Cut Swordsman. Wind, who had changed from his base profession of warrior to a first-round profession of swordsman, and then to a second-round profession of storm swordsman, and his level had skyrocketed to 140. The pressure emanating from his body was already comparable to that of a black dragon that had not fully recovered. The other heroic lifeforms had more or less increased in level, and their strength had increased after obtaining the profession power. However, Su Song still felt that the battle force to attack Doran City was insufficient. There were still over 1.3 billion locust familiars left, and although their numbers were staggering, their actual combat power was very touching. The ones that could be taken out were only a few 100,000. It was simply no match for Duolong City. therefore, Su Song had to look for other fighters to join him in order to fight against the entire Duo Long City, and the first thing that came to his mind was the Demon Alliance that had just been formed. At that moment, Su Song ordered the locusts to send his message to all the members of the Magic Item Alliance. But the message that came back made Su Song furious. Among the demons, half of them apologized, while the other half simply refused Su Song's offer. It had only been a few hours since the Black Dragon was captured, but most of the demons had already heard the news. Without the Black Dragon, the Demon Alliance was scattered, especially after absorbing the energy crystals. These demons became stronger and more ambitious. They even thought of using this opportunity to send their clans to imprison Su Song so that they could obtain more energy crystals. Good, very good, said Su Song, so angry that he spoke back. Since this group of demons crossed the river and broke the bridge, don't blame him, Su Song, for not speaking the rules. Immediately, Su Song issued an oracle: destroy those demon clans that refuse to go to war. With the current strength of Su Song's familiars, it was almost impossible to succeed against Duolong City, but against these captured demons, it could be considered easy. The few heroic life forms under his command, under the leadership of the locusts, marched towards the various demon clans. In just one night, 73 clans were wiped out one by one, including many large clans with tens of thousands of races. Now that the demons had seen Su Song's strength, they could only agree to Su Song's plan because of the threat to their lives. With the arrival of dawn, countless demonic creatures marched toward Duolong City in unison under Su Song's orders. Inside Duolong City, there was rejoicing and preparations were being made for the dragon slaying ceremony. The mighty black dragon was tied up in the square of Duolong City for all adventurers to see. The dragon slayer sat proudly on the high platform, drinking fine wine as he watched the progress of the ceremony below. At that moment, a third-tier adventurer wearing a gold badge trotted over to the dragon slayer. Lord Dragon Slayer, Lord Rosie Saintus asked you why Lord Windwalker did not come back together. Dragon Slayer frowned slightly. 12 hours had passed since he returned to Doran City. Windwalker was late in returning. Had he run into trouble on his way back, however? Trusting Windwalker's strength, the Dragon Slayer didn't think too much about the bad side of the story and just replied, maybe he was delayed on the way, so don't worry about Rose Sage. After the dragon slaying ceremony, I'll go get Windwalker myself. As soon as the words were uttered, the Dragon Slayer felt the earth tremble slightly. Immediately after that, the sound of a sharp horn rang out in Doran City. Alarm. It was an alarm. A large number of demons were attacking Doran City, and all the adventurers were preparing to meet them. The demons are attacking the city. Women and children retreat to the underground shelter. All the adventurers and men grab their weapons and go out to face the battle, defend Dolan City. A hiss of extreme power echoed through the streets and alleys of Dolan City. The 4 large groups of adventurers were ordered to lead the scattered adventurers to the outskirts of the city to set up their defenses. Tree people, goblins, and giant monsters, all of these magical creatures had indeed come out. There's also a large number of flying magical creatures. They're locusts. They're flying over. Mages, use your magic to shoot down this group of flying demons. Quickly, before the words were finished, a wave of arrows fell and a large number of adventurers were shot into sieves. It was the attack of the locust race. They had received Su Song's order to eliminate the adventurers in front of them and clear the way for the demons coming from behind. The adventurers' side wasn't vegetarian either. As a wave of adventurers died tragically, more adventurers rushed out of the city and launched magical attacks on the demons flying in the sky. The locusts had already had a crack at it, and they flew high into the air to get out of range of the magical attacks and reduce casualties. It was then that the rest of the race's army of magical creatures their hands, ready to slay the black dragon and complete the dragon-slaying ceremony. In such a situation, Su Song could only use his most powerful great killing weapon, the bone controller struck. The short bone controller was thrown onto the battlefield. It was inconspicuous, however, the broken bones on the ground became active because of the bone controller's appearance. Countless broken bones flew toward the bone controller and became part of the skeleton giant. As the massive amount of broken bones merged into 1 inch, the 20-meter-tall skeleton giant took shape. Su Song was able to see the skeleton giant's information through the detection eye. Skeleton giant, level 149, the most powerful heroic life form. The newly formed skeleton giant brazenly charged into the burning rose forest. The endless flames were unable to effectively damage its skeletal body. Instead, it was able to grab onto the rose vines and forcefully uproot a large number of them. The way to Dolan City was open. Among the swarm of demons, Su Song and the heroic life forms under his command took the lead. They rushed towards the 4 heroes. Alphys, I'm here to save you, Su Song shouted. At the center of the ceremony, the dying black dragon weakly opened its eyes to see, as if trying to determine if it was hallucinating before it died. He saw that the familiar figure, illuminated by the early morning sunlight, was as tall as a mountain. The 4 heroes stared angrily at the invading demons. Although Duolong City was a small border town that had been established for only 100 years, there had never been a situation where the city gates were breached by demons, but now that history had been broken, the 4 heroes would have the shameful record of having their gates breached by demons permanently added to their resume. A mere demon creature, how dare you act recklessly in Duolong City? Let's see if I don't beat you to a pulp. The extreme martial saint roared, his entire body filled with explosive power. As long as he killed Su Song, the demonic attackers would have no one to lead them. However, Su Song's familiars are not ordinary people. The bull demon shaman stepped forward and used his newly crafted steel totem to block the fist of the extreme martial sage. Those who insult my gods will be killed. The bull demon shaman roared in a fiery voice as the steel totem swung up and crushed the extreme martial saint, and then it followed suit and rushed forward, crushing the extreme martial saint. The bull demon that had gained the power of profession was now at level 139. In terms of level alone, it was comparable to the extreme martial saint. The other 3 heroes did not want to lag behind either. The rosy saintess summoned a large number of vines to wind toward Su Song, and the divine hammer of the red furnace dwarf inspired the flame power contained in the purgatory warhammer to transform into the purgatory hydra, burning the vines to ashes. The ice and fire swordsman unleashed a powerful skill, ice and fire cross slash, which was countered by the iron slicing sword wind with whirlwind slash. Both of them were experts with swords, and when they exchanged glances, they understood each other's intentions. For a while, it was hard to tell them apart. Almost able to complete the ritual, Dragon Slayer looked at Su Song with resentment. If Su Song had appeared 1 minute later, he would not have hated Su Song so much. Dragon Slayer exploded his most powerful heroic Upanishad Dragon Slayer domain. Dozens of sub-dragons and the soul of a green dragon appeared in the field and launched a fierce attack on Su Song and the others. The skeleton giant jumped out and tripped the strongest of them, the green dragon. The small skeleton touched its bare brain and 2 soul flames flickered inside. It jumped onto a sub-dragon's soul and opened its mouth to bite. The sub-dragon's soul's aura immediately weakened, and its figure became weak. It was obvious that the soul had suffered a severe blow. Soon, the sub-dragon's soul was devoured by the small skeleton. It touched its naked brain and jumped to the next sub-dragon soul. Gnawing furiously, the Dragon Slayer realized that he had met his nemesis when he noticed the little skeleton's behavior. He swung his blood-colored sword at the little skeleton, but it didn't even make a move, and was shattered into a pile of bones. The Dragon Slayer breathed a sigh of relief before he could change his target. Instead, the bones of the small skeleton coalesced back into one piece, restoring the original appearance of the small skeleton. The resurrected small skeleton continued to nibble at the sub-dragon's soul with an air of madness that nothing could be done about it. The Dragon Slayer was so furious that he had never seen such a difficult opponent. On the other hand, Su Song took advantage of the 4 heroes and their familiars to run over to the black dragon, pulled out a divine weapon, the great sword, and slashed at the chain binding the black dragon. But the chain was also a divine weapon. Su Song had to take out his greedy wolf again and ordered it to eat the divine weapon. As the black dragon listened to the cackling sound, its gratitude to Su Song grew even stronger in its heart. Originally, it thought that after being captured in Duo Long City, it would definitely end up dead. However, she did not expect that Su Song would actually bring an army of demons to rescue her. Faithful companion, the great rebel black dragon Alphys will always remember you, the black dragon said weakly. Then serve me for a few more centuries to repay my favor, Su Song said rudely, casually stuffing a few dark crystals into the black dragon's mouth to speed up the healing of the black dragon's injuries. At the same time, Su Song also kept an eye on the battle between his subordinates and the four heroes. Without exception, they were all at a disadvantage. The weakest one, the red furnace dwarf god Hammer, was already badly injured, and Su Song hastily ordered the two heroic life-form locust people to help him. But this was useless. If we didn't get out of this situation soon, Su Song's entire army would be wiped out. As the black dragon tasted the delicious dark crystals, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Dear friend, the great rebel black dragon Alphys has decided to give you a gift. What a time to think of a gift. If we don't find a way to break this situation, all the relatives will have to stay here. The black dragon spoke again. The great rebel black dragon Alpheus wishes to tell you his name, my dear friend. From now on, you are the great rebel. With that, two streaks of black light erupted from the black dragon's pupils and pierced Su Song's eyes. An ancient and mysterious voice echoed in Su Song's mind. He could not hear it clearly, but he could understand the meaning of the voice. The voice was telling him that he had become a new rebel. Suddenly, Su Song felt a majestic power awakening in his body. His level skyrocketed from 125, directly breaking through to 149 before stopping. His occupation also changed from the original 3 rounds to a special occupation, Rebel. At the same time, he acquired the talent, Rebel. Su Song didn't have time to worry about why he couldn't see through the effects of his talent. Feeling the raging power within him, he picked up his divine weapon, the great sword, and slashed at the nearest dragon slayer. Black dragonization, possessed darkness, and Tyrannosaurus slash. The three skills worked at the same time, combined with the powerful strength of level 149, with this slash, Su Song wanted to kill with one blow. The Dragon Slayer had been through many battles, and in the face of Su Song's attack, he reacted with extreme speed and raised his blood-colored sword to resist. With Su Song's level 149 strength, the Dragon Slayer's entire body trembled and his veins cracked, but he never let the blade fall on him. It was the small skeleton that seized the opportunity, nimbly jumping behind the Dragon Slayer, its crystal-like bone claws easily piercing into the back of the Dragon Slayer's heart, crushing the Dragon Slayer's heart in one fell swoop. The Dragon Slayer died with an unwilling face. The heroic Upanishad, the Dragon Slayer's domain, shattered instantly. Su Song didn't have time to think too much and turned around to help the other familiars fight the other three heroes. The small skeleton stayed where it was, silently using its small bone claws to carve a strange spell formation into the Dragon Slayer's corpse. Then it unleashed its ability, summoning skeleton knights. The Dragon Slayer's corpse trembled, and the flesh and blood of his entire body instantly dried up. Skeletons that had absorbed the energy of blood and flesh separated from the dried flesh, and they were actually blood-colored, as crystalline as red crystals. If one were to check the information on this skeleton race, one would realize that it was not an ordinary skeleton knight, rather, it was a mutated heroic life form, a blood skeleton. With Su Song's timely arrival, the other three battle groups were victorious one after another, among them, the Rosy Saintess and the Ice and Fire Swordsmen were beheaded on the spot. The extreme martial saint desperately broke his own arm and fled in a pitiful state. Little Skeleton, who had just rushed over, volunteered to lead Blood Skeleton and Bone Controller after them. The hero's defeat caused the demonic army to become more vigilant, and they slaughtered the adventurers of Dolong City even more madly. Seeing that it was difficult to escape the capture of Dolong City, the four major groups of adventurers abandoned the city immediately and fled. The side of the demonic creatures won the final victory. The surviving magical creatures rejoiced in their victory. After fighting with the adventurers for so many years, they had finally turned the corner. Su Song finished treating his family's injuries and ordered the demon army to sweep Dolong City. Any equipment, occupation fragments, and exotic treasures could be brought to him in exchange for energy crystals. Now, the army of demonic creatures went completely crazy. Energy crystals could allow them to break through the racial level barrier, so no amount of them was too much. Immediately, a large number of demons rushed into the houses and shops of Duolong City and ransacked them. Soon, the loot piled up into a small mountain. Most of them were equipment, some were exotic treasures, and there were also some gold coins, gems, and other items. As for the profession fragments, Su Song put them in a bag and stored them separately. On the Black Dragon's side, he regained his freedom, but because of the gift of the title of Rebel to Su Song, his level dropped to level 100, and it would take a long time to recover if he wanted to regain his peak level of 149 in combat power. After waiting for another 2 hours, the small skeleton returned with the bone controller and the blood skeleton. It threw the body of the extreme martial saint to the ground. With the 4 heroes finally taken care of, Su Song glanced at the exhausted relatives and sighed at the growth they had gained from the battle. At the same time, he was glad that these few heroic life forms that had accompanied him so far were still tough enough to survive even after such a difficult battle. Mr. Su Song. Congratulations, mission accomplished, you have performed a miracle. The voice of the Kyoto Academy's enrollment teacher entered Su Song's mind. It wasn't hard to imagine that this enrollment teacher had paid close attention to Su Song's situation. Thank you, Su Song said sincerely. The enrollment teacher said, the teleportation channel is ready, so I'll give you 3 hours to organize your trophies. Su Song's eyes wandered around Duolong City and his brain was racing. Teacher, I have an idea. Can I build a stable portal to my god's domain here? Su Song said bluntly. The hierarchy and power of the professions here allowed him to see a new way for his subordinates to advance. Moreover, this civilization was rich in equipment for all levels. If a stable portal could be set up to establish long-term exchanges, it would definitely be of great help to the development of Su Song's subordinates. The sound of tapping fingers on the table came from the side of the enrollment teacher, who was obviously thinking, the development of any civilization could not be separated from invasion and plunder, and Su Song was like most of the gods in the divine realm civilization. When they saw a good civilization, they wanted to take root and benefit from it in the long run. Although there were great benefits to be gained, there were also many hidden dangers. It was easy to build a stable portal, but what if the outer domain civilization counterattacked the gods' domain through the portal? The slightest miscalculation would result in the core of the divine empire being breached. The enrollment teacher pondered over the pros and cons, and finally left the decision up to Su Song himself. Since Su Song had made the request, he was determined to go through with it. He insisted on his decision to build a stable teleportation portal in Duolong City to facilitate future exchanges. The enrollment teacher respected Su Song's decision. It was just that Su Song himself would have to pay for the divine power used to build the stable teleportation portal. The total price was around 1.5 billion divine energy. This was a huge amount of money that Su Song obviously did not have. However, he did have a lot of divine artifact loot. The 5 heroes of Duolong City all had divine artifacts in their hands. Now that they had died in battle, the divine artifacts had become unowned and had a high value. After pledging their divine artifacts to the admission teacher promised to help Su Song build the stable teleportation portal within 10 days and present a set of early warning devices. As long as an outer realm civilization powerhouse used the portal to teleport, an alarm would be sent out from the other end of the portal. From the time the alarm was sent to the arrival of the teleportation, the entire process would take about 10 minutes. This gave Su Song some time to prepare against the enemy, and Su Song once again thanked the enrollment teacher for his thoughtfulness. During the 10 days, Su Song actively dealt with various problems and completely transformed Dolan City into a city of magical creatures. The Demonic Creature Alliance replaced the Adventurers Guild and became the core power of the city. Before he left, Su Song specially left the Skeleton Clan, the Bull Demon Clan, and a large number of Locust familiars to guard this place to prevent the professional adventuring team from counterattacking. he also repeatedly instructed Little Skeleton to quickly teleport back to the Divine Realm if Duo Long City could not be saved, and not to lose too many relatives in the process. Little Skeleton lifted his naked skull and replied with his soul's voice, "Yes, I know." Only then did Su Song feel relieved, and he returned to the Divine Realm with all the booty, as well as the Red Furnace Dwarf Clan, the Iron Cutting Sword Wind, and the Black Dragon, who wanted to recuperate. Upon his return, Su Song didn't have time to organize his harvest and teleported back to school first. The preparation quota for Kyoto Academy was the most important thing at the moment. When he reappeared in front of Li Feng and the enrollment teacher, they both looked shocked and they saw Su Song's current image. "Su Song, what's wrong with your eyes?" Li Feng asked quickly. Su Song was confused and picked up the mirror to look at it. The completely black pupils of his eyes seemed to have a magical power that could attract souls into them. Could it be because of the special occupation, rebel? Su Song hastily checked his current information. Since he had returned to the main world, the information panel changed back and Su Song's information was displayed. Name, Su Song. Rank, Divine Being, Divine Talent, Chosen Child. Unique, Rebellion, Divine Abilities, Growth Acceleration, Life Sacrifice Only. Skills, Giant Power / Possess Darkness, Tyrannosaur / Black Dragonization. Divinity, 3 points, Self-Produced Divine Power. Full 100 million inch merge 1 point of Divinity to own Divine Power, 200,000 Self-Produced Divine Power / 500,000 Other Produced Divine Power. Faith Power, 24.03 million, Core Levels, 10th level 3rd level Tyrannical Eclipse Law Fragmentation Holy Relic, 2nd level Dotting Stone Holy Relic, 2nd level Shadow Nail Holy Relic, 1st level Tox Gland Holy Relic, 1st level Earth Core Holy Relic, 1st level Goblin Shortbow Holy Relic. Core Familiars. What was displayed on the information panel was slightly different from before. Su Song determined that his eyes should be related to the extra talent, Rebellion, by comparing it to before and checking them one by one. He hesitantly clicked on Rebellion to check its effects. Su Song could only give up. Although Li Feng and the enrollment instructor didn't know what the change in Su Song's eyes had to do with it, they could conclude that it was a good thing. As for the specific effect, it would be revealed after Su Song became a demigod. Su Song, you have passed the Kyoto Academy examination with flying colors. You have received a place as a preparatory student of Kyoto Academy, but if you want to enroll, you still need to fulfill certain conditions, the enrollment teacher said. What are the conditions? To become a preparatory student of Kyoto Academy, you must have specializations and meet at least 2 of the following 4 conditions. 1. Be born as an elite life form. 2. Cultivate a heroic life form. 3. Have 4 or more points of their own divinity. 4. Possess a saint. In your current situation, you have already fulfilled condition 2. And you need to fulfill one more condition before you can enter Kyoto Academy as a preparatory student, the enrollment teacher said. This is too difficult. Su Song was worried, even though he was confident that his locus dependence would be no worse than the natural elite life forms after he cultivated. The first condition was not considered to be a requirement. The third condition seemed easy to achieve, but in reality, it required sufficient financial resources. 1 point of divinity was worth 145 million divine energy, and it still had a price. Even Su Song would not be able to scrape together a bit of divinity without special opportunities. As for the 4th condition, it was the most difficult of the 4. Saints were the highest level of existence among believers, among the most loyal minions of the gods. It required not only the most devout faith, but also extraordinary wisdom. Although Su Song has countless devout believers, not a single one of them can reach the level of saints. Su Song students, work hard, the door of Kyoto Academy is open for you, the enrollment teacher encouraged Su Song. Left a contact information and left. Su Song was a little worried and looked at the class teacher Li Feng. Teacher, do you have any way to let me get a little bit of divinity as soon as possible? Li Feng frowned. The school will take out a little bit of divinity as a reward for the next exam, but there are still 28 days until the next exam. Su Song discussed this with Li Feng. It's too late. If you had said this a day earlier, I would have been able to compensate you for a bit of divinity. But now the divinity has already been used up by me. Su Song, put away your skeptical eyes, teacher swears. On his own honor that teacher is telling the truth. Su Song sighed. I'll find a way on my own then, Su Song said. I'll find a way on my own then, I'll find a way on my own. After teleporting back to the divine realm, Su Song began to do his accounting. Su Song's biggest gain from this ordeal was the Black Dragon, although the Black Dragon was not yet a believer, and could not provide Su Song with the power of faith. However, Su Song believed that as long as the Black Dragon stayed in his god's domain, sooner or later he would temper it into a believer. And the second major gain was the establishment of a stable portal with Duo Long City. In the future, Su Song would have another good place to train his subordinates and obtain resources, which was a long-term investment. The third major gain was the rebel talent that Su Song couldn't understand. What it did was currently unknown. However, if it could make the Black Dragon proud of its name, it shouldn't be bad. The fourth harvest were the trophies that Su Song had. Su Song asked the Red Furnace dwarves to choose some to arm their relatives, and put the rest up for sale on the online shopping mall. A total of 23 million divine powers were purchased. It was no small fortune. Compared to a small amount of divine power, there was still a huge gap. Su Song looked at the balance of divine power in his account and inevitably got a headache. Can I really wait until 28 days later to enter Kyoto Academy as a preparatory student? The Kyoto Academy's resources are not at all comparable to the current schools. Even if I could enter one day earlier, it would still be better than the current situation of not being able to eat without starving to death. He continuously released the growth acceleration ability, causing the grasshopper dependents to accelerate their growth and development. One day after the main world time, the locusts reached 8 billion, and Su Song planned to take his chances and initiate a life sacrifice. 7 billion locusts were transformed into vital energy and merged into the sacrificial field. 3 options appeared before Su Song's eyes, and there was no divinity option. All he could do was to choose the most valuable of the 3 options, and that was the design of the Iron Devil statue. The next day, the sacrifice continued. There was still no divinity option, and Su Song chose a level 2 holy item, the toxic gland. On the 3rd day, for the 7th day in a row, Su Song's luck seemed to be running out, and he did not come across any divine options at all. Su Song was extremely depressed. He had some regrets. There was once a divine card in his hands, but he didn't value it. Instead, taking it and exchanging it for 150 million divine powers, it was too late for him to regret it. Now, if heaven gave him another chance, he would definitely hold on to that divinity card and not sell it to death. At that very moment, Su Song received a message from his old client, Yuan Zhong. Yuan Zhong is a true god, so if he wants to borrow a little bit of divinity from him, it's not like he doesn't have any. If he really couldn't, he could borrow 120 million divine energy. Immediately, Su Song sent a message to Yuan Zhong asking him to borrow divine nature or divine energy. Yuan Zhong's side replied with a series of "I'm sorry." The two of them were netizens and had never met. Yuan Zhong had always thought that Su Song was similar to him. Even if he wasn't a true god, he should still be an elder demigod. But whenever Su Song opened his mouth and said a large number, such as 5 points of divinity or 1 billion of divine energy, Yuan Zhong would have borrowed it. But if Su Song only wanted 1 point of divinity or 120 million units of divine energy, Yuan Zhong would borrow it. Yuan Zhong was really worried that Su Song would not return it, even though Yuan Zhong didn't care about this amount of divine energy. It was still his property. Giving it away for free was not in line with Yuan Zhong's character, so, after thinking for a moment, Yuan Zhong didn't borrow it and instead sent Su Song a map. Su Song picked up the map and frowned at the information on it. Divine River Ruins. What does it mean? After checking the internet, Su Song realized what the Divine River Ruins were all about. The Divine River Ruins originated from the Divine River Civilization. It was a civilization at the top of the heap. And even the Divine Realm Civilization had to admit that the Divine River Civilization was at the top of all known civilizations. The Divine River Ruins were an engineering project that the Divine River Civilization abandoned in the course of its development. The realm was overexplored, resulting in changes to the realm's mineral structure, which carried a certain amount of radiation. Various life forms surviving in the realm were affected by the radiation, and more than 90% of them mutated and became genetically disordered monsters. In order to survive, these monsters can only swallow more radioactive ores to strengthen the mutation and fight poison with poison. If more radioactive ores are ingested, they will polymerize in the mutated monsters body to form a stone that can cause the genes to undergo directional mutation. This stone is also called a gene stone. The gene stone had a special function and a miraculous effect on the cultivation of subordinates. Even the lowest level gene stone was comparable to a level 3 holy relic, which was worth millions of divine powers. They were quite popular among the circle of demigods and even true gods. After reading this information, Su Song finally understood the meaning of Yuan Zhong sending him a ticket to the Divine River ruins. This was to allow him to go to the Divine River ruins to collect gene stones in exchange for divine power. Su Song held the ticket and cried without tears. He was a divine being who was going to get gene stones from demigods and true gods. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get even a single hair. Su Song thought about selling the ticket online for some divine power. A piece of news from the Divine River ruins caught Su Song's attention: a certain god king's purchase of low-quality radiation ore caused the artificial mutant beast breeding farm, which had invested hundreds of billions of divine power, to go bankrupt. When he went to the Divine River ruins to get the gene stones, his abilities were limited. However, if he could learn from a certain bankrupt god king and set up an artificial mutant beast breeding farm, Su Song felt that he had a certain level of security. This was because he possessed a treasure that even the god kings did not have: a decomposition machine. With the decomposition machine, even the lowest quality radiation ore could be purified into high-purity radiation crystals. If a mutated beast took it, it wouldn't be able to rub off the mutation and fuse into a more powerful gene stone. However, this was only Su Song's own opinion. If he wanted to verify this assumption, he would have to go on a field trip. With this idea in mind, Su Song contacted his homeroom teacher, Li Feng, and gained access to the school's teleportation station. Su Song was teleported to a small town outside the Divine River ruins using the coordinates marked on the ticket in his hand. The town was filled with hasty players from the Divine Realm, and Su Song put on the mask Li Feng had given him earlier and tried his best to hide his identity. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place, so his personal safety had to come first. Immediately after that, he noticed a figure approaching him. "Honorable God Lord, I'm sure this is the first time you've come to the Divine River ruins. I guess you need an honest and reliable guide." The visitor was a middle-aged man with dark skin. Looking honest and simple, Su Song coughed, his voice deliberately thickened a bit, and said, "Give me a reason to hire you." The guide replied respectfully, "I know the 18 mutant beast gathering places in the Divine River ruins, and the mutant beasts in each gathering place have their own special characteristics. I also know the information about the city, the various supply points. I know who is honest, who is cunning, and who likes to make small moves, so I can make sure that Lord Divine can sell the gene stones at a good price. I also know." Stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, the leader frowned. "Lord Divine is actually here for the radiant ore. You probably don't know that a God King Lord recently died because he bought inferior radiant ore, so the mutated beasts didn't complete their enhanced mutation in time and all of them died. The feedlot that invested $100 billion of divine power just turned yellow." The wizard said this to remind Su Song that it was best not to touch the radiation ores. The God Kings had all fallen on it. Is it hard to believe that he is more powerful than a God King? If I ask you a question, just answer it, Su Song said gruffly, deliberately adding dissatisfaction to his tone. In his heart, the leader cursed Su Song for being a hypocrite, but on his lips, he respectfully said, "I am the one who talked too much. If you really want to buy radiant ore, I have a recommendation." The guide's index finger, middle finger, and thumb rubbed together, which meant that this recommendation was paid content, not much, 10,000 divine powers. Su Song was about to explode in anger. "A message is just a message, you need 10,000 divine powers. Robbery? It's not even that fast. Lord God, the person I recommended is the biggest mine owner in the entire Divine River ruins. It's definitely worth every penny." Seeing that Su Song was unwilling to pay, the guide urged him to do so, and Su Song had to pay 10,000 divine energy. "Lord God, please follow me." The guide led the way. After walking through the streets and alleys, the two of them soon arrived at a small, inconspicuous shop. The guide introduced Su Song. "Lord Godmind, this is the biggest mine owner in the Divine River ruins, Mr. Black. Mr. Black, this is my guest who has the will to buy some radiant ore." The mine owner, who was respectfully called Mr. Black, looked up and down at Su Song. As a demigod, he was unable to detect the information from Su Song, who was wearing a shielded mask. However, from Su Song's own aura, Mr. Black concluded that Su Song was definitely not very old. "Little brother, it's not that I'm blowing with you, I, Blackie, am the biggest radiation ore dealer in the entire Divine River ruins, and more than 70% of the radiation ore in the entire Divine River ruins comes from me. I'm the biggest radiation ore trader in the entire Divine River ruins, and more than 70% of the radiation ore in the entire Divine River ruins comes from me," Blackie said as he patted his thick chest. The Black Sun immediately waved his hand to deny it. "Little brother, do not talk nonsense. I am the Black Sun who does business, has always been fair and impartial, and will never take the second best. These low-grade radiation ores are produced by some small mines, and their purity varies. This tragedy was caused by the God King's greed for a small bargain. Don't worry, there are no such inferior goods with me." Su Song didn't want to believe Blackie's words so easily. Before trust is established, he needs to test it himself. "I need some samples to take back to the Divine Realm for testing. You bring me a quantity of 10,000 divine strength for each purity of ore, pay 40,000 divine power. And you will receive 4 sample cards of radiant ore of 4 purities." After that, Su Song deliberately searched for an inn with a Divine Realm landing pod. After all, he was still only a divine being, and under normal circumstances, returning to the Divine Realm would require the help of a Divine Realm landing pod. After returning to the Divine Realm, Su Song checked the amount of radiation ore in the 4 cards. 10% purity radiation ore, 80 units, 15% purity radiation ore, 40 units, 20% purity radiation ore, 20 units, 25% purity radiation ore, only 10 units. Almost every 5% increase in purity doubled the price of radiant ore. However, this is not important. The production rate of the disintegration machine is the most important thing. Su Song first retreated the neighboring familiars, then took the radiant ore from the map and put it into the disintegration machine. The disintegration machine rumbled and disintegrated the 4 radiation ores with different purities, from low to high purity, 8, 6, 4, and 3 translucent green radiation crystals were produced. This result was enough to show that the lower the purity of the purchased radiant ore, the cheaper it was. With the total of 21 radiation crystals harvested into his card, Su Song left the Divine Realm. He still had to test the effectiveness of the radiant crystals. After spending 1,000 divine strength to buy a detailed map from the inn, Su Song went straight to the Divine River ruins outside the city. Not far from the city, he encountered a mutated beast. Through the eye of detection, this mutated beast was only the most common level 1 mutated beast. Its body should be an ordinary life form of a wild wolf, but due to the genetic disorder, 2 20-centimeter long saber teeth were born at the corner of its mouth, and the hairs on its body surface stood up like the thorns of a hedgehog. In addition, its life is very short due to genetic effects. With a life cycle of only 20 days, if it wanted to continue to live, it had to consume the radiation ore and increase its mutation. When the mutation reaches level 2, its lifespan will be extended due to its increased strength, but it still wouldn't be too long. The only way to live longer was to continue to strengthen the mutation and increase its strength. This felt like a race against death. If you don't get stronger, you'll die. Su Song tentatively took out a radiation crystal and threw it near the wild wolf. The wild wolf could sense the aura of the radiation crystal and turned around to look for it. When it realized that it was an incomparably pure, fist-sized radiation crystal, the wolf became excited. It happily stuck out its tongue and licked the radiation crystal. The energy attached to the radiation crystal stimulated the mutation in his body to intensify. The 2 saber teeth grew and enlarged at a rate visible to the naked eye, and the spiky fur on its body was also coated with a layer of black metallic luster. With just 1 bite, this coyote had reached the level of a Class 2 mutation. Although its essence was still an ordinary life form, the combat power it could unleash was no different from that of a weaker transcendent life form. Feeling the changes within him, the coyote became even more fond of the radiation crystal in front of him, and he made an effort to open his mouth wide and swallow the entire radiation crystal. Under the effect of the powerful radiation, its entire body emitted a mutated aura. the two saber teeth continued to grow, its fur became long and hard, and an eye inexplicably appeared on its forehead. Below the eye, in the middle of its eyebrow, a green stone appeared. At first, it was only the size of a grain of rice, but as the wild wolf absorbed the energy released by the radiation crystals, the green stone grew larger and larger until it reached the size of a peanut. Before slowing down, he was absolutely certain that the green stone in the center of the wild wolf's forehead was the gene stone. The only thing that was still unclear was the effect of this gene stone. With the birth of the gene stone, the wild wolf had successfully entered the third stage of mutation. The aura emanating from his body was comparable to that of a powerful transcendent life form, and from a level 1 mutated beast to a level 3 mutated beast, his strength had skyrocketed by at least 100 times. Hiding in the shadows, Su Song was shocked by such a terrifying speed of strength increase. The radiation crystals were so powerful that they could create a powerful fighting force in such a short time. Just as Su Song was contemplating whether or not to do a similar test in the god's domain, he heard a bang. The wild wolf exploded. It exploded on the spot, splattering blood and flesh. The newborn gene stone and the undigested radiation crystals happened to land not far from Su Song. Su Song stared blankly at this scene, and the idea of experimenting that had just popped into his heart was immediately dispelled. Radiation is risky, mutation requires caution. It might be like this wild wolf. Before it can enjoy the joy of becoming stronger, it will explode right on the spot. Wouldn't that be sad? Fortunately, a gene stone was recovered, and Su Song picked up the gene stone that fell to the ground and washed it with water. Check the information through the detection eye. Gene stone spiked teeth. Loading into the divine realm requires the consumption of level 3 privileges. Function causes genetic mutation in the familiar's teeth, making the teeth large and long. Side effect: the life cycle of the mutated familiars will be shortened by 3 years. Su Song frowned slightly. It seemed like the gene stone could not be used casually. Aside from being targeted, it also had extremely strong side effects. Once a gene stone was loaded onto a short-lived familiar like locusts, their life cycle would be cut right to the end. Once they were loaded with the gene stone, their life cycle would be directly cut short and they would be born stillborn. It would do more harm than good to the development of the offspring. However, the experiment with the radiation crystals was considered a gradual success. A small half of a radiation crystal was able to catalyze a gene stone. This discovery was no small gain. Just as Su Song was about to pick up the small half of the radiation crystal for recycling, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the gene stone and the green stone in your hand, or else you'll be blamed for my rudeness. Su Song turned his head in confusion and saw a familiar face riding a wolf. I didn't expect to meet him in the Divine River ruins. However, since he was wearing a shielded mask, Su Song's appearance and information were not seen by the demigod Su Qing. What if I don't? Su Song asked in return. Then you can die, Su Qing said and waved his hand to give the order. The divine realm gate opened wide, and thousands of wolf cavalry came out of the divine realm, raging and charging at Su Song. Su Song also wanted to summon the divine realm familiars to fight. Now, compared to before, he had made a qualitative leap and was completely unafraid of Su Qing's wolf cavalry legion. However, while communicating with the divine realm, he suddenly realized something. He was still a divine being himself, and entering the divine domain required the help of a divine landing pod, and the summoning of dependents directly from the divine domain was a permission that could only be opened after being promoted to demigod. With the legions of wolf cavalry surrounding him, Su Song had no familiars and was forced to take matters into his own hands. Fortunately, the current him was not powerless. Transmit the power of the profession, activate skill, black dragonization. Black dragon scales covered his entire body, and a pair of miniature dragon wings unfolded from his back. Along with them, a faint dragon majesty erupted. The wolves belonged to the wild beasts that were naturally afraid of the dragon's authority, and the aura of Su Song's body made the wolves afraid to come near him, but Su Song didn't have the slightest bit of politeness in him. He is now a humanoid black dragon, and his strength is comparable to the strongest heroic life forms. Seeing Su Song like a cannonball, he broke into the wolf cavalry group and waved his hand, causing dozens of wolf cavalrymen to be knocked away with their wolves. Su Qing hurriedly gave an oracle and ordered the wolf cavalry to make a strong attack. Su Qing hastily called out an oracle, ordering the wolf cavalry to make a strong attack and cast the berserk divine art to add to the wolf cavalry. The berserk divine art made the wolf cavalry's eyes turn red, and they forgot their fear and just charged. Even though they were unable to inflict any damage on Su Song, they were still desperately trying to consume Su Song's qi. Su Song had long since figured out Su Qing's intentions, and after killing hundreds of wolf cavalry, Su Song directly shook his dragon wings and flew high into the sky. The wolf cavalry below, who were still charging in their minds, were completely stunned. They can be brave and courageous on the ground, but they can only stare at their opponents in the air. Su Song stood in the air and taunted Su Qing below, "Fool, I can fly." Su Qing's face was grave and his divine power was in operation. Su Song felt his whole body sink, his dragon wings could not maintain flight, and he fell out of the air. Fortunately, he was agile, so he landed safely and didn't fall to the ground. The wolf cavalry charged again, very fast. Su Song can only run under the support of professional power. His physical quality is excellent, running speed is not slower than the Seat wolf. Su Qing sees Su Song's hands of the gene stone and radiation crystals, naturally not willing to give up, ordered the wolf cavalry to catch up. We'll want to take Su Song, the wolf cavalry, 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 the wolf cavalry. The wolf cavalry is not a good choice. Su Song ran away, and Su Qing chased after him. Su Song was in a panic and couldn't even think about studying the route. As he ran, he saw a sign in front of him that said, "Do not approach." However, there were too many wolf cavalrymen chasing after him, so Su Song could only ignore the warning and charge in. Su Qing hesitated slightly, but driven by profit, he resolutely ordered the wolf cavalrymen to enter the danger zone. In the danger zone, the number of mutated beasts increased, and Su Song ran while keeping an eye on his surroundings. He saw dog-headed monkeys, 6-foot rabbits, 4-headed crows, and even some species that had the characteristics of several creatures, making it difficult to recognize the original species. Moreover, these mutated beasts were very xenophobic. When they sensed the aura on Su Song that did not belong to the mutated beasts, they swarmed and attacked. To them, the dragon power that was accidentally released by the black dragonization didn't even count as a fart, and Su Song's entire body was covered with strong dragon scales, blocking all the attacks of the mutant beasts. Seeing that the mutant beasts were unable to do any damage to Su Song, they shifted their target and charged at the wolf cavalrymen who were following in a swarm. The wolf cavalry was a combination of green beasts and sitting wolves, both of which were elite life forms that were stronger when combined. However, under the onslaught of a large number of level 2 mutated beasts, the wolf cavalry could not support them. Fortunately, Su Qing took the initiative to jump out and use his mighty strength to drive the mutant beasts away, saving the lives of the wolf cavalrymen. However, Su Song had already disappeared, and Su Qing cursed his misfortune and led the wolf cavalry back. As they walked, they noticed that the environment was not the same as when they came here. This gave Su Qing an ominous feeling. On the other side, Su Song ran to a small river. When he saw that there were no pursuers behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Running all this way made him a little thirsty. He walked to the side of the river and bent down to drink some water to regain his strength. At that moment, a fish swam by where he was about to drink, and Su Song instantly froze. He had seen all kinds of fish in the main world, however, this was the first time he had seen a fish in the river that had legs and could breaststroke. Before such a severe mutation occurred, how many radiation minerals had this fish eaten? This river water was afraid that it wasn't diluted nuclear waste. Su Song, who had a moment of fear in his heart, stood up resolutely and stayed away from the river. If Su Song were to die of thirst, he would never drink a mouthful of suspicious river water. Without any supplies, Su Song could only take out a map and recognize the location, thinking that he should return to the city as soon as possible. However, after looking for a long time, he could not find this river on the map. As if the river had appeared out of nowhere, Su Song tried to go back the same way. But after half a day of walking, he magically returned to where he had just prepared to drink water. After several such experiences, Su Song had to admit that he was lost. If you are lost in the ruins of the River of Gods, staying where you are and waiting for help will not work. What you're likely to get is not help, but bandits, or worse, mutated beasts that eat people without spitting out their bones. If you are lucky enough to find your way out of here, Su Song did just that. He walked along the river in one direction. He would find obstacles to hide behind when he encountered groups of mutant beasts, but when he encountered a lone mutant beast, Su Song would enthusiastically throw out a radiation crystal and ask the mutant beast to enjoy it. Although the mutant beasts looked fierce, they were very simple-minded. When they saw the radiation crystal, they happily ate it. It was also very exciting to be burst by the radiation energy, and Su Song obtained 3 more gene stones, equivalent to grade 3 holy relics, and 1 gene stone equivalent to grade 4 holy relics through this method. These gene stones could be sold for at least tens of millions of divine power. However, it was still not enough for Su Song. It was still a far cry from the divine power that was needed for a small amount of divinity. Now that it was getting late and there were more mutated beasts foraging for food, Su Song desperately needed to find a hidden place to hide. He thought about breaking some trees with his bare hands to build a simple shelter. However, he stumbled upon the silhouette of a spiky building on the other side of the river under the moonlight, and thought he was blind, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously. The silhouette of the building became even clearer. The Divine River ruins were the abandoned projects of the Divine River clan, and this building might be what the Divine River clan left behind. Su Song said to himself, if one could rest in this building, it was better than being scared in the middle of nowhere. At that moment, Su Song stimulated the power of his profession, transformed into a black dragon once again, and flew towards the building. Soon, Su Song arrived at the top of the building. As he thought, this was indeed a building left behind by the Divine River civilization. The traces of the Divine River civilization could be seen all over the building, and Su Song gently fell into one of the largest courtyards. The courtyard was quiet and seemed safe. However, Su Song did not let his guard down. It was possible that some mutated beasts had used this place as a hideout. Since it had been deserted for a long time, he cautiously entered a room in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, he saw a large number of papers scattered on the floor of the room. When he picked one up, it contained data he couldn't understand. After searching around, he didn't find any mutated beasts present. It seems like this place is safe. Let's rest here tonight. Just as he finished speaking, he heard light footsteps outside. He hurriedly hid in a cupboard of the room. He looked out through the crack in the cabinet. He saw several people dressed in black robes landing in the courtyard and beginning to make arrangements, as if they were about to perform some sort of ritual.